Chapter 2005. The black whirlwind appeared in a whirlpool and completely occupied the entire cave. There was almost nowhere to hide. Looking at the black whirlwind, Zichen's pupils could not help but shrink. The whirlwind was everywhere, filling every corner. Even if he used the fastest speed in the world, he would not be able to avoid it. The whirlwind blew at them like black gravel. Even though they were protected by the fragments, they could still feel a chill in their hearts. Buzz! The whirlwind hit the fragment, causing the entire fragment to tremble. The fan-shaped light that protected everyone seemed to become unstable. The light flashed, and the chill was pressing. Everyone's expression changed drastically. If the fragment could not block the whirlwind, everyone would die here. Everyone was unusually nervous. Their eyes were fixed on the fragment above, afraid that the fragment could not block it, and they would all die. It's okay. The fragment can definitely block it. Xiao Wei's voice sounded, but he was not very confident. It seemed that because the fragment was blocking the way, the black whirlwind could not pass through normally. Most of it stopped in front of everyone. The speed of the fragment's flight had obviously slowed down, and it kept trembling. Just as everyone was trembling in fear, the whirlwind finally lost its strength and dissipated into thin air. The nervous crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that their backs were almost completely drenched in cold sweat. After this whirlwind, everyone was more careful. No matter whether the energy around them was useful or not, everyone put up their own energy defense. During this time, Zichen also realized that his world was under some kind of energy suppression. He could only draw energy from it, but he could not freely return to his world. As such, if there was any danger, the idea of returning to his world to hide was obviously unrealistic. Hence, Zichen became even more careful. A moment later, another whirlwind blew. Although everyone had blocked it just now, they were still very nervous when they saw the whirlwind again. The black whirlwind came in front of everyone. The fragment was trembling slightly, but it was also moving forward. It seemed that the power of this whirlwind was not as strong as before. Zichen felt something and a celestial weapon appeared in his hand. The soul of this celestial weapon had been devoured by the saber spirit. To Zichen, it was a useless celestial weapon. He threw the heavenly weapon in his hand forward. When the celestial soldier left the protective range of the light, it encountered the black whirlwind. The celestial soldier paused in midair before the black whirlwind blew past it. The celestial soldier that had stopped in its tracks was instantly disintegrated as if it was made of sand, becoming a part of the whirlwind that flew into the distance. When everyone saw this scene clearly, their expressions turned ugly. They were powerful, but their bodies were definitely not as tough as the celestial soldiers. However, at this moment, the tough celestial soldiers were instantly disintegrated by the whirlwind. This showed how powerful and terrifying the whirlwind was. This cave was indeed worthy of its name. For the rest of the journey, the whirlwinds varied in strength. However, every time they appeared, they would fill up the entire slaughtering heaven cave. There was nowhere to hide. Zichen believed that in this world, no one in heaven realm would be able to successfully avoid this whirlwind. If one didn't have a fragment when they returned, they would either be trapped in there forever, or they would have to break through to the Saint realm before they could come out. With this in mind, Zichen decided that he could not lose the fragment no matter what. The slaughtering heaven cave was very deep. After walking for a long time, they still hadn't reached the end. Fortunately, everyone was a cultivator and had long been used to this kind of waiting. However, during this period of time, when the whirlwinds were too strong, they were still a little worried. After a long period of darkness, light finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This made everyone's spirits soar, and their gloomy mood immediately became cheerful. We're here. We're finally at the end. As the light in their line of sight became brighter and brighter, Wu Xing shouted excitedly. Ha! No one has passed through the slaughtering heaven cave for so many years, but we're going to pass through it. Lei Dong also laughed proudly. Then, he inadvertently glanced at Zichen with a cold look in his eyes. Zichen was also very happy, but his mind was completely tense. After passing through the slaughtering heaven cave, the test for him had just begun. Faintly, Zichen's aura became gloomy and cold. Besides Zichen, Qing Feng clearly felt this change in aura. He pursed his lips and suddenly laughed. Thinking that his laughter was a little inappropriate, he secretly glanced at Zichen and quickly closed his mouth. He wanted to tell Zichen that he wasn't afraid, but was just a little nervous and excited. Only the two people in the light barrier could sense the change in Zichen's mood. In the other 4 light barriers, everyone seemed to be excited by the light and completely ignored what was going to happen next. This should be Ji Wei's final plan. Looking at the light that gradually filled his line of sight, Zichen thought to himself. His expression gradually became cold. After passing through the slaughtering heaven cave, if he didn't have the 5 fragments, he wouldn't be able to return. This way, he wouldn't be able to escape. Unless there was a huge threat behind, when they reached the end of the light, Ji Wei would definitely have to fight him to the death. Just like how he didn't want Ji Wei to obtain the shield, Ji Wei also didn't want him to become stronger. The two of them would definitely have to fight. And Ping and Hei Long seemed to have guessed a certain possibility. They turned around to look at Zichen and Ji Wei. In their line of sight, the light finally reached the end. Under the guidance of the fragments, the 10 people flew out of the slaughtering heaven cave. The entire slaughtering heaven cave was gloomy and cold. The people who had just rushed out immediately felt a strong wave of heat. Zichen didn't have time to check his surroundings. He took the lead and rushed forward, taking the lead to take his fragment. At the same time, the other 4 heaven-defying sovereigns, including Ji Wei, also rushed forward. They each took their fragments and looked at each other. Ji Wei smiled faintly at Zichen, while the other 3's gazes were extremely cold. After each of them took their fragments, Zichen retreated and deliberately distanced himself from the 4 of them. The 4 of them stood together. "What's wrong?" Hei Long turned around and asked. "Nothing. It's just that we don't need the fragments here. Naturally, we have to take them." Eric smiled coldly. The 4 heaven-defying sovereigns stood together and looked at Zichen at the same time. Other than Ji Wei's gaze, which was still indifferent, the other 3's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Seeing this, Lei Dong smiled coldly. He took a few steps forward and stood side by side with the 4 of them. He immediately made his stance clear. Wu Xing was still hesitating, but he wasn't far from Ji Wei. Qing Feng walked to Zichen's side and looked at Ji Wei and the other 4 with a smile. "What are you doing? Didn't you say that you would put aside your personal grudges and look for the shield first?" And Peng looked at the 2 sides and said. He and Hei Long stood in the middle. Their attitude clearly showed that they were neutral. "That's right. We were going to look for the shield first. But there are too many people." Ji Wei didn't speak, but Eric said coldly. "If you think there are too many people, why didn't you say so earlier?" Qing Feng said coldly. "Don't get agitated. There aren't that many people. There's just one more. I think you can come over." Eric smiled at Qing Feng and Shan. Qing Feng shook his head and said seriously, "No. If I go over, Zichen will be left alone. That's too pitiful. I am Lord Qing Feng. I am destined to be famous in the martial war continent. At this time, I must stand on the side of the weak." Eric's face gradually became gloomy. "So you're saying that you're just looking for death? Before the battle, it's hard to say who will live and who will die." Just as the 2 sides were talking, Zichen spread out his spiritual sense to explore the surrounding terrain. This was a unique space, but the main style of this space was fire. There was not a single blade of grass here, and there were many craters. Occasionally, there would be large balls of fire with blazing heat spewing out of the craters. In the spiritual sense, there were no living creatures in this world. It was dead silent. The only thing that existed was the constantly rampaging flames. Earlier, when Zichen was retrieving the fragment, he had sensed the same aura emanating from the depths of this space through the fragment's perception. Clearly, even if there wasn't a complete shield, there would be fragments of other shields. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yan Wei. The latter's expression was still calm. However, the killing intent of the 4 people beside him, including Lei Dong, was completely revealed. Since we're already here, I think it's better to fight to the death. Zichen looked at Yan Wei and said calmly. Eric and Qing Feng, who were still arguing, closed their mouths and looked at Yan Wei. This was Zichen's challenge to a fight to the death. Yan Wei looked at Zichen and smiled. Then, he shook his head and said, No, you don't have the qualifications to fight to the death with me. Zichen glanced at the four people and said, So you're saying that you want me to kill the four of them first? You can't kill them. While speaking, Yan Wei looked at Black Dragon and Dark Rock and said, What do you two mean? Clearly, he wanted the two of them to show who they were going to help. The two of them were hesitant and conflicted. After a while, they looked at each other and took a step back. This showed their stance. Black Dragon said, We won't help anyone. That's fine. This was the answer that Yan Wei had expected. He didn't force the two of them to make a choice. If they were forced to help Zichen, it wouldn't be good. 5 Elements was still standing on the side, but Jiao Wei didn't ask him for his choice, which made him secretly sigh in relief. Yan Wei and 5 Elements retreated, leaving the battlefield to the 6 of them. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed. He was the first to attack. As his figure flashed, he gripped Skyblade tightly and slashed forward. Qing Feng didn't move. He just stood at the back. Clang! A long blade also appeared in Eric's hand. He blocked with his blade. When the sharp sound rang out, his body retreated. As Eric retreated, the 2 heaven-defying warriors beside him attacked. 2 long swords cut through the air and slashed toward Zichen's neck. A cold chill surged. Zichen held his blade and retreated, avoiding the attack. Thunderclap 9th Heaven. Chapter 2006. Just like the scene when he fought Zichen, the space above the firmament trembled, and then a vortex appeared. In the vortex, the power of ancient thunder spread out. The atmosphere in this space became extremely oppressive, as if the end of the world had come, and thunder was pressing down. After the previous battle with Zichen, Lei Dong knew how powerful and terrifying Zichen was. Probing attacks were useless against Zichen. Only by fighting to the death could he have a chance of survival. Thunder rumbled, and bolts of thunder rushed out from the vortex. Like chains of heaven and earth, they instantly pierced through heaven and earth. Zichen, who was retreating, rushed forward again with his saber. A powerful aura surged around him, and a sharp saber light, carrying a dazzling and powerful energy, slashed forward. In the face of such a life-and-death crisis, Zichen naturally would not feel sorry for the heaven-defying energy. He used it without caring about the cost. Fall! Slash! 2 voices sounded almost at the same time. Zichen slashed forward with his saber. The saber light broke through the space, carrying a powerful energy, and landed on the 2. At the same time, thunder rumbled in the sky. Boom! A violent energy explosion sounded between heaven and earth. The 2 heaven-defying warriors flew backward, their faces slightly pale. Zichen's saber light was blocked by the 2 of them. After slashing out with his saber, Zichen's body also retreated backward with the help of the vibrating energy. As he retreated, bolts of thunder fell and exploded in front of Zichen. Fortunately, he retreated fast enough, or the thunder would have exploded on his body. Boom! Boom! Every time a bolt of thunder fell, there would be an explosion. A deep energy pit would appear on the ground, and endless thunder power surged. After retreating more than 10 steps, Zichen looked up at the falling thunder, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he rushed into the sky and rushed toward the thunder vortex. Buzz! The heavenly saber trembled and flashed with light. A terrifying aura swept through the world as Zichen swung his saber at the sky. The saber radiance soared into the sky, defying the heavens as it slashed towards the vortex that was constantly emitting lightning. Boom! Boom! Wherever the blade light passed, all the lightning it encountered was sliced apart. The sound of thunder continued to resound in the sky. As for the energy blade light, it went against the heavens and slashed towards the vortex. Pooh! As the saber light slashed, the vortex was cut open. In the sky, the vortex slowly dissipated, and the sound of ancient thunder disappeared. The apocalyptic pressure also disappeared. The world regained its clarity, and the hot energy once again became the dominant force in this space. When Lei Dong, who was below, saw Zichen break the thunderclap ninth heaven with his saber, his cold face turned gloomy. With a cold snort, he began to form a seal with both of his hands. The light of thunder once again flashed around his body. Hei Long and Peng, who had retreated far away, saw this scene and their expressions changed. Zichen did not use any powerful spells, but he was able to break Lei Dong's attack. This showed how powerful his combat strength was. If it was a one-on-one battle, the two believed that Lei Dong would not be able to hold on for too long before he was defeated and killed. However, at this moment, there were 4 powerhouses joining forces. In addition, there was Qi Wei, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, and 5 Elements, who was unclear of his position. Zichen's battle was not going to be easy. Qi Wei looked at the scene quietly. There was no change in his expression, and he had no intention of making a move. Qing Feng's gaze was mainly on 5 Elements. Zichen was now 1 against 4 and did not need his help for the time being. He had to guard against 5 Elements' sudden attack. Buzz! After breaking Lei Dong's spell, before Zichen could catch his breath, the void began to tremble. Then, 2 streaks of sword radiance, carrying a powerful force, came towards Zichen. Clang! Clang! Zichen slashed with the heavenly sword in his hand, and the 2 heavenly weapons were knocked back. Then, 2 violent auras exploded in the sky. One of the celestial weapons suddenly transformed into a massive battle beast. The battle beast exuded a berserk aura. This was a battle beast that Zichen had never seen before. It belonged to the soul of a heavenly weapon, and it came from the endless starry sky. After it appeared, its cold eyes stared at Zichen, revealing a cold, murderous intent. On the other side, the heavenly sword turned into a flame python. The python had a single horn on its forehead, and there were traces of lightning flowing on the horn. Zichen had never seen such a strange beast with dual attributes of thunder and fire. However, there was no doubt that they were very powerful, and the pressure they released was extremely terrifying. Go! Below, a heaven-defying warrior formed a seal and shouted coldly at the ferocious giant beast. Boom! The giant beast stepped on the sky, shattering the void. With a fierce momentum, it rushed towards Zichen crazily. Clang! Zichen held the heavenly sword in his hand and slashed down. However, this powerful force did not break the giant beast's body. Instead, it exploded with an ear-piercing sound, and a huge rebound force came, causing Zichen's body to sway slightly. He looked at the giant beast in front of him, and saw that it was retreating. As it retreated, the void trembled, and heaven and earth shattered. Boom! 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 A series of violent sounds came from the ground. In the deep pit that was created by the thunderbolt, a stream of hot magma spewed out. The magma was like a column of fire, shooting up to the sky and surrounding the giant python. The space between the heavens and the earth was completely filled with blazing heat. The giant python hissed and charged towards Zichen with pillars of magma in its wake. Seeing the ferocious fire python, Zichen's pupils shrank. He slashed out with the heavenly sword in his hand again. Wherever the heavenly sword passed, it carried an unimaginable might and pressure. The column of fire exploded under the pressure, turning into a boundless rain of fire that fell from the sky. The heavenly sword scattered the rain of fire and slashed at the fire python's body. The fire python hissed in pain, and its body was sent flying backwards. Just as Zichen broke through the 2 attacks, Eric Man, who had already retreated, finished preparing his heavenly path technique. A violent aura surged out from his body. A heaven-defying energy rushed out from his head, turning into a ferocious tiger that emitted a blood-red light in the sky. Blood tiger shakes the heavens. As the cold roar resounded through heaven and earth, a deafening tiger roar came from this space. The blood tiger's eyes were filled with killing intent as it stared at Zichen. Below, the expressions of the two people watching the battle changed when they saw this scene. The four of them might not be Zi-Chen's match in a one-on-one fight, but once they joined forces, the battle strength they displayed was something that Zi-Chen could not resist. Up until now, Zi-Chen only had the strength to fight back. He did not have the strength to parry. Black Dragon and Dark Rock looked at each other. They could see a faint trace of worry in each other's eyes. Up until now, Gao Wei had not made a move, and the Five Elements' attitude was still unclear. However, Zi-Chen could only passively counterattack. Even if Qin Feng did not make a move, he could not change the situation. Qin Feng stood below, energy surging around his body. The falling rain of fire dissipated when it was 3 feet away from him. At this moment, Zi-Chen's situation was not good. However, since he did not hear Zi-Chen's voice transmission, he did not make a move. Gao Wei looked at the horizon, his expression still indifferent. However, when he saw Lei Dong's second heavenly path technique, he said 2 words in a low voice. Bow and arrow. In the sky, Zi-Chen withdrew his blade and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two of them had increased. In the next moment, a bow appeared in his hand, the divine dragon bow. Golden light flashed around Zi-Chen's body. He pulled the longbow fully, and the divine dragon arrow appeared on the dragon bow. A powerful aura was emitted from the dragon bow. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and an arrow was released. The divine dragon arrow pierced through space and arrived in front of Xue Hu. It pierced through Xue Hu's forehead. Heavenly fire and heaven-defying energy poured into Xue Hu's body, forming a powerful destructive force. As the arrow pierced through the sky, Xue Hu's body suddenly exploded, turning into energy that swept across the world. Below, Eric's face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. After the arrow was released, Zi-Chen quickly shot out 3 more arrows. These 3 arrows were formed from energy that absorbed the essence of the world. Although the power of these arrows was not weak, it was not realistic to completely neutralize the powerful attacks of Lei Dong and the other 2. After the 3 arrows fell, the retreating fire python once again rushed towards Zi-Chen with boundless magma. On the other side of the sky, the giant beast also rushed towards Zi-Chen, shaking the world. Swish! Swish! Light flashed under Zi-Chen's feet. As his figure retreated, arrow after arrow was released. The arrows pierced through the sky, shooting towards the fire python and the giant beast. Looking at the exciting battle in the sky, Yanwei shook his head and said indifferently, "This won't do. I have to use my doppelganger." Since he wanted to deal with Zi-Chen, he naturally had a thorough understanding of Zi-Chen. He was very clear about Zi-Chen's methods. Moreover, he was sure that Zi-Chen was not at his peak state. Therefore, the amount of heaven-defying energy in his body should not be much. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for Zi-Chen. Therefore, Zi-Chen had to find a way to break out of this predicament. Using his doppelganger, and then using the heavenly path technique was the only way Zi-Chen could break out of this predicament. Buzz! The light around Zi-Chen's body trembled. Zi-Chen, who was retreating in the sky, split into 2. Zi-Chen's clone held the divine dragon bow tightly and continuously shot arrows. His real body was retreating. As he was retreating, he formed seals with both hands. A boundless golden light surged out from his body and flowed to his fingertips. "This is extreme yang." Feeling the blazing and berserk energy, Yanwei said softly, "Kill." 3 roars sounded. Lei Dong and the other 2 displayed their powerful techniques. With the 3 of them working together, they were not afraid of Zi-Chen's extreme yang ability. As the seals fell, a golden ball of light appeared in front of Zi-Chen. In the ball of light, there was a mysterious rune mark. A destructive aura filled the sky. "Extreme yang!" Zi-Chen's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth as the golden ball rushed forward. As the ball moved forward, the space distorted and the world shook. It was as if destruction was coming. The giant beast, fire python, and blood tiger rushed over from afar. Their killing intent raged. Boom! Chapter 2007. Wang. As the golden storm swept across the sky, the doppelgangers each shot an arrow at Lei Dong, breaking his powerful attack. At the same time, lightning flashed under Lei Dong's feet, and he quickly dodged the arrow. Fortunately, this arrow was mainly used to neutralize his attack, and not specifically targeted at him. Otherwise, Lei Dong would have to suffer a little if he wanted to dodge this arrow. Lei Dong, who was retreating, felt the world suddenly shake. Then, the entire world was enveloped by golden light, and gold became the only color in the world. The blazing aura of berserk lightning also drowned out all the auras in the world, becoming the only aura in the world. Lei Dong was almost killed by this attack back then. Now, seeing the ball of lightning exploding in the sky, the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He was very nervous and worried. If this attack completely destroyed the 3 attacks, then the 4 of them would most likely face Zichen's powerful counterattack. This counterattack might be directed at them. Lei Dong's heart beat wildly. At this moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, at the golden storm. The golden storm was still surging and spreading. Occasionally, the roars of exotic beasts could be heard from it. Pff. Aliman was the first to be unable to block it. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. His heavenly path technique had already been destroyed by the berserk golden lightning. Boom! Boom! The thunder was still spreading, and the tremors were still ringing out. 2 explosions were heard, and the fire python and the giant beast actually rushed out. Although the aura around them had become much weaker, they were not destroyed by the attacks. The berserk golden energy also dissipated at this moment. Zichen's powerful attack had only destroyed Aliman's heavenly path technique. How is this possible? Seeing this, Peng couldn't help being moved. He had personally experienced Zichen's powerful attack. It was extremely terrifying. It definitely shouldn't have been so easy to block. Black Dragon glanced at Yang Wei, whose expression was as calm as ever. Yang Wei didn't seem to be surprised by this scene. He directly said, "Since I already knew that Zichen would use this move, Yang Wei naturally has a way to block it. Furthermore, those 2 heaven-defying weapons are definitely not ordinary. Zichen's attack can only weaken their auras, but it can't destroy the weapons. As long as the weapons don't shatter, those 2 strange beasts won't die." And Peng had also noticed Shaky's calmness and was increasingly fearful of this person. "Zichen, this move is useless against us. Today, this will be your burial ground." A cold laugh came from below as one of the heaven-defying experts used a hand seal to control the giant beast, which charged towards Zichen. The exotic beast, whose aura had weakened, seemed to be recovering as it moved forward. Very soon, its aura returned to its previous peak state. On the other side, the fire python also brought the magma with it. For the fire python with the fire attribute, the environment here also strengthened its battle strength. Roar! A tiger's roar rang out once again. The blood tiger, which had just disappeared, appeared once again. It stomped on the ground and soared into the sky, charging towards Zichen. Seeing the 3 of them attacking again, a cold light flashed in Lei Dong's eyes. He roared, thunder shaking the 9 heavens. In the sky, a lightning vortex appeared once again. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang are similar. It doesn't matter whether I use it or not. If I don't use that short knife now, I'll still be in a passive position. I still have the fragments that I haven't used yet. Yang Wei had already calculated everything that Zichen had. Logically speaking, almost no one in this world knew that Zichen had extreme yin, and very few people knew that Zichen had 2 types of energy in his body. As a latecomer, Yang Wei shouldn't have known about it. However, don't forget that in the alliance that Yang Wei had established, there was the Everlasting Sect. The Everlasting Sect had several Heavenly Realm experts who had conflicts with Zichen. In order to curry favor with Yang Wei, they had already told him everything they knew about Zichen. They even knew how many women Zichen had. Yang Wei wasn't afraid of Zichen's battle strength. What he was really afraid of was Zichen's extreme speed under the heavens. With such extreme speed, No one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Therefore, it was fine if he didn't attack Zichen. However, once he attacked, he would definitely kill Zichen. Seeing that the extreme yang had failed to cause any damage to the three of them, Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank and his expression became serious. When he formed another seal, Zichen took the opportunity to glance at Yang Wei. Yang Wei's expression was still calm. He raised his head to look at the sky and met Zichen's gaze. He chuckled at Zichen. That was a kind of confidence, as if he had already predicted all of Zichen's moves. It was as if he had already seen Zichen as a turtle in a jar. The golden ball formed by the extreme yang exploded once again. However, just like the previous time, it didn't cause any fatal damage to the four of them. Zichen, who had a clone with him, was fighting 1 against 4. Although he was a little passive, he wasn't at a disadvantage. If it had been any other time, this scene would have been enough to shock the world. However, today, both sides were engaged in a life-and-death battle. This kind of battle was simply meaningless. Moreover, 5 elements and Yang Wei hadn't made their move yet. 5 elements, don't hesitate anymore. If you continue to hesitate, you won't get anything in the end. 5 elements, who was watching the battle, had a complicated expression. At this moment, he was very conflicted. He didn't know whether he should make a move or not. Without a doubt, if he made a move today, it would mean that he had completely broken off relations with Zichen. If he couldn't kill Zichen, then when Zichen returned, it would be a disaster for the 5 Elements family. At this moment, when he heard Yang Wei's voice transmission, he still couldn't make up his mind. He was still very hesitant. Don't worry. I can guarantee that Zichen won't be able to leave the Slaughtering Heaven cave alive. Everything is within my expectations. Now you just need to make a move and restrain Qing Feng. Yang Wei's voice sounded again. Qing Feng was a variable. He definitely wouldn't allow a variable to appear. Therefore, he let 5 elements make a move first to block Qing Feng. His expression changed and became cold. 5 elements' eyes revealed a hint of decisive killing intent. He took a step forward. The light of the 5 elements circulated on his body, and the energy of the 5 elements emerged from his body. If you want to make a move, your opponent is Lord Qing Feng. Seeing 5 elements' abnormal movement, Qing Feng also made a move. He also took a step forward and the aura on his body began to circulate. Die! 5 elements shouted coldly and rushed towards Qing Feng. As he rushed forward, the energy of the 5 elements gathered in his hand and formed a 5 elements light sword. The 5 elements light sword shone brightly, making the world even more beautiful. For thousands of years, the 5 elements family has produced a pure 5 elements body like you. I didn't expect you to collude with the foreign race. How disappointing. Qing Feng, who was rushing forward, had a cold expression. A blade appeared in his hand. The blade was glowing with a faint green light, which was the same color as his clothes. At the same time, the energy that was surging around Qing Feng's body was also green. Qing Feng, who was rushing forward, was glowing with green energy. His speed was very fast, like a gust of wind. The wind was everywhere, and there was nowhere to hide. It filled the world and brought up a large amount of smoke and dust. 5 elements, who was rushing forward, felt the wind. As the wind came, he actually felt a stinging pain. As he lowered his head, he found that there were small wounds on his robe. These wounds were densely packed, but there was no pattern. There were a few places where his skin was cut open, and there was 5-colored blood flowing out. What a good wind attribute! When he raised his head again, 5 elements' expression had become extremely solemn. Light could be blocked in a certain environment, but wind was everywhere. Light might not be able to reach places that people could reach, but wind could. The energy of the 5 elements surrounded his body and swept past those wounds. These wounds quickly healed. After all, it was just the wind and not a powerful attack. The energy of the 5 elements could still resist it. The light of the 5 elements shone, forming a complete light shield, forming a top-secret space, completely blocking the surrounding wind. The 5-colored light shone, and the sword light in 5 elements hand slashed down. Green light circulated, and the blade light in Qing Feng's hand flashed. Clang! The blade and the sword collided, creating an energy vibration. A gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. This gust of wind only surrounded the two, and it began to spin faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a tornado. The tornado was also green, and it was formed by pure energy. It was like an endless wind blade spinning. Occasionally, one could see the light of the 5 elements appearing in the tornado, and then it would be shattered. Wind, Qing Feng's law is actually wind. Looking at the tornado, Dark Rock was shocked. This is a pure law, and it has already mutated. It's very rare. I seem to have guessed where Qing Feng came from. Black Dragon looked at the tornado, and his expression became solemn. The law of wind, interesting. But it still can't stop me from killing. Above Gao Wei's indifferent expression, a hint of coldness appeared for the first time. Boom! Above the sky, energy exploded, and golden ripples spread. It was another collision that ended in a draw. As his figure retreated, Zichen saw the two fighting below. When he saw the terrifying tornado formed, a look of surprise flashed across his face. In the Slaughtering Heaven cave, he had seen the omnipresent wind. That black tornado could even annihilate celestial soldiers, but he did not expect that the law that Qing Feng comprehended was also wind. It seemed that Zichen had also comprehended this type of wind rule, but he did not specialize in it. Every skill had its own specialization, and in his hands it was merely a transition rule. However, in Qing Feng's hands this rule was his greatest reliance, and also his most powerful weapon. It was just like the 5 elements. Although he only comprehended the 5 elements law, it was the purest law of the 5 elements. The combat power displayed by this law even surpassed the heaven-defying law after dozens of laws were fused. Although Zichen also understood the 5 elements law, if he only used the 5 elements law, he would not even be able to defeat the weakest heaven-defying person. On one hand, there were specializations, and on the other hand, there was the magic of the Zhanwu continent. Just the 5 elements law had unimaginable destructive power. Above the sky, the battle continued. Below, there was no clear winner between the 5 elements and Qing Feng. Estimating Zichen's consumption at the moment, Gao Wei nodded and said, "It's about time. Give him some more pressure and force him to use all his trump cards." Zichen's only trump card was the short knife. It was said that the short knife was very fast and had great lethality. Chapter 2008. In the sky, the battle was still going on. On the ground, the green energy storm was getting stronger and stronger. In the storm, the sword and blade were still clashing. The power of the 5 elements was trying to break through Qing Feng's wind laws. "Open for me!" With a loud shout, the power of the 5 elements surged wildly. The entire storm trembled as wave after wave of power of the 5 elements seeped into the storm. The storm was like a sharp blade, cutting through the light barrier around the 5 elements, producing clanking sounds from time to time. Qing Feng stared at the 5 elements in the light barrier and said coldly, "The reason the 5 elements constitution appeared in this world is to fight against the foreign races. However, you are colluding with them. It is a waste for such a powerful constitution to fall on you." Qing Feng's words were cold and emotionless. In the next moment, his body gradually became blurry until he disappeared. In the eyes of the 5 elements, only the green wind was left. It was as if Qing Feng had turned into a green wind. Green wind constitution. Seeing this, the 5 elements' expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, his mind in great shock. On the ground, the two had yet to decide a victor. Rocky expressed that he wanted to put more pressure on Zichen. Ali Man controlled the blood tiger to soar into the sky. With the last seal, he completed the blood tiger's condensation seal. Next, the blood tiger could attack on its own. This was his unique technique, a secret that was not passed on. He no longer needed to control the blood tiger. In the next moment, a spear appeared in his hand. This was a heaven-grade weapon, But in Alaman's hand, it was even more powerful than a heaven-grade weapon. With the spear in hand, he tapped his foot and soared into the air, charging at Zichen. Roar! At the same time, the blood tiger roared and charged at Zichen. At the same time, the other two heaven-defying cultivators gave up on controlling their heaven-grade weapons and allowed the giant beast and the fire python to charge at Zichen. They formed seals with their hands and began to use their heaven-grade techniques. Zichen, the weapons of the heaven-defying cultivators are all carefully cultivated. People like you who snatch them halfway will never know how powerful heaven-grade weapons are. One of the heaven-defying sovereigns sneered at Zichen as he formed the seal. Zichen knew that celestial weapons could attack on their own. This was because every celestial weapon had a weapon soul and a will of its own. After coming to this world, Zichen had killed quite a few alien heaven realm experts, and he had also killed quite a few alien heaven-defying experts. In the midst of this, he discovered a very strange phenomenon. Most of the soldier spirits of the foreign heavenly soldiers were in the form of beasts, while on the side of the Jianwu continent, most of the soldier spirits were in the form of spirit bodies, and most of the spirit bodies were like humans. Originally, Zichen had thought that beasts were not as intelligent as human soldier spirits when they attacked on their own. But at this moment, when he saw the fire python and the giant beast charging at him without any sign of weakening, Zichen's understanding was completely overturned. The two heavenly armaments were completely compatible with their masters. They could move as they pleased. Furthermore, they had their own unique control techniques. This was somewhat similar to his Thunderbolt blade manipulation. After all, the blade spirit had been born for the Thunderbolt blade manipulation technique. As he watched the ever-changing attacks, Zichen thought of this in a short period of time. However, understanding this point did not have any effect on changing the situation of the battle. Looking at the two attacks of the three heaven-defying cultivators in the sky, as well as the ancient thunderbolt that was about to descend, Zichen shook his head helplessly. At this moment, it seemed like he could only use his final move. Looking at Yan Wei's calm expression from the corner of his eye, he seemed to know that these attacks would not be able to do anything to him, and he seemed to have guessed what move he was going to use. All of this was considered to be flawless. Thunderbolt blade manipulation! With a low shout, the blade spirit appeared beside Zichen. It directly appeared as a small blade. Under the control of Zichen's huge mind power, it shot forward like a misty light. Zichen had once again used a trump card. However, contrary to Yan Wei's expectations, after this trump card appeared, it did not dissipate these attacks. Instead, it took the initiative to fly towards one of the heaven-defying cultivators. It seemed like Zichen wanted to kill someone by force. This was Yan Wei's coercion. Since Zichen had used his trump card, he wanted to kill someone. Black Dragon and Dark Rock naturally sensed Zichen's intentions. Their vision could no longer keep up with the blade's spirit's speed. Only by releasing their spiritual senses could they vaguely sense the blade's spirit's trajectory. The two of them looked a little nervous. If Zichen's attack succeeded, it might change the battle situation. Looking at this scene, Yan Wei's eyes did not show any worry. Instead, there was a glimmer of light. Originally, this scene should have appeared later. However, Zichen was a little too hasty and reached Yan Wei's expectations ahead of time. Skyblade's speed was very fast, and its killing power was very strong. However, Yan Wei was very confident that this time, Zichen would not be able to kill a single person. Clang! Skyblade's target was Ahriman. He was a bigger threat. Zichen decided to kill him first. However, just as Skyblade was about to pierce through Ahriman's body, a black light blocked in front of Skyblade. The black light was a black fragment that exuded an ancient aura. The moment it collided with Skyblade, the fragment flew to one side. However, Skyblade also changed direction. After missing his attack, Zichen did not have time to show the slightest regret. Those powerful attacks rushed forward. Zichen could only retreat. At the same time, he formed a seal. Extreme Yang shot out and exploded in the sky. As Extreme Yang exploded, golden energy violently scattered, enveloping the few giant beasts that bore the brunt of it. Whoosh! As the light flashed, Ahriman rushed out of the golden storm. With the momentum of man and spear becoming one, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward Zichen. Buzz! Buzz! Beside Zichen, the sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard. The doppelganger was using the divine dragon bow to shoot at the lightning in the sky. Every arrow shot out would destroy a bolt of lightning. When Zichen's real body saw Ahriman's attack, his expression turned cold. As the heavenly thunderwings flapped, a spatial power that affected speed spread out. Ahriman could clearly feel that his speed was greatly affected. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Ahriman's speed was decreasing, the other two heaven-defying realm experts had already grasped their heavenly weapons and were rushing towards Zichen from two different directions. Earlier, Zichen's extreme yang attack was clashing with the three heavenly Dao techniques. Zichen's figure was constantly changing. A mysterious power spread out. He held Skyblade tightly in his hand, intending to take the attacks of the three heaven-defying realm experts head-on. Dang, dang, dang! Within the range of Zichen's speed, the three heaven-defying realm experts' attack speed was somewhat affected. At this moment, Zichen was fighting 1 against 3. He seemed to be having an easy time. The sound of the heavenly weapons clashing rang out continuously. The energy storm formed by extreme yang had disappeared. The three heavenly Dao techniques had also been broken. The doppelganger was still fighting against Thunderous, Zichen was still fighting 1 against 3, and Saber Spirit was also on his way back. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. Saber Spirit had not killed a single person. This trump card had been revealed. Next, it seemed like they could only wait for the right opportunity to launch an attack. Humph! Below, Rocky, who had not moved all this time, suddenly snorted coldly. This sound was like a heavy hammer, ringing in everyone's hearts. Hearing this cold snort, the three heaven-defying realm experts' cold expressions suddenly had a hint of fanaticism. Then, their expressions became crazed once more. Their bodies began to spin out of thin air. A pure and violent power spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 3 energy storms appeared beside Zichen. These storms were pulling each other, faintly showing signs of merging. Zichen, who was in the middle of the storm, was in danger of being torn apart by the storm. This was not a joint attack technique, but it was somewhat interesting. There were signs of the 3 heaven-defying realm experts' energy fusing together. Zichen's expression changed. The golden light around his body became even brighter. The heavenly blade in his hand began to vibrate. A blinding golden light was emitted from his body. As for the doppelganger, he had already retreated far away and was still fighting against Thunderous from afar. Seeing Zichen trapped in the middle of the 3 storms, Rocky's face revealed a look of satisfaction. He took a step forward and pointed a finger at Zichen. Rocky had finally made his move. The finger did not seem to have used any energy. It seemed light and powerless. However, in the next moment, the space above the dome of heaven distorted, and a black vortex appeared. Within the vortex, a destructive aura swept across heaven and earth. This was the first time Rocky had made a move in front of others. Dark Rock and Black Dragon immediately raised their heads. They wanted to see exactly how powerful the mysterious Rocky was. A pitch-black finger mark appeared from the black vortex. On the surface of the finger mark, there were runes flashing. It emitted an ancient and powerful aura. The moment it appeared, the dome of heaven collapsed, turning pure black. Then, the finger mark, along with a large patch of black, pointed at Zichen below. The finger mark did not appear to be fast. However, in the blink of an eye, it was above Zichen's head. A violent aura completely emerged. The moment the finger mark appeared, Zichen felt a strong sense of danger. When he raised his head to look at the sky, he saw a pitch-black and terrifying finger mark above his head. Fragment. Seeing Zichen's change of expression, Rocky said with a smile. The crisis had already arrived. The current Zichen did not have time to think. He immediately took out the pitch-black fragment. At this moment, only the fragment of the shield could help him dodge this attack. However, Rocky, who had never made a move in front of others, suddenly made a move in front of everyone. Did he only make Zichen feel a sense of danger? Did he feel that Rocky was very powerful? Of course not. At the same time that Zichen took out his fragment, the other 3 heaven-defying cultivators besides Zichen also took out their own fragments. At the same time, a fragment appeared in Rocky's hand. In an instant, the fragment left his hand. Rocky stared at the floating fragment and began to form a hand seal. In the next instant, the fragment above him began to tremble. A powerful suction force was emitted from it. Whoosh! 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 Under this suction force, the other 4 fragments, including Zichen's fragment, all flew to the fragment above Rocky at their fastest speed. Chapter 2009. Zichen and the others had started fighting as soon as they arrived in this world. They didn't care if there were any other dangers in this world. It wasn't that they were careless. Even if Zichen was pressured and didn't have time to pay attention to his surroundings, Heilong and Pine and Yue would still try to sense if there was any danger here. After all, this was a place that they had reached through the Slaughtering Heaven Grotto. It was a place that even saints didn't dare to casually set foot in. In fact, they had already sent out their spiritual senses to sense their surroundings. However, they didn't sense any danger. Perhaps there would be danger in the depths, but in Yue's opinion, no matter how dangerous it was, it couldn't compare to getting rid of Zichen first. Even if they didn't get anything out of killing Zichen this time. The sound of energy explosions continued to ring out. The world was also constantly shaking. On the ground, many hills that weren't very tall were first flattened and then turned into deep pits by the energy explosions. The magma hidden underground spewed out from the ground. Fiery red energy soared into the sky and then exploded, turning into raindrops that fell down. At this moment, the world was filled with all kinds of energy. They were colorful, gorgeous, and beautiful. However, they were also filled with a thick sense of danger. In the depths of this world, there was a huge pit that looked like a plain. The plain was covered with dry fine sand. The 2 sides fighting directly caused the world to shake. In the midst of this shaking, the endless fine sand trembled. This powerful shaking passed through the fine sand and into the ground. Then, the area began to shake even more violently. This shaking was naturally caused and came from the ground. It had nothing to do with the aftermath of the battle. The fine sand was trembling like boiling water, and it began to roll over the plains. The tumbling became more and more violent, and the undulations became greater and greater. In the end, the ground seemed to collapse, and the fine sand began to sink. A scorching energy visible to the naked eye rose from the sunken fine sand, causing the temperature of the plain to rise rapidly. When this happened, the battle in the distance was at its fiercest, so no one noticed it. The fine sand continued to sink, and the plain became a deep pit. In the end, it became a deep valley. Streams of red magma flowed out from the ground. All the fine sand that came into contact with the magma instantly melted. It wasn't that the fine sand had sunk. Instead, it was the tremors that had caused the magma underground to surge up and melt the fine sand. Soon, the plain turned into a deep valley. In the deep valley, crimson lava flowed. Vaguely, one could see the flowing lava piecing together to form a huge face. At first, the face was not clear, but gradually, as the magma distorted, it started to change. The face completely protruded from the magma, becoming abnormally clear. "Who woke me up?" A low murmur seemed to come from the face. The voice was very soft, like rolling magma, but also like the sound of energy causing space to distort. It didn't sound real. The energy in the world was still vibrating. Wave after wave of powerful energy fluctuations spread out. These fluctuations reached the magma, causing it to tremble. "It's this energy that woke me up. What a weak fluctuation, it's not even enough to fill my stomach." Another voice sounded from the face. However, this voice was much clearer than before. The face seemed to be awakening. It rose higher and higher from the magma. Much of the magma flowed down. If one looked carefully, they would discover that as the face rose, it brought with it a large amount of magma. It was still connected to the magma. Whether it's weak or not, it's still food. The face rose again, but when it was 1,000 feet high, it seemed to be pulled by a great force. A painful expression appeared on its face. The magma continued to boil, as if there was a great force emerging from the magma, forcefully pulling at the face. Its facial features became more and more distorted, and the pain became more and more intense. Finally, it fell back into the magma and disappeared. Damn things, when this god gets out, I'll tear you to pieces. After a long time, the face reappeared from the magma. Its facial features began to distort, as if it was suffering great pain. After trying several times, it was unable to rush out of the magma. Fortunately, it chose to give up. After letting out a few unwilling roars, its face disappeared and the magma returned to normal. The change in the depths did not attract the attention of Zichen and the others. Even He Long and Peng, who did not participate in the battle, did not know. At this moment, their attention was focused on Yue, and their faces were filled with unimaginable shock. Because there were 5 fragments of the shield floating in front of Yue. Moreover, these fragments were slowly descending as Yue's hand seals moved. Finally, they arrived in front of Yue and were collected by Yue. The 5 fragments were all in Yue's hands. At this moment, the first thing that came to their minds was not that Yue was likely to obtain the complete shield, but that Zichen had lost the fragments. He would not be able to walk out of the slaughtering heaven cave unless he killed Yue. Zichen's escape route was completely blocked. However, this was not the end. In the sky, a finger seal descended. While Zichen had to fight the 3 heaven-defying cultivators, he also had to deal with Yue's attack. Previously, when he took out the fragments of the shield, he was confident that he could block this attack. However, the fragments of the shield had suddenly disappeared. This kind of change was far beyond Zichen's expectations. When faced with the descending finger seal, he was caught unprepared. However, he was Zichen. He had experienced countless battles. Even if he was caught unprepared, he would not panic. With his rich battle experience, Zichen was able to find a perfect solution in a short period of time. First, he used his extreme speed. With the combination of his lightning wings and footwork, Zichen's 9 lightning flashes had undoubtedly reached the limit of what Zichen could display. At this moment, even Zichen was able to display an extraordinary performance. A mysterious power spread out, forming a space of its own. In this space, other than Zichen's speed, which was infinitely increased, the speed of the others was infinitely suppressed. The 3 storms that surrounded him were suppressed to the extreme. They instantly slowed down, as if they were about to stop. In the sky, the descending finger imprint seemed to have paused for a moment after being suppressed by this speed. Zichen did not need much. Just this momentary pause was enough. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He threw out the heavenly blade in his hand. The dazzling heavenly blade soared into the sky and aimed at the finger seal. Seeing this, Yue smiled coldly. His attack was not something that a mere heavenly blade that could not attack on its own could block. Explode. Zichen did not expect the heavenly blade to be able to block the finger seal. When the heavenly blade left his body, he had already poured his spiritual thoughts into the blade. The moment the heavenly blade came into contact with the finger seal, he let out a low roar. The spiritual thoughts that he had poured into the heavenly blade rushed toward the soldier spirit within. Boom! Under the deliberate control of his terrifying spiritual thoughts, the soldier spirit within the heavenly blade exploded. Immediately after, the soldier spirit that was connected to the entire heavenly blade also exploded. All of this was somewhat complicated to describe. In fact, Zichen had forcibly self-destructed the heavenly blade that he had taken from the heaven-defying cultivator. When the heavenly blade exploded, it turned into a destructive energy that spread out in all directions. This was a weapon that a heaven-defying cultivator had spent his entire life refining. It could be considered a heaven-defying cultivator's greatest treasure. Yet, it was destroyed by Zichen in such a manner. However, the destructive power of the heavenly blade's self-destruction was unimaginable. This violent energy attacked indiscriminately. Not only would it attack the enemy, but it would also attack Zichen. Swoosh! Just as the sky blade exploded, Zichen instantly sped up and headed downwards. At that moment, the destructive energy was spreading in all directions. Relatively speaking, it was safer to head downwards. The energy of the heavenly blade that had exploded enveloped the finger seal. At the same time, it also swept in the storm formed by the other three heaven-defying cultivators. When Gao Wei saw that Zichen had actually used such a method to block the heaven-defying cultivator's attack, a look of astonishment appeared on his usually calm and confident face. He knew very well that Zichen's heavenly blade had come from a foreign heaven-defying cultivator. In fact, he could even accurately name that heaven-defying cultivator. This heaven-defying cultivator had spent his entire life refining this heaven-defying cultivator. Ever since Zichen had obtained it, he had been using it. This was not because Zichen was strong enough to tame the heaven-defying cultivator. Rather, it was because Zichen had refined the heaven-defying cultivator anew. After using the heaven-defying cultivator, Zichen had killed many heaven-defying cultivators. However, he had not switched to another heaven-defying cultivator's weapon. This was because a heaven-defying cultivator's weapon had to be refined with his own energy in order to unleash its greatest power. Rather than calling it a heaven-defying cultivator's weapon, it would be more accurate to say that it was Zichen's own weapon. It was already equivalent to Zichen's arm. It could be considered a part of Zichen's body. However, the meticulous Rocky had never imagined that Zichen would choose to detonate heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator. As a result, even if Zichen were to take out a new heaven-defying cultivator, he would not be able to unleash such great power. Thus, Rocky was very astonished. With the boost in speed, Zichen charged downward. He fell into a large crater that was spewing out lava. When he landed, his face turned pale. His internal organs churned and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Golden blood fell into the lava and was instantly submerged by it. Detonating heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator was like cutting off an arm. It caused considerable damage to his body. His mind was shaken. Furthermore, the uncontrollable destructive power that resulted from the detonation of heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator had also injured him. This was the price Zichen had to pay for Rocky's attack. He had lost a fragment, detonated heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator, and sustained injuries. Everything looked so bad. Fortunately, he managed to preserve his life. Golden light surged around him as he stepped on the gushing magma. He raised his head to look at the sky, where the destructive energy created by the sky blade had yet to dissipate. Chi Wei's fingerprints, as well as the three heaven-defying cultivators, were still inside. The destructive aura created by Skyblade's self-destruction was too terrifying. However, under normal circumstances, no one would choose to self-destruct a celestial weapon. That was because that would be equivalent to wasting their entire life's effort and losing half of their combat strength. For some people who pursued strength, this was even more unacceptable than death. Zichen's decisiveness caused the expressions of the dark rock and the black dragon to change greatly. Chapter 2010. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, at the destructive energy produced by the explosion of the heavenly blade. Even the calm Gao Wei was no longer calm. Zichen's way of attacking was completely out of his expectations. Moreover, such a powerful and terrifying attack could very well kill one of them. Once one of them died, it would be troublesome for them to fight Zichen in the future. Yan Wei didn't want anyone to die, but Zichen, who raised his head, hoped that one or two of them would die. That way, he might be able to kill Yan Wei. Bang! 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 Under the gazes of several people, 3 beams of light shot out from the destructive energy. The 3 of them were in a sorry state. The moment they appeared, they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, their bodies were covered with wounds, making them look sinister and terrifying. Looking at the 3 coughing up blood, Zichen's face was immediately filled with disappointment. No matter how serious their injuries were, they were still alive. As long as they were alive, they had the ability to fight. They were still troublesome. After the three of them rushed out, they continuously retreated. Their faces were filled with fear. Zichen's method of neutralizing the attack by cutting off one of his arms was completely out of their expectations. If it weren't for Yanwei's fingerprints, which had consumed more than half of the storm's energy, the three of them wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. Compared to the disappointed Zichen, Yanwei's slightly nervous expression relaxed again. He nodded in satisfaction. As long as the three of them were still alive, killing Zichen would be very easy. Zichen had already revealed all his trump cards. His strongest defense was gone, and the powerful heavenly blade had exploded. Now, the only thing he could rely on were the two heavenly Dao techniques that couldn't be used at the same time, the bow that could only shoot out one threatening arrow, and that little heavenly blade. Hei Long and Enping sighed in their hearts. Zichen's cutting off arm attack hadn't killed anyone. Now Zichen was in danger. Boom! At that moment, the cyan storm below completely exploded. Qing Feng stood where he was, his expression cold. Cyan wind circled around him, while Wu Xing was sent flying backwards. His defense had already been broken. A cyan wind circled around him, continuously cutting at his body. After retreating for a few hundred meters, he finally stopped. The strong wind around him also disappeared. His body looked like it was riddled with wounds, but they were all superficial wounds. As the five elements' energy circulated, his wounds were completely healed. Since Gao Yang was selecting a spot, he would naturally select the strongest. The battle strength of the five elements was much stronger than Gar, who had challenged Green Peak back then. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, Qing Feng retreated to Zichen's side. Although they had been fighting just now, he had still seen what had happened outside. He knew that after Yue attacked, Zichen had suffered a great loss, and his escape route had been completely cut off. Looking at Zichen beside him, Qing Feng noticed that Zichen's expression was still calm. His pale face was gradually turning red. It was obvious that the injuries he had suffered earlier were quickly recovering. Because heaven-defying cultivators possessed heaven-defying energy, their injuries recovered much faster than ordinary heaven-defying cultivators. Qing Feng wasn't worried about Zichen's injuries. What he was worried about was whether Zichen's battle strength had been greatly reduced due to the loss of Skyblade. Just as the worry appeared on his face, Qing Feng saw a faint smile appear on Zichen's face. He saw Zichen looking at Yue and saying, "As expected of the strongest and most mysterious heaven-defying cultivator. What a good plan." Five elements had already made his move. Naturally, he had made his stance clear. At this moment, he stood together with the other five, including Lei Dong. The six experts were fighting side by side. Yue looked at Zichen with a smug smile on his face. The battle situation he had simulated hundreds of times in his mind had finally started according to his plan. Based on those simulations, Zichen had no chance of survival. When he thought about how the greatest threat was about to die in his hands, Yue felt a little excited. It was difficult for him to regain his previous calmness. Hearing Zichen's words, he said smugly, "It's okay. Everything is as expected." "Of course, it's better than expected." Zichen looked at Yue in silence. Beside him, Qing Feng frowned slightly. He didn't feel any nervousness or depression from Zichen. He had suffered such a great loss, but he still looked calm. Or rather, he still looked confident. Although he didn't know where Zichen's confidence came from, and whether it was an act or not, Qing Feng felt that when he stood beside him, facing the six experts, he didn't feel so nervous. At the very least, he didn't have the urge to laugh. Yue continued, "You don't have the Skyblade, so your battle strength is greatly reduced. Now you can only rely on the short blade, extreme speed, extreme yin, and extreme yang. However, these methods are not enough to resolve the crisis you are in today. You don't have the fragment, so you have no way to retreat. Your extreme speed is limited to this space. Your extreme yin and extreme yang are limited to only one type, which is completely useless. As for the short blade, It can't pose a threat to us. Zichen, I have calculated everything for you. Today is the day you die. Hearing Yue-Wei's words, Zichen's calm expression fluctuated. He looked at Yue and said, How do you know I have extremine? Yue chuckled. Wei gently smiled and said, Is this a secret? I'm afraid you don't know. I've established an alliance, and many forces of the martial war continent have joined my alliance. In that alliance, there's a force called the Everlasting Sect. On the day the alliance was established, several existences of the Everlasting Sect told me everything about you. Oh, I forgot to mention it. What surprised me was that someone as vicious and merciless as you would have friends, as well as confidants. Seeing Yue smile, Zichen nodded and said gloomily, So that's how it is. It seems I'll have to make a trip to the Everlasting Sect when I return. Seeing the cold killing intent in Zichen's eyes, Yue said, You really are vicious and merciless. You won't even let off the sect that nurtured you. However, you no longer have a chance. This place will be your burial ground. Before you die, I feel like I have to remind you that before you die, you can do a good deed. Don't let Qing Feng die with you. Yue turned to Qing Feng and said, Your battle strength is extraordinary. I have high hopes for you. My target is only Zichen. There is no need for you to die with him. Qing Feng looked at Yue indifferently. Zichen turned to look at Qing Feng and said, What he said is somewhat reasonable. At this time, you can make a new choice. Hearing Yue's words, Qing Feng was expressionless. When he heard Zichen's words, he turned to look at Zichen with a trace of dissatisfaction. He directly said, I have to make a new choice. Zichen, I am Lord Qing Feng. I am destined to shake the entire martial continent. This time, I came out of seclusion with the purpose of punishing evil and protecting the weak. Now that you are in danger, how can I retreat? Qing Feng's words were righteous and generous. On the other side, He Long and Peng had a rare trace of shame on their faces. If the two of them had been more decisive, 4 against 6, they might have had a chance of winning. At this time, Qing Feng still insisted on not leaving. This made Zichen very surprised. Of course, he was also very touched. He looked at Qing Feng and said, I, Zichen, rarely admire others. However, at this time, I have to say that I admire your courage. You are welcome. Who asked me to be Lord Qing Feng? Hearing their words, Lei Dong looked at the two with an unhappy face and said coldly, The two of you are about to die. What are you waiting for? Qing Feng, look for the right opportunity. We will prepare to go deeper. A spiritual thought suddenly sounded in Qing Feng's sea of consciousness. Deeper. Qing Feng was startled, but he did not change his expression and asked, Are we not going to have a life-and-death battle? In this situation, do you think the two of us can win? The most important thing now is to find the shield and find a way to retreat. But you don't have the fragment. Can you find the shield? Previously, I had a feeling that the shield is in the depths. You can try to find it. The two of them did not change their expressions, but they were communicating with their spiritual thoughts. Looking at the two of them, Yue smiled faintly and said, Attack immediately. The two of them want to run. Although he could not hear the content of the two's voice transmission, Yue could already guess what they were going to do next. Boom! Powerful energy surged again. The expressions of the few of them became incomparably cold. Dense murderous intent once again engulfed the area. You go first. I will stop them. Qing Feng did not show any weakness. Green wind surged around his body, and he shouted at the same time, Silly. Let's go first. Zichen did not say anything and pulled Qing Feng away. At this time, fighting against 6 people alone was not courage, but pure foolishness. You can't escape. However, just as Zichen moved, Yue's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zichen. His speed was not slow either. Zichen's expression did not change in the face of Yue's obstruction. He believed that among the same level, no one could surpass him with speed, not even Yue. The heavenly thunder wings flapped at a high frequency behind him. Zichen displayed his extreme speed and instantly made a detour, rushing towards the depths. Without the fragment, you won't be able to find the shield at all. Yue smiled coldly, but he had already caught up. At the same time, Zichen also heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, a burst of energy appeared beside Zichen and exploded. Thunderclap ninth heaven! Lei Dong's loud shout rang out again. In the sky, a vortex appeared, and lightning flashed. However, this time, before the lightning could descend from the vortex, a golden feather pierced through the air and hit the vortex. Boom! In the vortex, the lightning began to rage, and then it exploded with a loud bang. Lei Dong coughed out blood, his face pale. His attack was actually broken by the arrow of the clone. However, the clone had also completed its final mission. It disappeared into thin air, and the divine dragon bow floated in the air. Get the bow first. Chapter 2011. It was a good idea to snatch the divine dragon bow, but it would be extremely difficult for Lei Dong to carry it out. Zichen had learned how to create clones at a very early age, and had helped Zichen avert danger many times. Zichen was very familiar with clones, and naturally knew when they would dissipate. It could be said that when the clone shot the arrow, Zichen was already halfway there. When Lei Dong was about to snatch Zichen's divine dragon bow, Zichen was already very close to it. Following that, a light flashed, and the divine dragon bow flew towards Zichen. At this moment, facing the encirclement of so many experts, using the divine dragon bow alone was meaningless. Zichen put away the divine dragon bow that had just fallen into his hands, and the two of them began to run again. Boom! Boom! Attack after attack had already landed, and then exploded in the air, creating a terrifying energy fluctuation. Within the fluctuation, Zichen dodged left and right with Qi Feng, looking like a fallen leaf in a storm. You can't escape. Lei Dong was a little depressed that he did not manage to snatch the divine dragon bow. At this moment, seeing Zichen's miserable appearance, he sneered and once again used the thunderclap ninth heaven. This technique was not Lei Dong's strongest technique, but at this moment, it was undoubtedly the most useful technique, because many lightning bolts could fall under his control. Even if they could not hurt Zichen at all, they could still block Zichen's escape route. A large amount of energy light surged above Ericman's head. As the light soared into the sky, it transformed into dozens of blood tigers. These blood tigers were much smaller than the previous ones, and their strength was also a little weaker. However, they had the advantage in numbers. After these blood tigers appeared, Ali Man cut off the connection between the two sides, allowing the blood tigers to charge forward, and then explode in the process. The other two heaven-defying sovereigns did not show any signs of weakness, and one after another powerful attack after another was displayed. Chi! Sword lights emitting the light of the five elements broke through the void and slashed towards Zichen. The void was cut open, and deep sword scars appeared on the ground. Magma gushed out from the sword scars. Faced with the combined attacks of the five, the advancing Zichen felt quite a bit of pressure. The energy around him continued to ripple, while his and Qingfeng's defensive light barrier continued to distort as it was constantly being consumed. If it was a one-on-one fight, Zichen and Blue Peak would not be afraid of anyone. However, with 5 people working together in Gao Wei's solemn vow, it would be very difficult for the two of them to fight. Moving through the violent energy, Qingfeng's body would occasionally produce a hurricane. This hurricane would spread out in all directions, and under the omnipresent wind, some of the violent energy would be consumed. However, there was too much energy in the surroundings, and Qingfeng's consumption was limited. Gradually, he was unable to resist. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If we can't hold on any longer, then we will be exhausted to death. Brute force is not a solution." Zichen's voice sounded, still calm and collected. "But—" Before Qingfeng could finish his words, bolts of lightning fell from the sky. The ancient power of lightning swept across the world, and the rumbling sound of thunder covered all other sounds in the world. Buzz! Around Zichen, the space was distorted, and the speed of the space was affected. The moment the lightning exploded, Zichen accelerated, passing through the many bolts of lightning. Zichen, who had traveled through time, was pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Gao Wei hasn't made a move yet, and Zichen is already having a hard time dodging. I'm afraid he won't be able to win. Dark Rock looked at the battle ahead and said in a deep voice. Looking ahead, Black Dragon did not speak. Boom. Suddenly the world trembled. Gao Wei made a move. This was the second time he had made a move. The first time, it was a finger imprint. This time, it was a palm imprint. A pitch-black palm descended from the sky. The might of the palm was extremely strong and ferocious. The timing was also very good. It was precisely when Zichen was exhausted. Previously, under Gao Wei's finger attack, Zichen threw away the fragment and self-destructed the sky blade. This time, Gao Wei made a move again, and the power was stronger than before. Zichen did not know how to block it. You can't block it. Gao Wei looked at Zichen in front of him and said confidently. You can't block it. In his plan, Zichen could not block this attack at all. He could only use his body to take it. Gao Wei's guess was right. Facing such a terrifying attack and the attacks that kept coming from all directions, Zichen could not think of a way to break it. He could only push his speed to the limit, and then forcibly cover Qing Feng with the defensive light shield around him. This way, Qing Feng would have 2 layers of defense. Boom. When the palm attack fell, there was a pause in the speed. This pause was almost invisible to the naked eye. Zichen took advantage of this pause to speed up. He dodged the center of the palm attack, which was the most terrifying energy attack. However, he was brushed by the edge of the palm attack. As the palm attack exploded, the violent energy swept Zichen and Qing Feng inside. Bang! Bang! But in the blink of an eye, the two of them rushed out. However, at this time, the light shield was no longer on them. As soon as they appeared, Zichen coughed up blood. Qing Feng had 2 layers of defense, so his situation was better than Zichen's. Seeing Zichen coughing up blood, Gao Wei smiled faintly and said, "Let's see how many times you can last." After that, he slowly chased after them. He was not in a hurry to kill Zichen, because if he did, Zichen might go crazy and take 1 or 2 people down with him. Gao Wei still had to go deeper, and he might encounter some kind of danger. He did not want to lose anything. If he slowly dragged it out like this, he would be able to exhaust Zichen to death. Although it might take a long time, it was the safest way. There would not be any losses, and they could continue to explore deeper. Let's fight. Qing Feng looked at Zichen and said as he rushed forward again. In a short period of time, he had consumed a lot of energy. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. No. Zichen shook his head, his voice firm. Instead of being exhausted to death, why not have a good fight? Even if I die, it will be a worthy death. Qing Feng still persisted. At this moment, he was not afraid of death. However, he could not accept being exhausted to death in such a sullen manner. Wait a little longer. Hearing Zichen's words, Qing Feng was speechless. He was already injured. What was there to wait for? In addition to the sound of energy explosions, there was also the complacent laughter of Lei Dong and the others. Zichen, aren't you very strong? Why are you like a stray dog now? Haha, Zichen, you're just like a rat trying to squeeze through every crack you see. You're so ugly. Between heaven and earth, there were continuous sounds of ridicule. Zichen did not care about the ridicule. He only knew how to charge forward. However, Qing Feng could not stand it. It was his first time coming out of the mountain, and he wanted to have a big fight. Running away made him feel sullen. Now that he was being ridiculed like this, he was naturally unhappy. What do you know? Master Qing Feng is just too lazy to care about you. Lei Dong, I can see that you have a pure lightning physique. However, what does that prove? You colluded with the foreign races. Such a physique would be better given to a dog or a pig than to you. Qing Feng's counterattack was very sharp. He directly questioned Lei Dong's character. If you have the ability, stop talking. Lei Dong no longer ridiculed and said coldly. Qing Feng's words infuriated him. What kind of status does Master Qing Feng have? How can he compete with someone like you? Back then, in order to fight against the foreign races, the Thunder Clan was almost destroyed. The ancestors of the Thunder Clan were so brave. Looking at you now, I really wonder if the heavens are blind to give such a rare and powerful physique to cowards like you. Without a doubt, Qing Feng's words dragged the 5 elements into it. These physiques were extremely rare in the world. They were true experts who could fight against heaven-defying experts one-on-one. When the foreign races invaded back then, it was these powerful existences who resisted the foreign race's powerful battle force. But today, everything was different from the past. You're courting death. Lei Dong roared and displayed a powerful attack. However, it could not do anything to the two who did not slow down. Boom! Seeing the opportunity, Qing Feng attacked again. It was the same palm print as before, and Zichen still had nowhere to hide. Putting up another layer of defense for Qing Feng, Zichen began to rush forward. Then, he coughed out blood and rushed out of the violent energy. Haha, seems like you two rats only know how to talk. You don't have any other tricks. Lei Dong laughed proudly. Qing Feng, aren't you very noble? Don't you want to be spectacular? Why are you like a rat now? If your name spreads out, you won't be called Master Qing Feng, but Qing Feng Rat. The two of them were mocking each other with words. The more they talked, the angrier they were. Qing Feng, who had just made his debut, was obviously not as patient as Lei Dong. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Zichen, you go first. I'll block them. Qing Feng gritted his teeth and said coldly, Are you crazy? There are 6 of them. How are you going to block them? Even if I can't block them, I'll die a worthy death. It's better than running until I die. After saying that, energy surged around Qing Feng's body. He forcefully broke free from Zichen's arm. At the same time, he shouted at Zichen, You go first. In the instant that Qing Feng stopped, numerous attacks whistled through the air and arrived before Qing Feng. Wind shield. With a loud shout, Qing Feng clasped his hands together. A green light flashed in front of him. A light shield with strange runes appeared around Qing Feng's body. After the light shield appeared, it instantly expanded and blocked half of the sky. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the light barrier, causing a series of rumbling explosions to ring out. The light barrier that Qing Feng had raised was constantly shrinking in size as it withstood the impact of these attacks. At the same time, Qing Feng's body began to retreat. There were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. It's useless. You can't block them. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lei Dong laughed proudly again. Qing Feng gritted his teeth and did not say anything. He allowed the blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. The light shield that he held up began to distort violently. Some cracks appeared on it. The attacks that landed on the light shield became stronger and stronger. The cracks spread and expanded. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. The light shield exploded. Many attacks hit Qing Feng's body. His body flew backward in an instant, drawing a line of blood in the air. This attack injured him quite badly. If I die, then I die. Even if I die, I can't be humiliated. At this moment, Qing Feng's body was completely out of control. He believed that in the short time that he was flying backward, it was enough for Lei Dong and the others to rush forward and tear him apart. Death might be near in the next moment, but he was surprisingly calm. He suddenly recalled the old man and cursed. Damn old man. Thanks for your auspicious words. I'm really going to die. Suddenly, Qing Feng felt as if he was being held back by a force. Following that, this gentle force filled his entire body, blocking out the other forces around his body. Qing Feng was stunned. He turned around and saw Zichen. Chapter 2012. Qing Feng forced himself to stop mid-flight. The other energies that were entangling him were instantly expelled. Qing Feng turned around and saw Zichen. He first noticed Zichen's eyes. His gaze was calm. Although there was blood at the corner of his mouth, his back was straight, as if there was nothing in the world. A powerful aura emanated from Zichen's body, which could bend him. When Qing Feng turned around and saw Zichen, it was as if he saw a whole new world. "Didn't I tell you to leave?" Zichen's confident expression and powerful aura made Qing Feng swallow back the words he was about to ask. But soon, his pupils shrank. He realized that there was not only one Zichen, but 4 Zichens. 2 of the Zichens looked exactly the same. Their expressions were calm and confident. Among the other 2, one of them was emitting a blazing energy light. That energy was flashing with golden light and was very violent. The other one was flashing with a bright silver light. His aura was very cold, but it also carried a violent aura. "Why are there 4 of them?" Qing Feng was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded. The auras of the 4 Zichens were so powerful, especially the gold and silver ones. Their energy was very pure, as if they were made of pure lightning. Just as Qing Feng was wondering which one was the real Zichen, one of the Zichens smiled at him and said, "You're right. Sometimes we should be hot-blooded. What's the point of blindly enduring? We should be more vigorous and decisive, even if it means death." After saying that, Zichen, who was behind Qing Feng, threw Qing Feng behind him. The 2 of them were about the same height, but Qing Feng, who was standing behind Zichen, looked at the Zichens in front of him again. It was as if he was looking at 4 pillars that supported the sky. Their heads held up the sky and their feet stepped on the ground. They were giants of heaven and earth, and also the rulers of heaven and earth. Then, he saw the 4 Zichens' bodies become resplendent. Of the 4 Zichens, 2 were emitting a resplendent golden light, and 2 were emitting a resplendent silver light. Then, 2 of the Zichens began to form seals with their hands. The seals seemed to be similar. They were very simple, but very profound. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Just as Qing Feng was sent flying, Zichen decided to go back on his word. He didn't want to wait for an opportunity, and he didn't want to catch them all in one fell swoop. He turned around and used his strongest doppelganger technique. 2 yin and yang doppelgangers and a golden body. When Lei Dong and the others saw Zichen running away and Qing Feng flying backwards, their faces lit up with joy as they instantly rushed over. Then, they saw Zichen, 4 Zichens. Seeing the 4 Zichens' appearance, everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with astonishment. "It's extreme yin and extreme yang." Huawei's expression changed first. His understanding of Zichen was even greater than Lei Dong's understanding of Zichen. When he saw this, he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. His expression changed slightly, and he retreated without hesitation. At the same time, he waved his hand forward, and a black light flew out. "Damn it, don't tell me they all know heavenly Tao techniques!" Lei Dong's reaction was slightly slower than Huawei's. When he saw the 4 Zichen's auras, he felt that something was wrong and subconsciously stopped. Next was Wu Xing. His reaction was the 3rd fastest because he was very afraid of Zichen. However, his reaction was still relatively late, because the 4 Zichens started to form seals at the same time. When he wanted to retreat, the 4 Zichens' seals were nearing the end. Then, the 4 Zichens stared coldly in front of them. Looking at the 4 balls with runes on them, 2 gold and 2 silver, Wu Xing was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He ran wildly to the back. "Too late!" A cold voice came from Zichen's real body. Even Wu Xing was too late to run, let alone Eric and the other 3 heaven-defying experts. They had always thought that Zichen was using doppelgangers to fool them, but who would have thought that Zichen's doppelgangers all knew heavenly Tao techniques? The only difference was that after the 4 Zichens used heavenly Tao techniques, 2 of the doppelgangers disappeared into thin air. Clearly, they had used up all their energy. The remaining 2 Zichens were still there. One was his real body, and the other was a golden body. 1 gold, 1 silver. Their expressions were cold as they controlled the 4 balls of runes and flew forward. This kind of heavenly Tao technique had extraordinary speed, and now that Zichen was using all his strength, its speed seemed to be even faster. Boom! The sphere formed by the four heavens path divine arts exploded in the midst of its charge, but it only released a resounding boom. Following which, golden and silver lightning burst forth, forming an indescribable aura of destruction that began to spread in all directions. Eric and the other two were the first to bear the brunt of the energy. They were immediately enveloped by the energy. Wu Xing, who was running away, also couldn't avoid the energy. Lei Dong and Ji Wei were the last to be affected. Even Black Dragon and Dark Rock, who were far away, were affected by the energy. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated in an instant. Two extreme yang and two extreme yin. The four heavenly Tao techniques exploded in an instant. There was no other sound in this world except for the endless sound of thunder. The originally hot magma aura also turned into two extreme yin and yang auras. One moment it was hot, the other it was cold. There were only two colors left in the world. One was gold, and the other was silver. Qing Feng, who had already made up his mind to die, stared ahead with his round eyes. Because of his shock, his mouth was so wide open that an apple could be placed in it. He saw the four Zichen turn into two. He saw the change in the world, and saw the energy fluctuation that seemed to be able to burn everything. He was very surprised, very shocked, and even somewhat horrified. While his expression was changing, he was also feeling a little displeased and grumbling. You Zichen clearly had such a powerful technique. Why didn't you use it earlier? Why did you have to be chased like a dog? If I didn't insist on blocking these people, you probably wouldn't have used it. With such a powerful technique, you didn't have to do anything. Could it be that you had to wait until your death to use it? You had to use it right before your death. The four heavenly Tao techniques exploded at the same time. The destructive energy was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that Qing Feng's imagination began to run wild. In the world, the golden and silver light flickered. Qing Feng's expression was also constantly changing. He was very puzzled. He couldn't understand why Zichen didn't use it earlier. If that was the case, his fragment wouldn't have been lost. But in the next moment, the shocked Qing Feng saw a third color in the violent golden and silver light. It was a black light. This black light rushed out from the golden and silver light and took on the form of Yao Wei. Qing Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yao Wei to survive such an attack. He didn't even look embarrassed. There was only a look of shock on his face after his miscalculation. Then, a second light appeared. It was the light of thunder. It instantly turned into Lei Dong's appearance. His clothes were torn, and there were wounds on his body. The four heavenly thunder wings on his back also dimmed a little. He was also alive. How was this possible? Qing Feng couldn't accept that Zichen, with such a powerful technique, couldn't kill Lei Dong. But soon, the shock on Qing Feng's face became more intense. This was because another light of the five elements rushed out. The owner of the light of the five elements was naturally Yao Wei. Even Yao Wei didn't die. Although Qing Feng didn't personally experience how powerful Zichen's attack was, he was very clear about it. With such a method, it wouldn't be a problem to kill these people when they least expected it. But in the next moment, a scene that made Qing Feng almost stunned appeared. Airman also rushed out from the explosion. However, after he came out, he began to cough up blood. There were still remnants of the golden and silver lightning energy on his wounds. The stunned Qing Feng was petrified in the next moment. This was because the last two heaven-defying experts also rushed out. Their injuries were more serious, and they seemed to be on the verge of death. However, they were still alive. As long as they were alive, their injuries would quickly recover and they would soon be able to fight again. The shocked and confused Qing Feng soon understood why these people were still alive. It was because other than Ji Wei, the five of them were all holding a fragment of the shield in their hands. Qing Feng finally understood why the six of them were able to survive. Ji Wei was the furthest away, and he was also very strong. The energy couldn't hurt him at all. As for the other five, they were able to survive by relying on their shields. Under such circumstances, only shields could save their lives. Seeing that the 5 of them were still alive, Qing Feng, who couldn't understand Zichen's actions, had a face full of regret. At this moment, if he still didn't understand Zichen's intention, he would be a real fool. Zichen wasn't waiting for death to use this move. He kept running, even if he was injured. He wasn't really running, but he was waiting for the right time. He was waiting for the right time, waiting for the 6 of them to be careless. Then, he would use this move to kill them. This was also why Zichen was still indifferent when he heard Lei Dong's mocking words. His expression was still cold, and it could even be said that he was still calm. He didn't listen to Zichen's advice and forced himself to stop. Obviously, Zichen didn't want to see him die, so he decisively chose to attack. But in the end, Ji Wei, who was retreating, threw out the 5 fragments when he sensed that something was wrong. Just like that, the 5 of them were saved. And Zichen's most powerful trump card lost its sure kill result just like that. Now, the 6 of them were still alive, and Zichen had no more trump cards. Qing Feng, who was full of regret, blamed himself. He blamed himself for being so impulsive and losing his composure. At this moment, he saw Zichen move. His target was the heavily injured heaven-defying challenger in front of him. Zichen was going to snatch the fragments. This was Qing Feng's first thought. As long as Zichen got the fragments, at least there would be a way out. Buzz! The light trembled, and the energy flowed. The 5 fragments turned into streamers and flew toward Ji Wei. The fragments weren't flying fast. With Zichen's extreme speed, he should be able to snatch them. But Zichen, who was rushing forward, suddenly disappeared into thin air. Chapter 2013. No matter what kind of situation one was in, one should always leave a way out for oneself. With a way out, one might not necessarily have a chance to survive, but it would give one hope. With hope, one would insist on surviving and pursue that chance of survival. Seeing Zichen rush forward, Yanwei did not hesitate to take the fragment. In the process of taking the fragment, he deliberately slowed down the speed of the fragment to give Zichen a chance to get the fragment. In Yanwei's opinion, with his deliberate calculation, Zichen would definitely get the fragment first to give Zichen a way out. However, he guessed wrong. Zichen had no intention of snatching the fragment at all, because his ultimate goal was to kill everyone, not to find a way out for himself. Once everyone was dead, he would naturally have a way out. Since there was a way out, why would he need a way out? Therefore, the Zichen who rushed forward was only a clone, and also a cover. The real Zichen did not move. Just as the fragment left the 5 of them, he said, "Thunderous blade manipulation." Then, the blade spirit appeared. The small blade turned into a blurry light, and rushed toward the most seriously injured heaven-defying cultivator in front. The heaven-defying cultivator had just escaped death, and before he could recover, a life-and-death crisis struck again. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately took out his heavenly weapon to block. Poof! The blurry light passed through the heaven-defying cultivator's consciousness without any resistance. The heaven-defying cultivator's reaction was very fast, but he was still seriously injured after all, so he was still a little slower. The blade spirit passed through the heaven-defying cultivator's mind, and at the same time, released a destructive energy. This energy contained the power of the heavenly fire, which instantly scattered the heaven-defying cultivator's soul, and then burned it completely. At the same time, the blade spirit did not slow down, and rushed toward the second heaven-defying cultivator, who was still seriously injured. However, the heaven-defying cultivator was obviously prepared, and he took out his heaven-defying cultivator to block in front of him. Clang! The blade spirit was blocked by the heaven-defying cultivator, but the powerful force shook the heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator out of his hand, and then the blade spirit moved forward again. The heaven-defying being's face was filled with despair. At this moment, he no longer had any means to block the saber spirit's attack. Just as the second against the Sky Destroyer was about to be killed by the knife spirit, a black light suddenly appeared and stopped the knife spirit. There was a clanging sound, and the knife spirit brushed past the against the Sky Destroyer's cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his face. The saber spirit, who had been sent flying, returned to Zichen's side and disappeared. A hint of disappointment appeared on Zichen's indifferent expression. If Yan Wei's reaction was any slower, he would only have 4 enemies left. The black light that had been knocked away by the knife spirit was a fragment. It flew back into Yewei's hand. Through some unknown means, Yewei was able to easily control the fragment. For the first time, a gloomy expression appeared on Wang Wei's calm face. Clearly, he knew that one of the 6 had already died. And this time, Zichen's methods had once again exceeded his expectations. In the sky, the heaven-defying being's corpse fell from the sky into the surging magma and was instantly submerged. The corpse of a heaven-defying being was of very good material. However, at this moment, when one's life was in danger, who would care about those materials? Hei Long and Peng's faces were filled with shock. They had not expected that Zichen would be able to counterattack in such a situation. What was even more shocking was that he could actually turn the situation around and kill one of them. The other 4 immediately retreated and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yan Wei. There was also a hint of fear in their shocked expressions. Zichen looked at Yan Wei indifferently as a powerful aura surged from his body. Since he had already revealed his trump cards, he naturally would not give them any time to breathe. He looked at the 5 people in front of him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, he rushed forward. As he rushed forward, his body shone with golden light, and his extreme speed caused the space to distort violently. He wanted to fight against the 5 of them by himself. Courting death. When the pale-faced Lei Dong saw Zichen rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth and snorted. His eyes were filled with endless coldness. Around Yan Wei, his aura began to surge. It was a pure and dark energy. When this energy appeared, it exploded with a terrifying power. Obviously, the mysterious Yan Wei had no choice but to show his skills in front of Zichen. Come! He looked coldly at Zichen. His aura continued to surge, becoming more and more terrifying. Thunder Saber Manipulation. With a cold shout, the saber spirit appeared beside Zichen again and rushed forward. This time, the saber spirit's target was no longer the heavily injured heaven-defying being, but Yan Wei himself. Insignificant skill. Light flashed in Yan Wei's eyes as he accurately captured the saber spirit's path. A disdainful sneer appeared on his face. At the same time, Lei Dong and the others were also preparing powerful attacks. They were waiting for Zichen to rush forward so that they could bombard Zichen with all their powerful attacks. Then, they would completely destroy Zichen. Zichen, who was rushing forward, increased his speed. He did not prepare any powerful attacks. Just as he was about to reach the group, he took out a cauldron. It was a simple and unadorned small cauldron. There were some ancient beasts carved on it, giving it an ancient and vast feeling. The 5 elements and the others recognized that cauldron. It was the universal origin cauldron, a supreme treasure that could refine heavenly realms. However, this supreme treasure was only useful for ordinary heavenly realms. It was not very useful for heaven-defying beings. This was because it was very easy for heaven-defying beings to kill ordinary heavenly realms. Why would they need the cauldron to refine them? They did not understand why Zichen would take out such a cauldron at this moment. Could it be that he wanted to suck everyone in? If that was the case, they would indeed die. However, they were not fools. How could they be sucked in by the universal origin cauldron? The cauldron shook, and the lid flew out. Just as everyone was sure that Zichen wanted to suck them in, they felt that the cauldron did not emit a suction force. Instead, it emitted a strong wind. Along with the strong wind, boundless flames appeared. Everyone looked at the flames in astonishment. They did not understand why Zichen would make such flames. Did he think that the temperature here was not high enough? Or did he think that the flames could kill them? Those were not heavenly flames. Furthermore, those flames. No, those were heavenly flames. Flames from beyond the heavens. Everyone, including Yang Wei, had a drastic change in expression when they sensed that those flames were heavenly flames. Fear appeared on their faces. The cauldron rose into the air and opened its lid. Heavenly flames poured out from within like boiling seawater. In an instant, the flames spread and enveloped the 5 people. Looking at the 5 people shrouded in heavenly flames, Zechen sneered. Since I've shown my trump card, I naturally have to show it all. There's no point in hiding it all the time. As his sneer fell, another Zechen appeared not far from Zechen. He pulled the bowstring in his hand. The dragon god's arrow naturally appeared on the bowstring. At this moment, the clone could not see through the heavenly flames. However, it did not need to see through the heavenly flames because the dragon god's arrow was targeting their lives. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out. It went straight for the heaven-defying cultivator who was the most severely injured in the heavenly flames. Boom! Energy raged, heavenly flames raged, and the heavens and earth shook. Just as the arrow pierced through the air, Zechen waved his hand and withdrew the cauldron. Although there were still a lot of foreign flames inside, they could not be wasted so easily. Moreover, the heavenly realm experts present were all alive, not dead. These heavenly flames could only intimidate them, but could not be used as a means to kill them. Therefore, at this time, it was better to have as many of them as possible. In the raging heavenly flames, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Then, the sword's spirit flew out. Obviously, it did not cause any harm to Yanwei. The heavenly flames had no source. They were just a ball of flames. After a moment of rage, they quickly dissipated. The people in the middle appeared, and one by one they retreated. Apart from Yanwei, there were still flames on Lei Dong and the other 3. The flames seemed to have ignited their clothes and ignited the energy in their bodies. They were in a panic, trying to extinguish the flames. Yanwei looked at Zechen in front of him, and his face became gloomier. The heavenly flames were, of course, a trump card. He had miscalculated again. And the price of this miscalculation was not small. Guanqiu, what are you still standing there for? Come back quickly. After finally extinguishing the heavenly flames on his body, Lei Dong ignored his body, which was still smoking, and shouted at the heaven-defying cultivator in front of him who did not move. Bang! As Lei Dong's shout fell, Guanqiu, who was standing in the air, fell straight into the magma below. Even the heavenly soldiers followed. Seeing this, Lei Dong was stunned at first. Then, his face became gloomy. Obviously, another person had died. And this time, Zichen's opponents were really only 4 people left. Among them, Alaman's injuries were the most serious. Once Zechen seized the opportunity, he would definitely kill him in one blow. Subconsciously, he glanced at Aliman. The latter obviously had the same worry in his heart. He leaned toward Yanwei with a slight fear. Another person killed. Black Dragon and Enping were completely stunned. Zichen's methods were endless. Qing Feng, who was also very shocked, was undoubtedly more regretful at this moment. If he had grasped the right opportunity, there might only be one Yanwei standing in front of Zechen, and it might even be an injured Yanwei. But now, there were still 4 people standing in front of him. As if sensing the change in Qing Feng's emotions behind him, Zichen's voice sounded. Don't blame yourself. This is how a battle should be. It should be spectacular. Hearing Zichen's comforting words, Qing Feng's expression became slightly better. He took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Zechen. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, he said firmly, I can deal with 2. Zechen shook his head and said, No, 4 people is just right. 4 people to deal with. 4 people. Chapter 2014. In the middle of a battlefield, no one could be truly neutral. Black Dragon and Enping did not express their stance earlier, but that did not mean that they would not do so now. Qing Feng looked at the 2 people who were gradually approaching in surprise. He wondered if they were going to join in now. It had to be said that if the 2 of them joined in, Zichen's side would undoubtedly have the highest chance of winning in a 4 versus 4 situation. Before Zechen could ask about their attitudes, Wag Wei took a step forward. He looked at Zechen and said indifferently, Why do you need to go through so much trouble? Since the battle has already begun, let's decide who lives and dies between us. Yan Wei took the initiative to challenge and did not give Zichen a chance to ask questions. He also did not give Black Dragon and Enpeng a chance to choose. If they did not choose, they would still be neutral and would still have a reason to not fight. However, once they made a choice, they would naturally fight to the death. Zichen, of course, knew what Yan Wei was planning and frowned slightly. Die! The indifferent voice turned into a cold shout. Yan Wei's body was surrounded by a black light of energy. He did not give Zichen a chance to continue asking questions and directly rushed towards Zichen. Yan Wei's speed was very fast. In an instant, his speed was not inferior to Zichen's extreme speed. Of course, this did not mean that Yan Wei's extreme speed footwork was better than Zichen's. It was just that his understanding of his own extreme speed had reached the limit. Buzz! Since the battle had already started, there was no point in hiding his previous trump cards. In another direction, Zichen summoned his golden body and locked on to Yan Wei's life force and released an arrow. The void shook as the arrow broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. Yan Wei felt that he was locked on too, but his expression was still as usual. In the next moment, a strange long spear appeared in his hand. It was strange because it was not straight like a normal long spear. Instead, it was curved. The body of the spear glowed with a dark light. At the tip of the spear, there were two red lights. At first glance, it looked like Yan Wei was holding a curved black snake in his hand. The black spear swept past. At the tip of the spear, the two red lights became brighter and brighter, as if they had materialized. The void was shattered by the spear. The tip of the spear broke through the void and blocked the arrow. Clang! The arrow feathers collided with the spear tip, and sparks flew everywhere. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the arrow feathers were directly sent flying. However, the powerful force contained in the arrow feather caused Shaky's body to sway slightly. It was just a slight shake, which slightly affected its speed, and it continued to move forward. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. Zichen's bow and arrows had killed countless heaven-defying experts. During this period of time, not many heaven-defying experts were able to block this attack. Almost all of them were sent flying by the powerful arrows. Some of them were even shaken out of their hands. However, Wag Wei's body only swayed slightly as he blocked Zichen's powerful attack. This kind of strength was truly shocking. Thunderblade manipulation. Looking at Yao Wei charging forward again, Zichen's eyes turned cold. The saber spirit appeared in front of him, emitting 3 colors of thunder, fire, and star. Under the urging of the perfect spiritual thoughts, the saber spirit trembled slightly. After circling around Zichen, it shot straight ahead. Wherever the saber spirit passed, the void was split open. However, what appeared was not a black line, but a tricolored line. The saber spirit was like a tricolored light, directly extending out. Zichen's attack could be seen with the naked eye. Its speed was not as fast as before, but its power was much more powerful. Charging forward, Yao Wei's expression became slightly solemn. The black spear in his hand shone brighter and brighter. Under the urging of all his strength, the spear let out a hiss. This hiss caused the world to tremble, and it passed into the sea of consciousness with layers of ripples. This was not a deliberate attack by Yao Wei, but the invisible power of the black spear. Because of this, the expressions of those who sensed the fluctuations of the soul changed again. The tip of the spear rotated and also stabbed forward. Like a bolt of black lightning, it came into contact with the tricolored light. Boom! The two energies were in a stalemate and began to corrode each other. Finally, there was a loud explosion. A mixed energy ripple filled with 4 colors of light spread out in all directions. In the shock of the ripple, Yao Wei's charging figure was stopped. He looked up at Zichen, and his face did not look good. He seemed to be dissatisfied that he had broken Zichen's 2 trump cards with just 2 spears. Demon soldering finger. He stood with his spear and did not continue to move forward. Instead, he pointed at Zichen from a distance. With a simple point, it was a heavenly path technique that made people's hearts palpitate. Above the sky, the void broke open, and a pitch-black fingerprint fell from the sky. On the surface of the fingerprint, black runes kept flashing. Previously, it was this attack that forced Zichen to throw away the fragment and self-destruct Skyblade. Seeing this attack again, Zichen did not care at all. A golden light appeared beside him. The golden light landed and turned into Zichen. His hands began to form seals. Golden light Zichen allowed the terrifying pressure to sweep across the sky, but he remained unmoved. Finally, the seal was formed. The golden light Zichen dissipated. The extreme yang energy directly flew to the sky and exploded when it got close to the fingerprint. Boom! Between heaven and earth, there was another explosion. The violent golden energy completely swallowed up the pitch-black fingerprint. As the two energies clashed in the sky, a series of tremors followed. The terrifying aura kept shaking heaven and earth. Even the world was trembling. Finally, the violent energy dissipated. The fingerprint and extreme yang energy dissipated. Palm strike! Yahweh shouted and raised his hand to strike again. Above the sky, where the energy dissipated, the void kept twisting. A pitch-black palm print appeared. After the palm print appeared, the bright world turned pitch black. Rolling black clouds surrounded the palm print. The world seemed to have ushered in the night. In this dark night, one could not even see their own fingers. A terrifying pressure filled the world. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the world. It was a golden figure. After the figure appeared, a cold and violent aura flowed from his body. Extreme! Zichen used another heavenly path technique and rushed toward the palm print in the sky. In this pitch-black night, the golden light streaked across the sky and landed on the palm print before exploding. Black and gold collided in the sky. Terrifying energy kept surging. Virum. In the collision of energy, the sound of bowstrings vibrating could be heard. The roar of a dragon resounded through heaven and earth. The arrows that pierced through the sky turned into arrows and dragons. At the same time, the tricolored light formed by the saber spirit kept appearing. In this collision, Yahweh's figure rushed forward. His spear kept shaking, knocking away the arrows and the saber spirit. He had already determined that Zichen's combat strength was greatly reduced without the sky blade. He wanted to come in front of Zichen and engage in close combat with Zichen. The current Zichen did not have any heaven-grade weapons. However, it was not accurate to say that he did not have any heaven-grade weapons. Because Zichen still had a lot of heaven-grade weapons. There were dozens of them. With a flip of his hand, Zichen looked at the approaching Yahweh. A sky blade appeared in his hand. He had already forgotten whose weapon it was. However, he knew that the other party had comprehended at least 50 types of laws and was killed by his dragon god arrow. With the sky blade in hand, Zichen poured the heaven-defying energy in his body into the blade. At this moment, he did not need to borrow the power of the sky blade. He only needed to use his own heaven-defying energy. When Yahweh arrived in front of Zichen, the violent energy above his head dissipated. The world returned to normal. In the eyes of everyone, it was as if a black snake had arrived in front of Zichen. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 poisonous fangs, and bit down on Zichen. Clang! With a flash of golden light, the sky blade blocked the attack. The huge energy caused the world to tremble. The surrounding space began to distort crazily. Yahweh withdrew his spear. The spear gathered power and stabbed forward again. This time, the power contained in the attack was even more terrifying. The void was instantly pierced and a black hole spread out. The tip of the spear was at the center of the black hole. It was aimed at Zichen's heart. Humph! With a cold snort, Zichen slashed forward with the sky blade in his hand. It also cut through the void and broke open the black hole. The sky blade slashed down on the black spear. Clang! The sound of clanging rang out again. Violent energy exploded. The space around the two was completely shattered. The two of them were shining with a black gold light. They were in the middle of the shattered space. Powerful energy surged. The space that was about to heal was constantly being shattered. The strength of the two of them actually prevented the space from healing. Just like that, the two of them turned into two rays of light. They were constantly entangled and collided. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Every attack from the two of them was very powerful. They could kill an ordinary heaven-defying realm expert. Even at this moment, the crowd did not dare to rush forward, because the two of them did not hold back. Every move was a killing move. Every move was a fatal attack. Seeing that Zichen was not weaker than Yao Wei even though he was holding an unrefined heavenly weapon, Lei Dong and the others' faces were filled with nervousness and worry. Yao Wei chose to fight with Zichen to the death. Obviously, the winner would be the winner. If Yao Wei won, they would naturally be able to live. If Zichen won, they would all die. Originally, they thought that they had forced Zichen to use all of his trump cards. Their battle strength should have been greatly reduced. However, they did not expect that the battle between the two of them would still be a draw. Outside the battlefield, He Long and En Peng had a different opinion. In their opinion, without the refined heavenly weapon, Zichen's battle strength was indeed affected. At this moment, it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. In fact, Zichen had suffered a small loss. Boom! The long spear pierced forward. It broke through the void and landed on Zichen's body. Zichen's body shook slightly. He dodged the attack. The long blade in his hand suddenly slashed forward. A black line immediately appeared in the void. Everything that was within the black line was split into two. The two of them looked cold. The battle was getting more and more fierce. At the same time, the two rays of light were constantly fighting. During the process of the battle, their bodies were constantly moving in the sky. Terrifying energy was constantly wreaking havoc below. The sound of energy vibrations was also constantly heard. More magma appeared under the ground. Chapter 2015. During the battle, the two of them were moving around unconsciously. Hence, they did not realize that they had moved to the top of the magma. Qing Feng and the others followed behind them. They did not feel anything out of the ordinary when they saw the magma. At this moment, their attention was focused on the two of them fighting in the sky. Naturally, they did not pay attention to the magma that was everywhere. Therefore, no one noticed that in the flowing magma, there seemed to be a face made of magma that appeared vaguely. In the sky, the two of them became fiercer and fiercer as they fought. Puff! Qi Wei's attack finally broke through Zichen's defense and left a bloody wound on his body. Golden blood flowed out from the wound. Zichen's counterattack was also very sharp. His long saber slashed through Qi Wei's arm that was holding the spear. The two of them fought back and forth with cold expressions. Zichen was very familiar with this kind of fighting style. Usually, when he was no match for his opponent, he liked to use this kind of fighting style. Swoosh! The black spear in Qi Wei's hand pierced towards Zichen again. Not only was the speed fast, but the constant hissing sound also affected Zichen's soul and affected Zichen's judgment. Zichen's reaction seemed to be a little slow. He only reacted when the spear was in front of him. Puff! The black spear instantly pierced through Zichen's chest. Then, the spear appeared behind him. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Zichen was pierced through by the spear. Was he going to lose? Lei Dong and the others were very excited. This was the scene that they wanted to see the most. Qing Feng raised his head and looked at the scene. His expression changed drastically. However, in the next moment, they saw Zichen rushing forward, ignoring the spear that pierced through his body. The long saber in his hand forcefully stabbed towards Qi Wei's lower abdomen. Sensing Zichen's intention, Qi Wei's expression suddenly changed and he retreated. However, the spear was still in Zichen's body. He could only throw it away now. Yan Wei was very decisive. He let go of the spear and retreated. Even if this attack couldn't kill Zichen, he couldn't let himself be seriously injured. However, in the next instant, he, who was retreating, felt an enormous power land on his arm. As his body came to a halt, he saw his arm being grabbed by Zichen. Then, with a burst of strength, Zichen rushed forward and directly pierced his long blade into Yang Wei's lower abdomen, completely penetrating it. This could be considered as Zichen's counterattack. The people below stared with their eyes wide open in shock. Zichen's arm immediately released a huge amount of power, directly shaking off Zichen. At the same time, his body was pushed back, and at the same time, he also threw a palm forward. This palm directly hit the long spear, and at the same time, the long spear moved forward and landed on Zichen's chest. Bang! Zichen's chest was hit by the palm, and his body flew backwards. The long spear that was still in his body completely penetrated his body and flew far away. When the long spear left his body, golden blood splattered and fell into the magma below. It was immediately swallowed by the magma. Zichen was still holding the long blade tightly in his hand. On the blade, the blood flowed down the blade and fell into the magma. The two people who were fighting instantly separated in the air. Zichen clutched his chest, and streams of heaven-defying energy were injected into the wound to prevent it from worsening. As for Qi Wei, he was clutching his lower abdomen, trying to suppress the spread of the injury. Zichen's blade was ruthless. It completely pierced through his back. The two of them were suppressing their injuries. In the sky, blood was constantly falling into the magma. Seeing such a tragic battle, the people who were watching were all shocked. The two of them gradually suppressed their injuries. Then, they raised their heads and looked at each other. Their expressions were equally cold and fierce. Qi Wei looked at Zichen. There was anger on his face. He said coldly, "In all these years, you are the first person to be able to injure me like this." Zichen replied coldly, "Now I'm injuring you. Next I'll kill you." Qi Wei looked at Zichen. His anger grew. Without Skyblade, Zichen appeared to be as strong as ever. However, his battle prowess had decreased. The current Skyblade was no longer easy to use. Qi Wei's aura grew stronger. The black spear returned to his hand. However, he put it away. Black energy surged out from Qi Wei's body. Like a black cloud, it spread out in all directions. An oppressive aura spread out in all directions. Within the churning black cloud, Qi Wei's expression turned cold and ruthless. "Today, I will kill you!" Golden light surged out from Zichen's body. At this moment, the golden light on Zichen's body was a clear contrast to the black light on Qi Wei's body. "Since that's the case, let's decide the victor." Zichen's cold and stern voice also sounded out. He had already used all his trump cards. The heavenly fire could only restrain Yan Wei, but it could not kill him. Now Zichen was relying on his own greatest trump card, which was the opposite of the heaven-defying energy of the dual attribute. He waved his hand gently. The distant Zichen disappeared. The divine dragon bow turned into a stream of light and arrived beside Zichen before disappearing. Then, another person appeared beside Zichen. This was Zichen's Buddhist golden body. It possessed the same battle prowess as Zichen. However, at this moment, Zichen made him display the extreme Yin aura. Lightning with a chilling aura was emitted from this clone. This was Zichen's strongest clone. Not only could it use the heavenly Tao technique, it could also fully activate it. It was exactly the same as Zichen's real body. As for the two single attribute clones that he summoned earlier, they could only use the heavenly Tao technique once. After that, they would completely disappear, leaving behind only the heavenly Tao technique. At this moment, Zichen was clearly going to use his strongest trump card. This trump card was the destructive force formed by the collision of extreme Yin and extreme Yang. In front of Zichen, black energy was surging. Most of the sky and earth could no longer see other colors. Standing on top of the black clouds, his figure was faintly visible. At this moment, the world seemed to have been forcefully divided by the two of them. One half was pure black, while the other half was made up of gold and silver. The two colors clashed in the sky, and energy surged out continuously. At this moment, everyone's eyes were nervously looking at the sky, waiting for the arrival of the final battle. None of them noticed the red light emitted from the magma on the ground. Even if they noticed it, they wouldn't care. After all, there was too much magma here. Unless they were more careful, they would notice that the magma light didn't seem to be suppressed by the two types of energy. It was still flowing in an orderly manner. The face that appeared at this moment was also looking at the sky indifferently. Zichen, let's have a life and death battle. Qi Wei's cold voice resounded. The black energy that filled the sky suddenly began to surge violently. Following that, a terrifying aura spread out from it. The black energy around Qi Wei was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the black energy that filled the sky disappeared, and the world was completely filled with gold and silver light. In front of Qi Wei, a palm-sized black object appeared. It was a lotus that emitted a dark light. Although it was surrounded by black light, it gave off a pure and holy feeling. The black energy that filled the sky turned into a small lotus. Qi Wei's expression was extremely calm as he looked at the lotus. At this moment, it was as if Qi Wei's body was giving off a holy feeling. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, at the black lotus. Like Zichen, this was the first time they saw Qi Wei take action. It was the first time they saw such a black and holy lotus. This is the heavenly Tao demonic lotus. I haven't seen it for a long time. Interesting little guy. Although he's a little weak, as long as I devour him, I should be able to recover some of my strength. A low murmur resounded from the magma. This voice was very soft, like the sound of flowing magma. No one could hear it. The gold and silver light on Zichen's body didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more dazzling. The moment it was refined, 2 runes appeared in front of the two Zichen. Those runes contained 2 types of extreme energy. The runes flickered, and a destructive aura spread out. This is Wuji's yin and yang technique. How can this little brat possess both yin and yang at the same time? Could it be that he's Wuji's successor? Not bad at all. After I devour the 2 of you, I think I'll be free. Heavenly Tao demonic lotus. With a low roar, Qi Wei waved his hand and the demonic lotus flew forward. After the demonic lotus flew a few meters away from Qi Wei, it began to expand. Then, it became more than 10 meters tall. The aura it emitted was even more terrifying. Go! A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. The seals of extreme yang and extreme yin flew forward. In the process of moving forward, yin and yang began to come into contact with each other. A destructive aura spread out. The distance between the lotus and yin and yang was getting closer and closer. Everyone looked up at the sky, watching the battle that was about to decide life and death. Boom! When they were about to reach the lotus, yin and yang collided and exploded. The destructive energy landed on the lotus, and the demonic lotus also exploded. At the moment of the terrifying explosion, a powerful force spread out in all directions. Both Zichen and Yue were unable to avoid the destructive energy that swept forth in an instant. At that moment, the destructive energy formed an indiscriminate attack. It was extremely frightening. At this moment, it was completely out of control. Good kid, your cultivation isn't high but your battle strength isn't weak. The magma churned and a low voice sounded out again. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed. At one moment, there was a pitch-black light that enveloped the world. At the next moment, there was a dazzling gold and silver light that occupied the world. The whole world was dyed gold and silver. Although the yin and yang energy and the demonic lotus were out of control, they didn't forget their mission, which was to destroy. At this moment, these 2 types of energy were continuously clashing, exhausting and destroying each other. In the midst of the violent energy, Zichen and Qi Wei's figures appeared. Their faces were undoubtedly gloomy. Obviously, this should be their strongest attack, but it seemed that they couldn't do anything to each other. Zichen's figure appeared. His clothes were torn in many places and he looked a little embarrassed. Qi Wei wasn't much better off than Zichen. The 2 attacks were constantly clashing, consuming each other. It seemed that it was difficult to determine the winner. Could it be that the 2 still couldn't determine the winner? Just when the crowd was puzzled, a loud voice sounded from below. Since the winner still can't be determined, then stop and let me devour them all. P.S. A friend sent a message asking why there are so many wrong words, why the words are not connected, and why there is a period from the beginning to the end. I'll answer it here. It's because you don't watch the official channel. Speaking of which, this kind of situation is very rare in the official channel. Secondly, I've announced a group earlier. If you have any thoughts or suggestions about the book, you can join the group and chat. Of course, you can also message me privately after joining the group. I'll reply you one by one when I have time. Chapter 2016. The voice was very sudden, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. As soon as the voice was heard, the magma below began to boil like boiling water, and a huge face appeared in the magma. As soon as the face appeared, a powerful aura spread out between heaven and earth. This aura was far stronger than the aura of the heavenly realm, and it was even stronger than the aura of an ordinary saint. This aura filled heaven and earth, making the already oppressive heaven and earth even more oppressive. In the sky, the constant stalemate of energy quickly dissipated under this oppressive aura. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Their faces were full of horror. They did not even have time to look at the magma. Almost like a conditioned reflex, they fled in all directions. That was the aura of a saint. As soon as the aura of a saint appeared, it made them feel a strong sense of crisis. In the sky, Zichen and Yue, who were facing each other, were even more so. The two of them did not say anything and immediately turned to run. Hee hee, you little guys can't run away. Let me eat you all. The face began to laugh and then rushed into the sky. But in the process, it seemed to be suppressed, and the expression on its face was constantly changing. Of course, it could also be said that it was grimacing. If at this moment someone noticed this scene, they would definitely find something strange. But under the pressure of a saint, who would have the heart to observe these details? Damn it, why is there a saint here? Zichen's expression changed drastically. He was not afraid of Yue, but he was afraid of a saint. At the same time, he was secretly cursing Yue for being a fool. Even a saint would not dare to be careless here. You did not investigate properly and attacked as soon as you arrived. Zichen's thunder wings on his back flapped at a high frequency. Obviously, he wanted to extend his speed to the true limit. He wanted to run and escape from here. With the world's fastest speed, he was very fast. But at this moment, there was a light that was faster than him. It was a flame formed by magma. It flew out from the face and came in front of Zichen at an extremely fast speed, then wrapped around Zichen's body. Boom! All around Zichen, energy vibrated, trying to shake off the energy that wrapped around him, but it was useless. Clang! The heavenly saber appeared in his hand, and he immediately slashed at the lava. However, a large amount of sparks burst out, and he could not cut through the lava at all. Come back! The voice of the face rang out once more. Then, a powerful force came out from the magma and pulled Zichen toward it. Zichen's body began to retreat uncontrollably. How could this be? How could this be? Yang Wei's expression was no better than Zichen's. Today, he had miscalculated again and again in front of Zichen. Moreover, Zichen's strength had far exceeded his expectations, which made him very depressed. But what made him even more miscalculated was that there was actually a saint here, and this saint was obviously going to devour them. He had already sensed that Zichen was trapped, causing him to be pleasantly surprised. However, his expression quickly changed. That was because there was also a stream of magma energy flying over from afar, wrapping around his body at an unimaginable speed. Damn it! Open up! Open up! In Yang Wei's hand, the long spear kept stabbing at the magma, but it was useless. When the long spear landed on the magma, it only produced large amounts of sparks. This ordinary magma had become a powerful existence in the hands of a saint. Right now, Wagway was the same as Zichen. Both of them were constantly resisting. That huge face was also constantly contorting as if it was enduring unimaginable pain. It's useless. Let me devour you all. Even if it was enduring unimaginable pain, the voice from the face was still cold, and its aura was still very powerful. At the same time, streams of magma energy rushed towards other places, targeting Lei Dong and the others below. Swoosh! Behind Lei Dong, the heavenly thunder wings appeared, and his feet moved at extreme speed. His entire body turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed far away. As Hei Long and In Peng had been maintaining a neutral position, they were relatively far away from these people. Sensing that something was wrong, the two of them immediately flew away and quickly retreated far away. Wu Xing's speed was also very fast, following closely behind Lei Dong. Only Qing Feng and Eric were left. Because their original position was close to the magma, their reaction was a little slower. Immediately, the magma energy caught up with them, and dragged them back by the magma. That face only rose 100 feet, and magma shot out from the face. When it saw the four of them, the face also opened its mouth. That open mouth was fiery red, as if it was connected to an abyss. The four of them were brought to the top of the deep valley by 4 streams of energy. During this time, the 4 of them were constantly struggling and counterattacking. It's useless. You can't dodge it. The cold voice of the face sounded, but its face was even more distorted. Puff! 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 Around Qing Feng, a hurricane appeared out of nowhere. The hurricane instantly turned into wind blades, and then slashed towards the same spot on the magma. As the attacks fell, a gap finally appeared on the magma. Qing Feng's face was filled with joy, and he once again increased the power of the wind blades. At the same time, a wind blade appeared in the direction of Zichen. The wind blade began to cut the magma around Zichen, and as the wind blade cut, Zichen's sky blade also continuously slashed towards the magma. Obviously, the wind blade came from Qing Feng. To be able to not forget Zichen at such a critical moment, one had to admit that Qing Feng was indeed a good person. Puff! Finally, under the continuous attacks, the magma around Qing Feng was finally cut off, and Qing Feng was the first to regain his freedom. Immediately after, Zichen and Yan Wei cut off the wind blade at almost the same time, and regained their freedom. Damn it! All of you come down! The face was clearly enraged. It opened its mouth wide, and suddenly a strong suction force came out. This suction force was accompanied by the pressure of a saint, and it caused the 3 of them to fall down uncontrollably. Ahmed, who had just escaped, was also facing the same situation. There was already despair on his face. Looking at the huge mouth of the abyss below, a look of determination appeared on Yan Wei's face. Explode! The black spear that appeared in his hand suddenly exploded, and then a destructive energy that was even more terrifying than that of Zichen's sky blade explosion appeared. This violent energy spread in all directions. Pun! The magma energy that continued to move forward and tried to entangle him was instantly shattered by this energy. At the same time, this scattered energy spread and landed on Yan Wei's body first. Being hit by this energy, Yan Wei's body flew upwards, but in the process, he kept coughing up blood. After exploding his own celestial weapon, his mind was severely injured, and he was also injured by the energy of the explosion. However, he managed to escape the control of the suction force, and he escaped with a flash of his body. The destructive energy continued to spread. While it saved Yan Wei, it also intended to destroy the others. Zichen cursed inwardly, and tried to forcibly stabilize his body. Even if he was seriously injured, he had to escape. However, at this moment, an even stronger suction force appeared. This suction force directly dragged Zichen down, and its speed was even faster than Ahmed's. It looked as if Zichen was tied to a huge piece of iron, and it increased the speed of Zichen's descent. It was obvious that he couldn't escape, but Zichen didn't panic. He looked up and saw that Qing Feng had been seriously injured by the energy of the explosion, and his body was sinking. Around him, heaven-defying energy surged, and the golden light shone again. Then he struck out with his palm. The golden palm print was more than 10 meters wide, and it materialized with the light of energy, and hit Qing Feng heavily. Pen. The palm print landed on Qing Feng's body, and it instantly exploded. Qing Feng coughed up blood again, but his body flew up. Qing Feng stared blankly at the palm that landed on his body, and then a powerful force burst out, carrying his body up. After forcibly passing through the destructive energy of the self-exploding celestial weapon, he also flew up in a straight line. This scene was unbelievably fast, so fast that Qing Feng didn't even have time to react. He had already escaped the control of the suction force, and Zichen was only left with a sinking shadow. Looking at the golden shadow, Qing Feng shouted, "Zichen!" Swoosh! Zichen's body disappeared, and he entered the abyss. Ahmed was still struggling, and even self-exploding his celestial weapon, but it was useless. First, he was hit by the energy of the self-exploding celestial weapon, then by the energy of Zichen's palm. His injuries were already getting worse, and now he had self-exploded his celestial weapon. Even if he was still alive, he couldn't escape the suction force with his injuries. The face that soared into the sky finally couldn't bear the pain. It roared, and then fell into the lava below. However, it didn't forget to close its mouth during this process. Thus, Zichen and Ahmed were swallowed up. The saint's aura disappeared, and everything returned to silence. However, the shock on everyone's faces didn't disappear for a long time. A saint, they actually encountered a saint. Qing Feng stood above the lava, looking down at the lava that had calmed down again. His expression was indescribably complicated. This time, he had come out of the mountain to help Zichen. That old man had also calculated that he was in danger, but who would have thought that at this moment of life and death, it wasn't him who had saved Zichen, but Zichen who had saved him. Pfft. Although he had come out alive, Qing Feng's injuries were also very serious. Although Zichen's palm was very heavy, most of the power was the impact. What really injured him was that he had passed through the self-exploding energy twice. Even if he had passed through the periphery, he was still seriously injured. He could no longer suppress his injuries, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly wrapped around Qing Feng's body, and then directly dragged him into the distance, and finally smashed into the ground. Chapter 2017. Energy surged as he stomped down. This stomp was real. Boom! Boundless energy raged around Qing Feng's body. Gusts of cold wind swept up, cutting in all directions like sharp blades. Bolts of lightning surged like electric snakes, destroying the wind blades and invading Qing Feng's body. Qing Feng was still in the midst of his complicated emotions of not having completed his mission when he was stomped by Lei Dong. Only his strong physique was left to resist the lightning around him. Qing Feng's mind was filled with the scene just now. Zichen, who was falling, looked calm. His body shone with golden light again. This golden light energy was not to help him escape, but to strike a palm upward. The palm landed on his body, and the energy shock caused him to cough up blood. However, the palm formed a shock wave that helped him break free. Besides, aren't you good at talking? Let me hear your voice again. The energy was still vibrating. Lei Dong continued to violently stomp on the green peak to vent the anger in his heart. The two of them had just exchanged words. Qing Feng was not polite with his words, which completely angered Lei Dong. In addition, Lei Dong knew that Zichen was dead. He was relieved, but also disappointed and angry. Because Zichen was dead, Zichen's heavenly thunder wings were also gone. Lei Dong did not have the confidence to snatch the heavenly thunder wings from a saint. Thus, he directed all of this fury onto Qing Feng. Of course, the most important thing was that although Qing Feng escaped alive, he was seriously injured. Lei Dong, whose injuries were much lighter than Qing Feng's, was not afraid of him at all. Don't kill him! Light flashed. Black Dragon and Enping came to the scene and said to Lei Dong, "What do you mean?" Lei Dong was about to stomp on Qing Feng when he stopped. He turned back to look at the two with a cold expression. Lei Dong was already unhappy with the fact that the two of them had remained neutral. Now that Zichen was dead and Qi Wei was still alive, they were undoubtedly the winners. But now, He Long dared to reprimand him. In Lei Dong's opinion, He Long was simply courting death. Your target is Zichen. You don't have any grudges with him, Black Dragon said in a low voice. Humph, he's with Zichen. As Lei Dong spoke, he stomped down again. The power of thunder surged, and the already severely injured Qing Feng coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Right now, Qing Feng seemed to have lost his soul. He had come out of seclusion this time to resolve Zichen's predicament. But now, it was Zichen who had saved him. Now that Zichen's fate was unknown, his heart sank into deep self-reproach. Wu Xing also followed. He was silent as he watched Lei Dong's actions. I said don't kill him. Black Dragon's voice was much lower. He stared at Lei Dong and vaguely guessed where Qing Feng came from. He definitely could not let Lei Dong kill Qing Feng. What? You still want to fight? Lei Dong was not afraid of Black Dragon. He stared back at him. The current you is no match for me, the Black Dragon said coldly. Then I would like to give it a try. Lei Dong smiled coldly as lightning surged around his body. Buzz! Light surged around Black Dragon's body. The dragon's power spread. A dragon shadow appeared from Black Dragon's body, bringing with it an oppressive aura. Qing Feng can't die. And Peng, who was silent, said calmly but firmly. Lei Dong was furious. He did not understand why these two people did not express their opinions when Zichen was still alive. Why did they not hesitate to offend him and Yang Wei for Qing Feng? All right, now is not the time for internal strife. Qing Feng has no direct enmity with us. He was just deceived by Zichen. He is also a victim. Don't kill him. Yang Wei walked over from afar and looked at Lei Dong. Humph. With a cold snort, Yao Wei kicked Qing Feng away. However, he did not try to kill Qing Feng. Qing Feng flew backwards and almost fell into the magma. His expression was blank and he did not have any reaction. Screwed up. Everything was screwed up. Even if he returned alive, how could he face those who had high hopes for him? Now, he could only hope for a miracle. He hoped that Zichen was still alive. All right, everyone. Hurry up and recover. We still have to go deeper. Yang Wei looked at Lei Dong and 5 elements. He then looked at Qing Feng and said, Qing Feng, let's forget about our past grievances. Hurry up and recover. We still have to find Shield. Qing Feng, who had been unresponsive, suddenly had a glimmer of light in his eyes when he heard Ji Wei's last sentence. Yes, there was still Shield. Since Zichen's fate was unknown, the task of finding Shield would be left to him. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not let Yang Wei get Shield. Zichen had fallen into the magma. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Of course, everyone believed that Zichen was dead because no one could survive from the hands of a saint. Yang Wei was very kind as if he only attacked Zichen. However, if one looked closely, they could see a trace of worry on Yang Wei's face. He Long and Peng were not injured. They carefully came to the top of the valley and looked down. At the same time, they were very alert. If there was any movement, they would turn and run. Why is a saint down there? And Peng frowned as he looked at the flowing magma. Maybe it's a seal, He Long said. Previously, the two of them had run the fastest and were also the first to escape the saint's aura, so the two of them still had time to observe everything. Their spiritual senses saw the face, the huge bloody mouth, and the abyss in the mouth. Zichen's condition was not right. Facing the same devouring power, his body suddenly sank. It's strange. He Long thought back to the scene he saw with his spiritual senses. After everyone escaped the magma, a strong suction force fell. Facing this suction force, everyone fell. Yang Wei decisively self-destructed his celestial soldier. At this time, Zichen's body suddenly fell, and his speed became even faster. Originally, Ali-Man was the closest to the mouth, but Zichen's sudden fall made him the first to fall into the mouth. Therefore Zichen, who knew that he could not survive, chose to save Qing Feng. Of course, if he had chosen to help Ali Man, the latter might have survived, but Zichen did not. Now, looking at the lava, the black dragon could not understand why Zichen's speed of descent had suddenly increased. Was it on purpose, or had something else happened? Because of this, when Lei Dong and the others thought that Zichen would definitely die, He Long did not immediately come to a conclusion. And Peng did not notice this, and He Long did not say anything. He looked at the magma below and said, "Life and death is up to fate. Today's Zichen gave us a huge shock." And Peng looked down and sighed. In such a dangerous situation, Zichen was still able to kill 2 heaven-defying saints. And in Peng's eyes, this was unbelievable. Without fighting, he knew that he was not Zichen's match. Everyone else was healing, so the 2 of them did not stay too far away from the magma and quickly retreated. This time, everyone's injuries were not light, so they naturally took a long time to heal. Because of the previous incident, He Long and Peng were in charge of guarding. Of course, during this period of time, everyone who was healing also maintained a sense of vigilance. Among them, there was no absolute trust. Even He Long and Peng might not be trustworthy. While the 2 of them were on guard, they also paid attention to the magma. They found that after the giant face disappeared, there was no other movement. "Since it's a saint, why is it so weak?" He Long was in a daze. He could not understand. If it was a saint, the magma formed from energy would naturally be terrifying. It was obviously impossible for them to break free. Could it be that the seal is affecting the saint's performance, and that saint is now trapped here? Just when He Long was in a daze, and Peng suddenly transmitted his voice. "Why are you in a daze? At this time, shouldn't we think about finding the shield? What's there to think about? Since Yue Wei can control the fragments, he obviously has a deep understanding of the shield. If we don't fight for it, we'll be nothing more than a hired thug when we look for the shield." And Peng's words reminded He Long. In their original plan, He Long did not expect to obtain the complete shield, but a few fragments would be enough. But now, with the previous scene, the fragments would be taken away by Yue Wei sooner or later. "Let's see. If we can't get the shield, then we'll fight for the greatest benefit." After a long time, Yue Wei's injuries recovered first. It could be seen that the heaven-defying energy was indeed special. The next to recover was the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, wood and water had the ability to recover, which was second only to the heaven-defying energy. Next was Lei Dong. He was able to recover quickly because his injuries were not serious. The violent lightning was good at destruction, not healing. After recovering, Lei Dong looked at Qing Feng, who was still healing, and his face became extremely gloomy. It was as if all his anger for Zichen's death and the loss of the heavenly thunder wings was on Qing Feng. Qing Feng was the last to recover. After recovering, he looked at He Long and asked, "How is it? Is there any movement?" Previously, he asked He Long to keep an eye on the magma and see if there was any movement. Perhaps Zichen was still alive. He Long shook his head and said, "It's quiet. There's no movement." Disappointment appeared on Qing Feng's face. "Humph. He's already dead. What movement can there be? Unless that saint appears again and brings us all in." Lei Dong snorted coldly. Qing Feng looked at Lei Dong indifferently and did not say anything. "What? You're not convinced?" Lei Dong stared at Qing Feng. "All right. Don't quarrel. When we go deeper, we have to be careful." Gao Wei stopped Lei Dong and took out 5 fragments. From these fragments, he could sense the location of the shield. Even though Yang Wei looked calm, he was still on guard. After all, the 3 heaven-defying heavenly sovereigns that he had brought with him were all dead. As for the 5 people beside him, they were all from the Jianwu continent. It was possible that the 5 of them would choose to join forces at some critical moment. Everything was possible. Gao Wei did not believe in anyone. As he moved forward, he was always on guard. P.S. Recently, many readers have suggested to update more. Fortunately, we'll just play a game of updating more. We don't need to ask for rewards. We just need to be level. 8,000 friends who read books when they were young get together and join the group. From the moment this chapter is released, if the number of people joining the group exceeds 100, we'll add a chapter. Little friends, do your best. In order to update more, I hope everyone will work hard. Those who have joined and left the group do not count. We only look at the total number of people. Chapter 2018. Ji Wei and the others circled around the lava and advanced carefully. A saint had appeared here. There might be a second one. They had to be careful. Time went back to when Zichen had fallen into the giant mouth. As a spectator, Black Dragon had already noticed that Zichen was speeding up and was a little strange. His body sank quickly as if there was a giant rock tied to his body. The heavy force, along with the suction and the saint's pressure, made Zichen know that there was no way he could escape, so he chose to save Qing Feng. As for Eric, he was of a different race. Zichen naturally would not save him. After entering the lava mouth, Zichen did not touch the lava. Instead, he kept falling as if he had entered a strange space. Haha, after I devour the two of you, I might be able to leave. The saint's voice sounded again, sounding very excited. Zichen heard the words. I'm God. As he fell, his expression immediately changed. Above Zichen's head, Eric, who was also falling, had already fainted. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He was the unluckiest. After exploding his heavenly weapon, the terrifying power almost completely enveloped him. It looked like he was about to commit suicide. As he fell, the saint's pressure grew stronger and stronger. It was accompanied by a suffocating aura. Before Zichen could turn around to see what was below, something suddenly appeared beside him. It was an ancient scabbard. Zichen's sword drawing technique had come from. This scabbard had always been with Zichen. It used to be Zichen's trump card, but as he entered the heaven realm, the scabbard lost its use. All the heavenly blades that Zichen had could not be compatible with this scabbard. The two seemed to be incompatible. At this moment, the scabbard appeared out of control. After it appeared, the scabbard released a beam of energy that enveloped Zichen's body. Then, it forced Zichen to change direction. Zichen only felt a blur in front of his eyes before his body landed on the ground. The light barrier formed by the scabbard had yet to be removed, but the pressure from the surroundings caused one's heart to palpitate. Bang! Before Zichen could check his surroundings, he heard a loud noise. Raising his head to look at the source of the noise, Zichen saw Eric's body floating in the air, motionless. On his body, waves of energy appeared from within his body and fell downwards. Suddenly shaking his head, Zichen looked through the light shield of the scabbard and looked around. This was an independent space. This space was completely sealed off, and it was very dark. Looking around, a faint red light flashed from time to time, adding a sense of mystery and oppression to this space. Dong! Dong! As he gradually got used to it, a heavy vibration was transmitted into Zichen's mind. This vibration had a strange rhythm, like that of a beating heart. Its frequency was gradually changing, until it finally matched the frequency of Zichen's heartbeat. That thumping sound was like the beating of his heart. This space was very strange. It constantly twisted, and Zichen could not see through it. He could not see what this place looked like. All he could see was darkness. At the same time, this strange rhythm seemed to be filled with an indescribable temptation. It pushed Zichen forward, as if he was trying to find the source of this sound. As Zichen moved forward, the sound of the heartbeat became faster and faster. Where is that saint? Where is Eric? Zichen was confused because he realized that he could not see through this dark space. He could not even see Eric, who he had been able to see earlier. He was certain that he was completely awake, but he felt as if he had become blind. He tried to release energy, and used the golden light to illuminate his surroundings, but it was useless. After the golden light passed through the light shield of the scabbard, it was absorbed by the darkness and could not illuminate his surroundings. At that moment, Zichen felt as if he had lost all his senses. The only thing he could hear was the beating of his heart, which was getting faster and faster. Zichen thought that he was awake, but in reality, he was in a half-awake state. His thoughts were normal, but all his actions were subconscious. He did not listen to orders at all as he foolishly walked forward. Hum! The scabbard started to vibrate, and the light that covered Zichen's body became brighter. Rays of light spread through the light shield. The dark surroundings gradually became a bit brighter. Taking advantage of this light, Zichen looked ahead. He saw a huge blood-red sphere that looked like magma. The sphere was contracting and expanding, and it made thumping sounds that sounded like a beating heart. Every time the sphere shrank and expanded, there would be some blood-colored fire-like energy spreading in all directions. Seeing this strange scene, Zichen was a little curious. His consciousness had reconnected with his body and he stopped. After that, he saw the full appearance of the sphere. His pupils suddenly shrank, because it was not a sphere at all, but a real heart. It was very large in size, but at that moment, it was floating there alone, beating powerfully. Where is the saint? Zichen was completely awake. He looked around. At that moment, a huge face suddenly appeared on the surface of the beating heart. The face rushed directly toward Zichen. As it rushed forward, it opened its mouth as if to swallow Zichen. It was the saint. Zichen's expression changed drastically, and his body subconsciously retreated. However, the speed at which he retreated was very slow. His consciousness reconnected with his body, but it was still not very coherent. The face rushed up almost instantly. Zichen tried to use the heaven-defying energy in his body to attack the face, but he found that after the energy passed through the light barrier, it dissipated and could not form an attack. Just as the face was about to swallow him, a transparent light barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. This light barrier was not formed by the scabbard. Instead, it was like a barrier that blocked the two sides. Bang! The face slammed into the barrier, causing a second sound to ring out in this space. Just as this figure rang out, Zichen suddenly felt as if he had been startled awake, and the speed at which he retreated became even faster. After retreating a few steps, Zichen put a lot of distance between him and the face. Following this, the scene in front of him changed. A faint light appeared in the dark space. Through the light, Zichen saw a transparent space in front of him. In that space, there was a heart that was beating vigorously. Above the heart, Eric, who had previously been invisible, appeared again. However, he was still unconscious, and the energy in his body was still being absorbed by the heart below. The banging sounds were still ringing out. It was the sound of the face rushing forward. More accurately, every time the face rushed forward, a barrier would appear and block it. As the face retreated, the barrier would automatically disappear. Damn things, let's see how long you can trap me. The face raised its head, looked up, and cursed. At that moment, Zichen's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. If not for the scabbard's warning, he would have walked into the heart and been swallowed by the face. Zichen looked up and saw that above the heart, there were two objects, one black and one white, floating. The black object was a broken longsword. The body of the longsword had some fine markings. The markings looked very complicated, as if they were one whole entity. It had only broken halfway. On the opposite side of the saber, there was a white sphere. The sphere emitted a gentle light, causing the dark space to become slightly brighter. Zichen had already tested it. The golden light in his body could not light up this space, but the white light from the orb could. Evidently, it was not an ordinary object. Every time the face rushed forward, the broken longsword and the orb would give off a ray of light. The rays of light fused in the air and formed a barrier, blocking the face. Seeing this, Zichen was completely stunned. Evidently, the orb and the broken longsword were some kind of seal. At that moment, they were sealing the heart and the face. From the aura Zichen had sensed earlier, the face definitely had the strength of a saint. However, these two things could seal a saint, which showed how extraordinary they were. Damn things. When I get out, I'll take care of the two of you first. The face raised its head and looked at the two objects. After cursing for a while, it looked at Zichen again. Its empty eyes were flashing with scarlet flames. it said to Zichen. Little guy, what are you waiting for? You saw that I'm trapped. Let me out. I'm a god. You're a god. The shocked Zichen looked at the face and cried out involuntarily. I am a heavenly deity. When you see this heavenly deity, you must kneel and greet me. Right now, time is of the essence. This heavenly deity will not bicker with you. You merely need to release this heavenly deity, that face said impatiently. Zichen didn't answer immediately. At this moment, he was obviously very shocked. As far as he knew, the strongest existence seemed to be at the level of a great saint. As for the so-called god, it was the first time he had heard of it. Hurry up and let me out. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I see that you haven't become a saint yet. When I come out, I'll reward you with a piece of saint crystal and a few drops of saint blood. I'll let you break through to the saint realm in minutes. Zichen's expression changed when he heard this. He was pleasantly surprised and immediately asked, How should I let you out? At this moment, Yu was obviously disrespectful, causing the face to be slightly dissatisfied. However, for the sake of freedom, he didn't care about trifles and directly said, Do you see that broken longsword above? Go and pull it out. Then you'll be fine. It's that simple. Zichen was stunned. Is it that simple? Only the person holding the scabbard can pull out this broken longsword. If it's someone else, even a saint can't pull it out. Oh, there's such a thing. Okay, stop being so long-winded. Hurry up and take the broken longsword. When the time comes, I won't forget to reward you. The face looked very impatient. Okay, I'll go now. After he finished speaking, Zichen's figure soared into the sky. His face was also looking at Zichen, while an indescribable flame flickered in his deep eye sockets. The thumping sound of his heart also became faster and faster, like the beating of a drum. Hee, I'm finally going to be free. When I'm free. The face proudly fantasized about what would happen after he escaped, but soon he was stunned to find that Zichen had landed again and was looking at him with a playful expression. Chapter 2019. Little guy, what do you mean by this? Zichen's mocking expression made the face very unhappy, but considering its own situation, it suppressed its anger and did not immediately get angry. Zichen shook his head and said seriously, You were ready to devour me, but now you want me to let you out. I can't agree to that. How dare you make fun of me? You are being disrespectful to me. Do you know where I come from? An angry voice came from the face, and then a strong aura came from the front, filling the small space. At this moment, the scabbard was still protecting Zichen, but even so, the strong pressure still penetrated the light shield and fell on Zichen, making Zichen have the urge to kneel down and kowtow. Golden light shone, and Zichen resisted the pressure with difficulty. Seeing Zichen's pale face, the face seemed quite satisfied, and then said, Little guy, your realm is too low. If I had not been sealed, a little guy like you would not even be worthy to carry my shoes. Now I will give you a chance to become a saint. As long as you let me out, I will guarantee that you will become a saint in an instant. As the face spoke, the heart behind it was still beating, but it did not deliberately maintain the heartbeat frequency of Zichen. Every time the heart beat, a red light would escape. The light was not limited by the light shield, and after penetrating the shield, it disappeared. Zichen's gaze fell on the red light. Looking at the familiar light and the faint feeling of heat in the space, his face suddenly changed, and he guessed a possibility, and said involuntarily, This is the magma from the outside world. The red light that spread out was very similar to the magma after decomposition. In other words, the source of the magma that spewed out of the ground might be this beating heart. Little guy, your observation is very sharp. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. If your realm was higher, you would be able to sense the energy contained in the magma. Of course, if you were a saint, you would not be able to come here, the face said. Why? Why can't saints come here? This is a formation that specifically targets saints. Once a saint reaches this place, the saint force in their body will constantly drain away. Once the saint force completely disappears, their life force will drain away until they die. Hearing the confident words, Zichen's expression changed. The array here was specifically targeted at saints. Heaven Realm experts could enter safely, but before that, Heaven Realm experts had to pass through the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. Only saints could pass through that place. Saints would die if they entered, and Heaven Realm experts would die if they couldn't enter. Clearly, this was a true land of death. In this world, perhaps only a supreme treasure like the shield could help a Heavenly Realm expert reach this place smoothly. Most importantly, there were fragments of other shields here. Then, could there be some kind of hidden meaning in all of this? Zichen was puzzled and puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of another possibility. Since the saint's saint power would continue to flow away in this place, wouldn't it be the same as the heart in front of him? Since even a saint could die here, but this heart had existed for tens of thousands of years and was still beating strongly, still surging with energy, then this heart must be extraordinary. Zichen's expression changed. He shook his head and said, "No, I can't let you out, because if you come out, the heart may come out. The magma outside should be caused by it. This is an uncontrollable factor. I'm afraid you won't be able to stop it. Ha, silly boy, this heart is this God of heaven, and this God of heaven is this God of heaven's heart. If it weren't for those two pieces of trash above my head, it would be impossible for this mere formation to trap this God of heaven." The face laughed complacently. As expected. Although he had expected this, Zichen's heart still trembled when he heard the face say it. The heart had only transformed into a face, but it already had the pressure of a saint. How powerful was it? He was afraid that the moment he appeared, he would be killed by the heart. "Little boy, quickly let me out. I'll help you break through to the saint realm. Without my help, you can forget about becoming a saint for the rest of your life," the face urged. Zichen shook his head and said again, "It's still not possible. If I let you out now, once I become a saint, the formation here will kill me. Instead of dying like that, it's better to live like this. You stupid brat, this formation was set up for this heavenly God. The core of the formation is these two pieces of trash. As long as you take away those broken blades, this heavenly God will naturally be able to break out of the formation. Once this formation is broken, the formation will naturally disperse." Zichen nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then I'm relieved." While speaking, Zichen leaped up again. It seemed that he was going to break the formation, but before the face could breathe a sigh of relief, it saw Zichen stop again. "Little boy, what's wrong with you?" When he saw that Zichen had stopped moving again, there was an obvious hint of anger in his tone and expression. "No, it's still not possible. Although I believe in your strength, breaking into the saint realm is no small matter. It requires a great opportunity. I don't believe that you can help me break through." Hearing Zichen's questioning tone, the face trembled with anger. After cursing fiercely in its heart, it said to Zichen again, "Little boy, I'm a god. Why would I deceive you? Not to mention that you just want to become a saint. If this God is willing, it won't be difficult for you to become a great saint." Become a great saint? Zichen was stunned. Obviously, he was thinking about how much credibility there was in these words. After a while, Zichen looked at the face and said, "Although I want to believe you, words are not enough. Boy, you've gone too far. Do you want this God to sign a contract for you?" The face's voice was a little colder. "That's not necessary. Didn't you just say that there's some essence blood? Why don't you let me try first? If I can really become a saint, then I'll naturally do my best to help you get out of here." Zichen's face revealed a flattering smile. In the depths of the face's eye sockets, flames were dancing, and it was suppressing its killing intent. "Don't worry, God. As long as I can get benefits, it's too easy to let you go. Not to mention this broken blade, even if it's that ball, I'll take it together." "Humph, you can't take that ball. If it weren't for this scabbard, you wouldn't even be qualified to take this broken blade. Boy, I'll believe you one more time. Now I'll give you a drop of God's essence blood. I'll let you, a frog at the bottom of a well, take a good look at the big world. Then I'll have to trouble you, God. Zichen's face clearly showed a look of surprise. At this moment, the heart suddenly trembled, and then a drop of golden liquid appeared from the heart and slowly floated to this side. Through the light shield, Zichen could still feel that the liquid contained a surge of energy. The liquid came to where the face was and continued to move forward. Then, Zichen saw the ball tremble, and a light fell, turning into a barrier to block the golden liquid. Seeing the barrier, Zichen's expression changed slightly. He guessed that the energy couldn't come out. The golden liquid was blocked by the barrier, but it didn't bounce back. Instead, it stuck to the barrier. Then, Zichen saw the golden liquid decompose into a gaseous state, penetrating the barrier, and appearing from the other side. With the appearance of the gaseous energy, Zichen immediately felt that this space was filled with a pure and vast aura. What a pure aura! Looking at the golden energy, Zichen couldn't help but exclaim. The speed of the energy penetrating the light shield wasn't fast, and it was relatively slow. Zichen suspected that this was intentional, and he didn't dare to rashly move forward at this moment. After a long time, almost half of the drop of liquid came out, turning from a gaseous state to a liquid state, and the other half came back. Looking at Zichen's slightly stunned expression, the face said in a muffled voice, "Little guy, it's not that I'm stingy, but because of the restriction, I can only pass through half of it. Now, feel it first." Zichen nodded, and then released a spiritual thought. After this spiritual thought left the light shield protected by the scabbard, it began to tremble, as if it had entered a hurricane, and it began to waver. The pressure here is too strong. If it weren't for the scabbard, you wouldn't even be able to stand. Your spiritual thought is too weak to pass through here. You have to come forward, the face said. Zichen's spiritual thought couldn't be condensed at all, and it dissipated in an instant. His face turned slightly pale, and then he carefully moved forward until he was less than a meter away from the face. At this moment, the two of them were less than a meter apart, but there was a barrier between them. It was so close that it felt like the end of the world. Zichen's spiritual thought naturally reached out, and on the surface of the light shield, it enveloped the half-drop of golden liquid, and then forcibly pulled it into the light shield. Looking at the half-drop of liquid in his hand, Zichen's spiritual thought fell on it, and he carefully examined it to see if the other party had done anything to it. He didn't find any spiritual thought fluctuations from it. This was a very pure and high-level energy, much more powerful than his current heaven-defying energy. Although it was only half a drop, it gave people a feeling of vastness. "Little guy, I won't harm you. Hurry up and try to refine it." Looking at Zichen's careful look, the face was somewhat dissatisfied and urged him. After confirming that there was indeed no abnormality, Zichen looked at the face, nodded, and smiled gratefully. Then, he took more than 10 steps back, widening the distance between them, and began to absorb the half-drop of golden liquid. The light trembled, and the liquid entered Zichen's body, instantly turning into a surge of pure energy. This energy was like a roaring wave, and it angrily rushed to every part of Zichen's body. Seeing that Zichen had indeed begun to refine the energy, the face smiled coldly, and then kindly reminded Zichen, "Little guy, the level of this energy is too high, too pure, and too powerful. You have to be careful. Don't burst your body before you can absorb the energy." Chapter 2020. Zichen's eyes were closed, and he couldn't speak at all. That was because this half-drop of liquid had instantly turned into a vast ocean that filled Zichen's body. This energy was completely uncontrollable. Some entered his body, some passed through his meridians and rushed to abdomen, and some went straight to his sea of consciousness. This energy was very terrifying and violent, but it was also very pure. If it was just a little bit, it would be a supreme treasure, a great opportunity. But if it was too much, it would be completely uncontrollable. It might even cause his body to explode. It would be a disaster. Zichen had been very careful before because he was afraid that the other party would play tricks. The conversation between the two of them had just been some kind of exchange of benefits. If the heart wanted to escape, it needed Zichen's help. And Zichen was taking advantage of this opportunity to learn more about the situation here. In the end, Zichen had also taken advantage of this opportunity to extort the other party's half-drop of Heaven God Essence blood. But who would have thought that this half-drop of Heaven God Essence blood would instantly turn into a vast ocean of energy after entering Zichen's body? This energy was already uncontrollable when it entered his body. It began to run amok in his body. Zichen's face began to twitch. This was caused by intense pain. In addition to the pain in his body, his sea of consciousness was also being attacked by this violent energy that wanted to destroy Zichen's soul. At this moment, Zichen had no time to think about whether this was intentional or not. Right now, he could only guide this surging energy to resolve the crisis of his body exploding. The best way was naturally to disperse it outside his body and then slowly refine and absorb it. But now, this energy had completely filled his body. It was like a roaring sea. It was obviously impossible to expel it. If Zichen had the ability to expel it, then he would have the ability to refine it. Since he couldn't drive it away, he could only guide it. He had to guide the energy to a certain place. It was like forcibly opening up a hole in the roaring sea and letting the energy flow out through the hole. At this moment, the only place where Zichen could withstand the raging sea was his own world. Although this world could not be opened due to the restriction of this place, and could not allow the energy to flow back in an instant, this inseparable connection with the world was enough to allow Zichen to open a small gap in his own world and allow the energy to flow in. Buzz! Enduring the intense pain, Zichen's consciousness passed through his body, passing through the meridians that had been overloaded with energy, and finally sank into abdomen. Then, the entire abdomen began to rotate, and a black hole gradually appeared. Within that black hole, there was also a strong suction force. Under the guidance of this suction force, the originally violent energy seemed to have found a gap. All of it converged towards Zichen's abdomen, then followed the black hole and abdomen, and entered Zichen's world. The area of Zichen's world was almost infinite. It could allow this energy to wreak havoc. Although a gap had been found, Zichen's expression was still incomparably painful as the energy surged. The golden light that shone around his body was also intermittent, and could dissipate at any time. How could this god's energy be so easy to refine? Looking at the painful Zichen, his face was cold and sinister. Then, a drop of golden liquid floated out from his beating heart. This liquid immediately arrived in front of the barrier, and began to decompose. Traces of energy passed through the barrier, and entered the space where Zichen was. Although this speed was still very slow, it was nearly 10 times faster than when he demonstrated in front of Zichen. Clearly, this face had been reserved in front of Zichen for a long time. When the liquid passed through the barrier, the face raised his head and looked at the half-broken blade. The hollow face distorted as if it was filled with fear. Finally, he looked back at Zichen and coldly said, "Forget it. I'll make you explode first, then I'll let my thoughts pass." Just as the face was doing this, above the heart, the unconscious Eric had completely lost his life force. Energy continuously appeared from his body and was absorbed by the beating heart. At this moment, Eric, the heart, and the face were all in the same space. From this, it could be seen that this barrier was only a one-way seal. It prevented the face from rushing out, but it did not prevent people from rushing in. If Zichen had not woken up due to the warning of the scabbard, he would have already walked into the space in front of him and died. Zichen's face was still in pain. The light on his body dimmed, and even his aura became unstable. This is the result of being greedy. Little thing, you want to cheat this god? You think it's that easy? Looking at Zichen's pained expression, the face sneered with satisfaction. Although he had a good chat with Zichen, he did not believe that Zichen would really save him. In the beginning, he did not expect this scheming guy to save him. He only wanted to save himself. After you die, I'll devour you and get your scabbard. Then I'll be able to leave. Originally, even if he devoured Zichen, he did not have full confidence that he could escape. However, after seeing the scabbard in Zichen's hand, he became very confident. As long as he got the scabbard, the broken blade would no longer be a threat to him. He would be able to escape with a little effort. Yes, since there's a chance to escape, then I can't let any accidents happen. The other side of the formation can be closed. Otherwise, at the critical moment, those little things will rush in, and that will be troublesome. The murmuring voice sounded again. The face directly soared into the sky. At the same time, its heart was beating violently. A powerful energy was transmitted to the face. The face roared and rushed towards the barrier above. The barrier was extended infinitely. Just like that, the face rushed up with the barrier. Buzz. The broken blade that had been motionless all this time suddenly trembled. A bright blade light rushed out from the broken blade and slashed towards the face in the sky. Ah, damn it! As the blade light swept past, a scream came from above. Then, the face quickly fell and heavily smashed down. Its aura became weak, as if it was seriously injured. As expected, the price to pay for actively shutting down the array formation isn't too high. In the original setting, this was considered to be suicide. The face smiled proudly and looked at Zichen again. It saw that Zichen's expression was still very painful. At this time, almost half of the golden liquid had passed through. Let's do this first. The other half withdrew, and the energy that passed through condensed into half a drop of golden liquid. Then, it rushed towards Zichen and merged with Zichen's body. Without a doubt, an ocean appeared in Zichen's body again. It was a turbulent ocean, and also a pure and extraordinary ocean energy. Looking at the new energy entering Zichen's body, the face smiled proudly. Then 2 drops of golden liquid gushed out from its heart. These 2 drops of golden liquid fell on the barrier at the same time and then broke down, preparing to forcibly pass through. With this drop, he should be dead for sure. Looking at Zichen's body trembling and showing more and more pain, the face smiled proudly. Zichen's body trembled more and more violently. Cold sweat kept appearing on his forehead, and soon, his whole body was wet. The scabbard was still suspended above Zichen's head, releasing light to resist the pressure around Zichen. However, it was of no help to Zichen's current crisis. After all, it's just an unconscious thing. Glancing at the scabbard, the face smiled mockingly. From the face's point of view, Zichen's expression was naturally more and more painful, but he did not fall down. He said in surprise, "This little thing, I didn't expect it to be so persistent." However, no matter how strong his willpower is, it is impossible to refine so much energy in an instant. Sooner or later, his body will explode. Just as he was speaking, half of the 2 drops of golden liquid had passed through and then turned into a drop of golden divine blood essence, rushing towards Zichen. This was a complete drop of divine blood essence. After entering Zichen's body, it exploded with a bang. Boom! A loud sound came from Zichen's body. Then, a wave of air spread out in all directions, with Zichen as the center. Under the influence of this wave of air, the light shield formed by the scabbard began to tremble. This kid is definitely going to die. The face laughed proudly, as if he could see the violent energy in Zichen's body that had already gone out of control. This energy was constantly attacking, and it was just one step away from making Zichen explode and destroying his soul. 2 drops of divine blood essence, he is definitely going to die. The face was very confident. But was it really so? At this moment, Zichen's body was trembling more and more violently. However, it was not because of pain, but because of excitement. Compared to so much pure energy, enduring this little bit of pain was nothing. He was still very worried now. Once he absorbed this energy, how could he deceive the other party, and what method should he think of to get more divine blood essence? He did not expect that there would be more divine blood essence injected into his body. Zichen did not need to worry about this problem at all. Now, what Zichen needed to do was to work hard to make himself look like he was in great pain. Therefore, his body was trembling, his expression was distorted, and more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. In addition, in order to make his performance not so realistic, he would sometimes make the golden light on his body flicker and sometimes suppress his aura, creating the illusion that his aura was very chaotic. In order to make his performance realistic, Zichen could be said to be working very hard. The divine blood essence was extraordinary. Every drop he obtained could make him stronger. Naturally, the more the better. However, the person in front of him was an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years. Zichen was worried that he could not deceive the other party for too long, so he acted as long as he could. P.S. Continue to announce the group number 284889961. Everyone can come to the group to discuss the plot. You can also privately message me to express your views and personal opinions about this book. Of course, the most important thing is to enter the group and add one chapter. Chapter 2021. At this moment, Zichen was desperately hoping for more heavenly god essence blood. Naturally, the more the better. After this energy entered the world, Zichen discovered that the speed at which the origin sea condensed the heaven-defying energy had increased by many times. His world was perfect and very large. Even if 2 drops of heavenly god essence blood turned into 4 violent seas, it still wouldn't be enough to fill the entire world. Not to mention 2 drops, even 20 drops wouldn't be enough to fill the world. In Zichen's opinion, this was the advantage of a perfect world. However, after obtaining 2 drops of heavenly god essence blood, there seemed to be no other movement in the outside world. Zichen was somewhat unwilling, so he thought about how to deceive the other party. In the outside world, Zichen's eyelids trembled, and the pain on his face became more and more obvious. In the end, he let out a low roar, and the golden light around his body became stronger. Ha! When the face saw this scene, he was clearly surprised. When he saw Zichen's aura showing signs of erupting again, he said in a slightly admiring voice, "You are indeed the successor of Xiao Wuji. You have some skills. 2 drops of heavenly god's blood essence actually did not make you explode. Very good, I will give you another drop. Let's see how strong your physical body is." As the voice fell, 4 more drops of heavenly god essence blood appeared in his heart. These 4 drops of heavenly god essence blood began to pass through the barrier. Looking at the 4 drops of heavenly god essence blood, the face cursed. Damn it, every time there's excess consumption. Today's devouring of that little child was a waste. This time, it's a big loss. During the process of a drop of heavenly god essence blood passing through the barrier, it would also be greatly consumed. It seemed that there was still half a drop of heavenly god essence blood in the end, but in fact, this half a drop of heavenly god essence blood was no longer as pure as before. As for the pure energy, it was forcibly taken away by the barrier. This was the main reason why the face was unwilling to release dozens of drops of heavenly god essence blood at once and instantly charge at Zichen to make him explode. This was because that way, the barrier would take away even more heavenly god essence blood, and the consumption of his own body would be very large. During this time, Ahmed was almost completely devoured, but the amount of heavenly god essence blood he replenished was far less than what he had consumed with Zichen. Even though he knew that there was a chance of survival in front of him, the face still felt that it was a pity. Now that he had taken out 4 drops at once, it was clear that his heart ached a little. Fortunately, hope was right in front of him, and he could break out of this situation in an instant. Thus, the 4 drops of essence blood quickly merged into one and rushed towards Zichen. This was the 3rd drop of essence blood. At the same time, the 4 drops of essence blood did not withdraw. Instead, they continued to force their way through the barrier. One must know that under normal circumstances, 4 drops of essence blood would be able to penetrate 2 drops of essence blood. Damn it, damn it! Looking at the 4.5 drops of blood essence that had returned, he cursed with a pained expression on his face. More blood essence had been plundered by the barrier. However, in his opinion, this time Zichen would definitely die. However, as the 2 drops of essence blood disappeared one after another, Zichen opened his eyes. He looked at his face in pain and said in a trembling voice, "Why? Why did you harm me?" Hearing that Zichen was still able to speak, his face was obviously very surprised. The light in his eye sockets became brighter, like a normal human with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. "You want to kill me? Then don't think about getting out." Zichen closed his eyes again. The golden light around his body disappeared, and his aura fluctuated between strong and weak. Naturally, his expression became more and more painful. "Damn it, how could this be? 4 drops of essence blood couldn't kill him." The expression on his face changed. The current situation was completely out of his expectations. How could a mere Heaven Realm expert withstand 4 drops of essence blood and not die? The most important thing now was not to continue transferring energy, but to send out a strand of his consciousness to see what was going on. However, when he thought about how 90% of his consciousness would disappear into thin air, and the unbearable pain made his heart palpitate. 2 more drops. Stuff yourself to death. His expression changed, and a cold light flashed in his eye sockets. He summoned a few more drops of essence blood and began to force his way through the barrier. As the world absorbed more and more essence blood, the speed at which it devoured became faster. Now, Zichen had complete control of his body. At the same time, he was mobilizing the celestial energy in an attempt to refine it. This celestial energy naturally fused into various parts of his body. As it healed Zichen's meridians that had completely exploded, it also strengthened Zichen's body. This energy was very pure and of a very high grade. There were no impurities at all. It could be said to be the purest energy Zichen had ever seen. As he deliberately refined this energy, it began to strengthen his perfect body. At the same time, after entering his spiritual perception, it also strengthened Zichen's spiritual perception. The only thing that pained Zichen was that he had to pretend to be in great pain and on the verge of death during this clearly enjoyable process. In Zichen's world, the celestial energy was still rampaging, but Zichen's world was infinitely large. They could destroy it however they wanted as long as they didn't destroy the Origin Sea. Around the massive Origin Sea, a barrier appeared on its own and kept the violent energy at bay. This was Zichen's foundation. It absolutely couldn't be destroyed. As the celestial blood essence was deliberately transported into the Origin Sea, the speed at which Zichen condensed heaven-defying energy increased greatly. Furthermore, this celestial energy belonged to a law to begin with. Therefore, after fusing with it, the heaven-defying energy that Zichen condensed was undoubtedly stronger. At the same time, there was an additional attribute in this new heaven-defying energy: celestial energy. Zichen's previous injuries had long recovered. His damaged meridians had completely recovered, and his body had become stronger. This kind of miraculous change was just like the great opportunities he had encountered in the past. While Zichen was amazed, he was also somewhat overwhelmed. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a great opportunity at this level. Under the perception of his spiritual senses, Zichen clearly sensed the arrival of 2 new drops of celestial blood essence. This made Zichen very excited, so he once again injected this energy into the world, and then transferred some from the world to begin strengthening himself. Well, this won't do. If this goes on, I'll be exposed sooner or later. I have to take advantage of this time to strengthen my physical body and spiritual senses. This celestial energy was like an omnipotent energy that could enhance Zichen's essence, chi, and spirit at will. In addition to his excitement, Zichen was also calmly analyzing the situation. Since the other party's energy could cross over, perhaps his spiritual senses could also cross over. Once the other party crossed over, it was bound to be a fierce battle. By then, the first things that couldn't bear it would be his spiritual senses and body. Therefore, Zichen multitasked and directly transferred the celestial energy back. On the one hand, he strengthened himself, and on the other hand, he strengthened and changed the quality of his spiritual senses. It was impossible for him to continue acting the same show because there would always be a time when he got tired of it. Furthermore, The 6 drops of celestial blood essence were gone, so the other party could naturally tell that something was amiss. Zichen no longer pretended. He sat cross-legged as golden light shimmered around him. The perfect body cultivation technique began to circulate, constantly devouring the energy contained in the celestial blood essence to strengthen his body. At the same time, Zichen's perfect spiritual senses were also absorbing this energy. It had to be said that Zichen's perfect series was very powerful. Even though it was absorbing high-quality celestial energy, its speed wasn't slow. Damn it, how did this happen? Seeing Zichen's calm expression again, he still didn't know what had happened. Of course, he didn't realize that he had been tricked. Under normal circumstances, if a mere heaven realm expert had so much celestial blood essence invading his body, he would have long died. That's not right. He hasn't died yet, nor is he injured. Furthermore, there are no signs of energy dissipating. Where's that energy? The face looked at Zichen as flames flickered in the depths of his eyes. There was only one explanation for this situation. The celestial energy was no longer in Zichen's body. The energy had either been taken away by a supreme treasure or had entered Zichen's body. However, what kind of supreme treasure in the world could take away heaven-defying energy under such circumstances? The answer was none. Even the cosmic origin cauldron couldn't do it because it was too late. Furthermore, he didn't see Zichen use the cosmic origin cauldron. Since it was impossible for foreign objects to be used, the only situation left was that the energy had entered his own world. However, this situation seemed even more impossible because all the worlds here were suppressed. They could only draw energy, but they couldn't send energy into them. Unless, suddenly, the face's expression changed. This situation wasn't absolute because there was another exception. A complete world might also be suppressed, but relatively speaking, it had some kind of privilege. For example, at the moment of life or death, he could forcefully open a gap and send the energy into it. A complete world? Is he the new generation of heaven-defying warriors? The face recalled the battle he had just witnessed. Shortly after, he cursed. Damn it! He's a heaven-defying warrior! He didn't pay attention to the previous battle because the heaven realm energy was too weak and low in quality. It wasn't enough to attract his attention. If the face had a human face at this moment, it would have grimaced because he finally recognized the problem. In fact, there was only one true heaven-defying warrior. At their level, there was only one person who could be recognized, and that was the owner of the complete world. He must come from the original world, the Life Star. He was a natural existence that was called the miracle of the Life Star. He was the existence who could defy the heaven-defying realm. He was the heaven-defying warrior that all the experts recognized, the true heaven-defying warrior. As for the other heaven-defying warriors, they were created by the rules of the world. They couldn't transcend this world. If they were to be counted, they were just half-finished products. Damn it! Damn it! The face was annoyed. He couldn't believe that the first person he had met from the Life Star after so many years was a heaven-defying warrior. As he had guessed the other's identity, the face understood that the 6 drops of heavenly god blood couldn't burst the other's body. Let alone 6 drops, even 60 drops wouldn't work. Perhaps 600 drops would work, but where would he have that many heavenly god blood essences? His face darkened more and more. The saint aura around him reappeared. If he couldn't burst the other's body, he could only kill him. Even if he had to pay a big price, it was better than being trapped here until he died. Since he had forcefully closed the Great Formation, he had no other choice. Thus, he was enraged. Chapter 2022. What a cunning brat! How dare you deceive me? Go to hell! The face was completely enraged. He only had one choice left, and that was to kill Zichen before he finished refining the blood essence. Even if only 1/10 of his spiritual sense was left, he still had a huge advantage over Zichen in this world. Dong! The face was furious. The heart behind him beat violently, and a wave of energy spread out. His body exploded and disappeared into thin air. The last bit of energy in Eric's body was absorbed by the heart. Immediately after, a large amount of red light gushed out from the heart. This red light wasn't the dazzling golden blood essence from before, but it was also extremely pure heavenly God energy. They formed a blood sphere, and the amount of blood in it was no less than 100,000 drops. The blood ball formed by the blood rushed towards Zichin. It was stopped halfway by the barrier, but it did not stop. Instead, it slammed into the barrier. During the collision, the face turned into a beam of light and rushed into the blood-red sphere. Peng! The ball of blood violently slammed into the barrier, trying to break through it. Above it, the white ball emitted a gentle light. The light fell on the blood ball, causing it to tremble. At the same time, a roar came from the snowball. Buzz! As the roar came out, the blood ball continued to rush forward. At this moment, the broken sword trembled slightly. A bright sword light rushed out from it, and slashed at the blood ball below. The blade glow flashed and disappeared. An increasingly mournful roar was emitted from the blood ball. The entire blood ball was split into two by the blade glow. Nearly 90% of the blood ball was directly cut apart, while the remaining 10% forcefully passed through the other side of the barrier. The remaining 1/10 of the blood ball passed through the barrier and turned into an arm, as if a person was about to pass through it. The remaining 9/10 turned into pure energy and flowed through the barrier to the white ball above. After the white ball absorbed the blood light, the surface of the ball also emitted a blood-red light. However, the blood-red light quickly dissipated. Zichin had already sensed the commotion outside and slowly opened his eyes. Coincidentally, he saw a head poke out of the blood energy. Seeing that face, Zichin couldn't help but be startled. Ahriman! The face was Eric. However, his originally pitch-black eyes had turned into the color of flames. The aura coming from his body was no longer that of a heaven realm cultivator. There was a faint saint aura. No, you're not Eric. You're that face. Zichin immediately reacted and exclaimed. Kid, you dare to deceive me? You must die. The front half of Eric's body was already fully exposed. He glanced at Zichin and said coldly. Eric was coming out. Zichin's pupils shrank. Although he did not know what price Eric had paid, he could feel that the aura was not too strong. Zichin guessed that Eric had paid a high price. Now that the scabbard had formed a light shield, Zichin did not have any means to attack. When he saw that his opponent was about to come out, he did not immediately rush forward. Instead, he chose to continuously retreat. In the process of retreating, Zichin's body was constantly absorbing the heaven god's energy. As his body absorbed the sky god's energy, Zichin's spiritual will kept growing. Kid, this space is only so big. Let me see where you can run to. The cold voice came again. Eric's foot had already stepped out. He only had 1 foot left, but on the other side of the barrier, there was a red light. It looked very strange. Zichin kept retreating until he reached the end of the space. In the process, he kept absorbing the sky god's energy. He had to use his powerful body to get used to the pressure here before the other party arrived. Otherwise, he might not be able to defeat the face Eric man. Boom! There was a vibration. Eric had completely walked out. Eric, who had walked out, turned around and looked at the white ball. His eyes were full of hatred. 90% of his energy and spiritual will had been absorbed by the white ball. Then, it merged with the formation and strengthened it. This formation was specifically targeted at him. It was a dead end. If he did not resist, all of his energy would be lost for a long time. But if he resisted, he would consume a lot of energy. Too much energy would be absorbed by the formation and used to strengthen it. Just like this time, he could only stay in this space. He could not go back. If he could not break the formation, then the spiritual will that he had spent so much effort to get out would dissipate. This was the formation targeting him. He hated it very much. When he turned around again, he saw Zichin. His opponent was too weak. If it was not for the damned scabbard, he would have been swallowed by him. How could he have schemed against him? But because of the scabbard, he saw hope in breaking the formation. When he was sealed, there were only two things in the world that could break the formation. One of them was the scabbard. Now, the opportunity had come. After familiarizing himself with this energy body as quickly as possible, he moved forward in the terrifying pressure and rushed towards Zichen. His speed was not very fast, but every step he took caused the void to vibrate. The invisible vibrations brought great pressure to Zichen. Zichen opened his eyes and looked at Eric, who was walking toward him. His expression was still calm. He had tried to use energy before, but it was useless. The energy could not break through the scabbard's defense. Now, if Eric wanted to hurt him, he would have to break through the scabbard's defense first. In the process of breaking through the defense, Zichen could use the time to strengthen his body. If he did not want to be killed, he had to at least be able to stand up and fight. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. You were too greedy before. If you had refined it earlier, you might have had a chance. Unfortunately, you wasted all your time on taking. Now you want to strengthen your body. It's too late. Eric smiled coldly at Zichen. He walked in front of Zichen, clenched his fist, and punched out. A terrifying pressure and wind whistled through the air. Boom! The light shield trembled. Blood-colored energy surged. A loud sound reverberated through the space. Zichen stood in the light shield, motionless. The shield's trembling did not affect him. He was still using the time to refine the heaven god's energy. Damn thing, you dared to deceive this heaven god. This is the result. Eric's face was full of anger. He punched out again. The space trembled again, and the light shield trembled violently. He was a powerful heaven god. He was once an omnipotent existence. Now, he was trapped here. If this little guy could easily go up and take away the broken sword, he would be able to escape. But this guy did not. Since he was unwilling, he would kill him and take his place. Boom! Boom! Fists fell like raindrops, continuously attacking the light barrier, and the sound of tremors continued to ring out. The rumbling sound reverberated through the entire space. The entire space was trembling. In the space in front, another face appeared from the heart. He looked indifferently at the battle outside. The spiritual sense in the outside world was no longer controlled. Everything was based on instinct. Before it dissipated, it still had its own thoughts. Zichen stayed in the light shield. He did not seem to be affected at all. But from the twitching of his eyes, one could see that his heart was not calm. Boom! Boom! Powerful fist lights rained down one after another. After an unknown number of punches, the light barrier began to distort even more, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Damn brat, let's see how long you can hide. Seeing the cracks, Eric smiled ferociously. The energy in his punches grew stronger. Finally, he landed a heavy punch on the light shield. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the light barrier. Its defense finally reached a critical point, and it exploded with a loud boom. As the light shield exploded, the scabbard and Zichen appeared at the same time. Without the protection of the scabbard, the pressure in this space fell on his body. This pressure was too strong, causing Zichen's body to instantly collapse. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on his back. He could not stand up at all. The light shield shattered. The scabbard did not form a new light shield. Instead, it trembled slightly and flew up. Come back! Eric did not attack Zichen directly. Instead, he looked at the flying scabbard. With a tap of his foot, he soared into the sky and grabbed the scabbard. He firmly grabbed the scabbard. Excitement immediately appeared on his face. With the scabbard, he could take away the broken sword. It meant freedom and revenge. But before he could show more excitement and surprise, a huge power came out of the scabbard. The power bounced Eric's hand away and flew to the side of the broken sword. It stopped there. Just as Eric thought that the scabbard and the scabbard were going to become one, he saw that the scabbard only stopped beside the broken sword. It did not seem like it was going to become one. Damn it! Frustration flashed across Eric's face. he did not dare to go up and try to grab the scabbard again. When he was first sealed, he had done this many times. However, as soon as he got close to the broken sword would release a ray of light and destroy him. Not daring to think about the scabbard, Eric lowered his head and looked at Zichen, his expression constantly changing. At this moment, he really wanted to kill Zichen, but considering Zichen's situation, he felt that it was necessary to let him live a little longer. Zichen found it difficult to even stand up in the face of such pressure. Eric bent down and grabbed Zichen's back with both hands. Then, he lifted Zichen up, turned around, and threw Zichen towards the light barrier in front of him. This was also part of his previous plan. As long as he threw Zichen inside, he would be able to escape once he had complete control over Zichen. P.S. This is an extra chapter, reading friend. Many thanks to Xiaojiachuan's friend. Chapter 2023. After being thrown out by Eric, Zichen's body flew forward uncontrollably. At that moment, he seemed to have seen his end. His expression became crazed, and his body struggled in the air, wanting to do something before he died. However, it was useless. The pressure from this space was terrifying, and he could not control his body at all. He could not even stand, let alone control his body and force it to stop. Looking at Eric's face in front of him, Zichen knew very well that Eric would be devoured before he woke up. It seemed that he would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. At that moment, Zichen was distracted, but his body's natural reaction did not stop. His body was still becoming stronger, and as he felt the pressure around him, he found that his body was gradually adapting. If he had some time, he would naturally be able to adapt to the pressure here and stand up again. Then, he would fight Eric's face to the death. However, he did not seem to have time now. His body kept retreating, and he was about to crash into the barrier. Then, he would meet his death. Seeing that he was about to escape, a smile appeared on Eric's face. However, in the next moment, this smile froze on his face. The scabbard that was with the broken sword suddenly released a beam of energy. This light descended and formed a new barrier, blocking Zichen. Bang! Zichen's body landed on the barrier with a loud bang, and the entire barrier shook. Eric had used a lot of strength, and this collision caused Zichen to see stars. His organs churned, and he wanted to vomit blood. However, there was no doubt that this was the most exciting and even blissful moment that Zichen had ever experienced after coming to this world. Even that loud bang sounded very pleasant to Zichen's ears, as if it was the most beautiful sound in the world. This was because it made him feel as if he had instantly gone from hell to heaven. Damn it, you're the one behind this! Compared to the excited Zichen, Eric's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Obviously, the scabbard had such a reaction because Zichen had already made the scabbard recognize him as its master. This was a very natural protection. Now, if he wanted to control the scabbard, there were only two ways. The first was to throw Zichen in and let his main body control Zichen. The second way was to kill Zichen and forcefully refine the scabbard to help his main body escape. Clearly, Eric Man no longer hoped for the first method. With the protection of the scabbard, it would be very difficult to force Zichen in. The second method was to kill Zichen by force. This method seemed to be quite difficult. Looking at Zichen, who stood up shakily after landing on the ground, Eric's eyes flashed with a strange light as he thought to himself. Zichen's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he stood up. Golden light flickered on his body as his body swayed slightly. Although he had stood up, it was extremely difficult for him to take the next step. The pressure around him was too strong. It could even affect a saint. However, Zichen, who stood up, was not completely useless. Facing this terrifying pressure, his perfect body's speed of absorbing God's energy was undoubtedly much faster. Damn it! Eric was furious as he strode forward. Zichen's body swayed slightly as he wanted to leave this place quickly. Although the scabbard had blocked the attack for him, he did not know how many more attacks the scabbard could withstand. The difference in speed between the two sides was undoubtedly too great. Zichen, who had barely taken a few steps under the pressure, was caught up by Eric, who forcefully punched him. Pff. Zichen's internal organs, which were already churning, could no longer endure it. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as his body flew out uncontrollably. A powerful force entered Zichen's body, trying to destroy Zichen's vitality. However, at this moment, Zichen's body contained a vast amount of God's energy. This energy continuously healed Zichen's injuries while simultaneously strengthening Zichen's body. After standing up again, Zichen felt that the pressure around him had lessened significantly. Heaven-defying energy surged within his body as streaks of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, protecting it. The pressure that had already lessened slightly at this moment. Although his movements were still restricted, it was much better than before. For example, facing Eric's powerful punch, Zichen's feet shifted slightly as he dodged it. Peng! Zichen's dodge clearly surprised Armin, but his forward punch also stopped in its tracks. Then, he turned his elbow and viciously struck Zichen's chest. Crack! This powerful force instantly sent Zichen flying. At the same time, the sound of bones shattering rang out. Zichen's powerful body was forcefully shattered. However, just as his body shattered, a surge of God's energy entered his wounds. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the broken bones rapidly healed. By the time Zichen's body landed on the ground, his injuries had completely healed. Even he was shocked by the speed of his recovery. He stared at Ahmed in shock. Damn it! Eric was very clear about Zichen's condition. He was extremely vexed. This was all because of him. It was originally a scheme, but because of his carelessness, it had backfired. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Zichen looked at the gloomy Eric and said, Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, his body surging with golden light. You're courting death. Eric roared and punched out again. This time, Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he met force with force. Crack! As the two fists collided, the clear sound of bones shattering could be heard. Zichen only felt a powerful force pass through his arm in an instant and shatter it. His body was sent flying again. During this process, the pure God's energy replaced Zichen's heaven-defying energy and began to repair Zichen's broken arm. With the help of the pure God's energy, Zichen's broken arm was completely healed. In addition, during the process of recovery, the God's energy also entered Zichen's bone marrow through the broken bones and strengthened Zichen's bones on a deeper level. The newly healed bones became even tougher, and they faintly emitted a faint golden light. Sure enough, using this method to transform the body faster. His body continued to retreat. Feeling the powerful force in his arm, Zichen's face revealed a look of satisfaction. Again. With another loud shout, Zichen charged forward once again. This time, he directly used his left fist to ruthlessly punch his opponent. Another collision of energy. Zichen borrowed the force to fly back again. This time, after his injuries healed, Zichen's bones were clearly stronger. This method allowed the God's energy to instantly enter the depths of the bones and strengthen the body. It was much faster than cultivating step by step. Eric clearly sensed Zichen's intentions and became even more furious. At this moment, Zichen had the God's energy. This energy would continuously enter his body, so Zichen did not have to worry about consumption. However, Eric could not. Every time he punched, he would use up some energy. If he could not quickly take down Zichen, he would quickly use up all his energy and dissipate. This time, he had come out in vain. He had suffered a great loss. Again. Looking at his recovered left arm, Zichen excitedly roared and charged forward for the third time. Peng! Knowing what Zichen wanted to do, Eric held back a little. This attack only caused Zichen to cough up blood, but it did not injure Zichen's body. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll help you in this situation? Eric retreated and then charged forward again. Encountering the same situation as before, Eric's attacks became more measured. Zichun looked at Eric and began to retreat. At this moment, his excited expression turned cold. The energy in his body began to surge, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a ruthless expression. Seeing Zichen's expression, Eric suddenly had a bad feeling. However, he did not understand what Zichen wanted to do. Kacha! Kacha! In the next moment, the energy around Zichen went berserk, and the sound of frying beans could be heard. This sound was very dense and also very urgent. Even with Eric's willpower as the Sky God's avatar, when he saw this scene, his eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. The sound came from in front of him. To be more precise, it came from within Zichen's body. In an instant, Zichen shattered all of his meridians and bones. Ah! Zichen raised his head and roared. He let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. This kind of situation would only occur during torture. All of the bones in his body were shattered in an instant. If not for his strong willpower, he would have fainted long ago. Intense pain spread throughout his body. At the same time, Zichen endured the pain and used his perfect spiritual senses to control the sea of Sky God's energy. Wherever the Sky God's energy passed, the shattered bones began to connect and fuse together. Zichen's expression was still cold. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was a testament to the pain he was enduring. However, at this moment, the cold Zichen was slightly distracted. He thought back to the first time he met the monk. At that time, the monk had shattered all of his bones. After that, he had discovered that his body had become stronger. Although he had cursed the monk at that time, it had to be said that this kind of method of breaking and then rebuilding was the fastest way to strengthen one's body. Of course, it could not be said that the monk had good intentions. That fellow had done it purely to swindle him. After shattering all of his bones, Zichen did not collapse. This was because the Sky God's energy had reconnected his bones. After all of his bones had been reconnected, Zichen's bones were also emitting a golden light. The Sky God's energy was surging. The terrifying pressure between heaven and earth was no longer a threat to Zichen. Eric took the opportunity to rush forward. As he rushed forward, he punched out again. This time, he aimed for Zichen's head. As long as the punch broke through his head, it would enter his sea of consciousness and destroy his soul. No amount of Sky God's energy would be able to save him. P.S. This chapter is a normal update. The game continued. As usual, the group number was announced, 2848899961. Chapter 2024. Zichen's expression did not change much as he looked at Eric's violent punch. This punch was indeed a threat to him, and if it hit his head, it could even kill him. However, it was not that easy. Facing this violent punch, Zichen's body shone with golden light. Borrowing the god's energy in his body, he even had the might of a god. Whoosh! He gently stretched out his hand. Golden energy flowed on his palm, and he slapped it towards the incoming punch. Pun! The violent punch collided with Zichen's palm, and there was a loud explosion. Zichen's palm trembled slightly, but it stopped steadily and caught Eric's fist. You! How could you block my punch? Seeing the energy dissipating from Zichen's fist, which could not threaten Zichen at all, a shocked expression appeared on Eric's face. Even a heaven-defying cultivator should not have such a fast refining speed, nor should he have such obvious growth. After blocking the punch, Zichen coldly smiled and said, "You had a good time before, right? Now it's my turn." With that, Zichen exerted his strength. A powerful force passed through his palm, and Eric's body involuntarily retreated. Hum! Golden light flashed, and the sound of thunder came from his body. Zichen's body flashed, and he charged forward. As he charged, Zichen clenched his fists and punched towards Eric. This punch was accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, causing the void to distort. It was a perfect demonstration of strength and speed. Damn it! Eric cursed, and he also punched out. Blood-red light surged, and it was as if there was a huge wave of blood coming towards him. "Open for me!" Zichen gritted his teeth and roared. The two fists collided. Pun! A deafening sound reverberated through the space. After the explosion, a ripple of energy spread out in all directions. Under the surge of this powerful force, Zichen's body swayed slightly, and he retreated 3 steps. His face, which was shining with golden light, was slightly pale. Looking ahead again, Ahriman had taken a total of 5 steps back, and his expression was constantly distorted. If he was not an energy body, Ahriman would have coughed up blood at this moment. Damn it, how could this be? Ahmed's twisted face was filled with disbelief. Although the clone's battle prowess was less than 1/10 of its original, it still had the pressure of a saint. That was why it could display such great power in the core area of the formation. However, this Zichen was only in the heaven realm, and he was not even at the peak of the heaven realm. Yet, with just a few drops of his blood essence, he was able to adapt to this place in such a short period of time. Furthermore, he was able to display a considerable amount of strength. This was something that he could not understand. Even if he possessed a complete world, he should not be able to grow so quickly. If he had a complete world, even if he had the essence blood of a god, he should not be able to grow so quickly. However, Zichen did not have a complete world, but a perfect world. Not only was it a perfect world, but it was also a perfect series. His essence, chi, and soul were all refined by the 3 pages of the heavenly book. His spiritual sense, physical body, and energy had all reached true perfection. Again. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zichen charged forward again. In this space, because the pressure around him was too strong, Zichen's spiritual sense and energy could not leave his body. The only thing he could use was his physical body. Therefore, Zichen charged forward again and naturally used the same punch. Bang! In another head-on collision, Zichen only retreated 2 steps, while Ahmed retreated 7 steps. The gap between the two grew larger and larger. It should be known that during the battle, Zichen's battle prowess was constantly increasing, while Ahmed's battle prowess was constantly being consumed. Whoosh! Energy could not leave his body, but he could still use the extreme speed footwork. Although it was not as terrifying as outside, it was still enough to deal with this sky god's avatar, who was consuming a lot of energy. Go to hell! Ahmed's body surged with a bloody light, and a violent aura filled the space. Then, he punched out again. Zichen's figure shifted, and he easily dodged this attack. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked towards Ahmed's abdomen. Bang! This kick was very solid. Ahmed's body trembled slightly, and then he was sent flying, smashing into the barrier of this space. When he landed, Ahmed coughed continuously. His originally angry expression was now filled with shock. At this moment, he clearly sensed the true gap between the two of them. The battle that followed was naturally one-sided. Zichen had completely adapted to the pressure here, and with the constantly increasing consumption of energy, Zichen naturally had an overwhelming advantage. Come and help me! Ahmed's body retreated, and he felt that he could not hold on any longer. He had no choice but to call for help. At the heart, the face appeared again, watching all of this indifferently. At the same time, its expression was constantly changing. If he could not take down Zichen this time, and gave Zichen enough time to grow, it would be impossible for him to get out. This was his only chance. A hint of coldness appeared on his face. Behind him, the heart beat violently again. Immediately after, a large amount of blood appeared, forming a new ball of blood. This ball of blood was twice as big as before. After it was formed, it directly charged toward the barrier. As for the heart behind him, after forming these blood balls, it had clearly become smaller, and its luster had dimmed. The frequency of its beating had also decreased. Just as the blood ball was charging forward, the face charged directly into it. It was blocked by the round ball, and it was consumed by the blade light. The ball of blood that was emitting terrifying energy only had 1/10 of its power left after successfully breaking through the barrier. However, this 10th was still more than twice as powerful as Eric's. The blood ball that appeared again had Ahmed's face. After appearing, he charged towards Zichen. His speed was extremely fast, and he was not affected by the pressure here at all. As he charged forward, Zichen's power continued to increase. In the end, he sent the first Ahmed flying with a punch. As Eric flew backwards, his body began to dissipate on its own, quickly turning into a ball of blood energy. This ball of blood still emitted powerful energy fluctuations, not weaker than an ordinary Heaven Realm expert. However, due to the pressure here, this ball of blood was unable to condense into a human form. It could only turn into pure energy until it completely dissipated. However, this energy was still very pure to Zichen. This was because there was still a remnant of the god's essence blood inside. It was a rare treasure. Whoosh! Zichen did not say anything and instantly charged forward. His face was filled with excitement. At this moment, Zichen felt a sense of danger. It was the new Ahmed, and he was charging towards him. His speed was not any slower than Zichen's, and his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Humph! Looking at Ahmed, who was filled with cold, murderous intent, Zichen coldly snorted. His body flashed, and he blocked in front of the other party. Then, he threw a punch at the other party. You're courting death. Ahmed's body flashed with bloody light as he threw a violent punch. The two fists collided and exploded. Ahmed's cold expression suddenly changed. He saw that Zichen's punch, which was not weak at all, suddenly retracted its power. The violent power from his punch instantly landed on Zichen, and Zichen's body was sent flying. Unfortunately, Zichen, who was sent flying backwards, happened to be in the direction of the blood ball. Damn it! Ahmed raised his head to look at Zichen. He just so happened to see the mocking smile on Zichen's face. He cursed angrily and sped up. He was already a step too late, so he naturally could not be faster than Zichen now. Using the powerful fist light, Zichen took the opportunity to retreat and landed near the ball of energy. This was an ownerless energy. The spiritual sense inside had already been destroyed by Zichen. Zichen waved his sleeve and put away the blood ball. After putting away the blood orb, Zichen turned around to look at Eric, who was charging at him, and said mockingly, "You think you can fool me by pretending to be cold and murderous? Your goal is actually this blood orb. If he could fuse with this blood ball, then the new Ahmed's battle power would naturally increase again." However, his intentions were completely seen through by Zichen. Ahmed, who was charging forward, stopped. This time, he had really miscalculated. If he knew this guy was so difficult to deal with, he definitely would not have purposely closed the formation. Now, not only did he lose a few drops of essence blood, he also consumed a lot of energy. Right now, his main body could no longer provide any new energy. This was because if he consumed too much energy, then the killing formation would sense that his main body was too weak and forcefully kill him. Thinking about this formation again, Ahmed was furious. This formation was too despicable. It had forcefully taken away 90% of his energy and spiritual sense. If it had taken away 80% of his energy, he would not have been in such a sorry state. Come, let me see just how strong the newcomer is. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen laughed mockingly. His body naturally charged forward. He had used extreme speed. As he charged forward, Zichen did not clench his fists. He did not even show any intention of attacking. He simply charged forward. Go die! Ahmed punched out, and a powerful fist light shot towards Zichen's face. Whoosh! Zichen didn't move at all. Light flashed beneath his feet, and after dodging the attack, he used his elbow to hit Eric's body. This attack wasn't very strong, and it only made Eric's body sway slightly, causing him to lose his center of gravity. It didn't even cause any damage to Eric. However, after this attack, Zichen did not stop. He flashed again and arrived on the other side of Ahmed, and another attack landed. This attack was also not very powerful. It was not much different from the previous attack, but it made Ahmed's body lose balance again. Bang! Bang! In this space, Zichen's body was like a ray of light. He circled around Ahmed and attacked continuously. His attacks were endless, and there were many different ways to attack. He could use his fingers, fists, elbows, legs, feet, and even his head. Under Zichen's constant attacks, Ahmed could not stabilize his center of gravity. With his center of gravity unstable, he could not gather energy to attack. No matter how powerful his aura was, Zichen's next attack would make his attacks disappear. Just as Zichen was beating Ahriman until he had no chance to retaliate, there seemed to be a roar of unwillingness and despair coming from his heart. P.S. That's right, there will be an update today. This is a normal update. The first group is already full. I will now announce a new group. Those who have already joined the first group do not need to join the second group. Chapter 2025. In this space, Zichen had completely turned into a beam of light, a resplendent golden light. He walked around Ahmed and launched attacks that weren't very strong but definitely weren't weak either. They landed on Ahmed, causing him to lose his center of gravity and unable to condense a powerful attack. After throwing out a punch, Ahmed's body swayed and moved to the side. With the help of his extremely fast footwork, Zichen quickly appeared to the side and knocked him with his knee. Soon, in another direction, Zichen pointed forward with his golden fingerprints. This was a very familiar scene. It was an attack technique that Zichen had learned from the perfect body. This was a pure physical attack, a close combat technique. This wasn't a combat technique with restrictions, so it could be used at every stage. This attack technique was also called a close combat combo. Zichen hadn't used it for many years because this spell technique was gradually no longer suitable for him. His combat strength was now very strong, and he could directly kill weak opponents. As for powerful opponents, the Heavenly Dao spell technique could unleash such powerful might. In addition, Zichen's body wasn't truly comparable to a heavenly soldier, so it wasn't suitable for him to use such a combo attack technique to fight opponents of the same level. However, at this moment, being in this space, Zichen's physical body had undergone a transformation. In addition, he could not use any other means of attack here. He could only rely on his physical body, so he immediately thought of the physical combo technique. With an endless supply of celestial energy for him to squander, Zichen was also using pure celestial energy to fight while using the physical combo. This energy couldn't allow Zichen to unleash his full potential. Every time he struck out, there would be excess energy consumption. However, at this moment, preserving his life was clearly the most important. As for the consumption, Zichen clearly couldn't care less. Ahmed, who couldn't launch an effective attack, roared in anger. He recognized this attack technique. It was the most difficult close combat technique to deal with. As long as it stuck to you, it was impossible to pull apart the distance between them. While enduring these attacks, the energy in Ahmed's body was constantly being consumed. Due to the array formation, his energy consumption was very high. Damn it, damn it! Angry curses rang out continuously, resounding throughout the area. However, Eric was currently stuck by Zichen, so he could only do as he was told. As a sky god's avatar, he still had many powerful means. If he was in the outside world, he could easily kill Zichen. He would not even bother to kill someone at Zichen's level. However, he was trapped in this formation that specifically targeted him. Moreover, he was at the eye of the formation. He was helpless. All of his powerful techniques were sealed. He could only use his physical body to attack. However, he just so happened to encounter a guy who knew close combat techniques. What was even more unfortunate was that he had given the other party a few drops of Heavenly God's blood essence. Now, the other party relied on close combat techniques and Heavenly God's energy to restrain him. This time, he really went for wool and came home shorn. The outside world was filled with Ericman's roars, while the inside world was filled with his heart's roars of unwillingness. The two sounds complemented Zichen's continuous attacks, forming a strange rhythm. Bang! 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 one attack after another landed. Zichen, who was continuously attacking, was already drenched in sweat. He was clearly borrowing Heavenly God's energy to fight someone of a higher level than him. His energy consumption was very high. However, he could not stop. Once he stopped, he would definitely face Erikman's counterattack. At that time, Zichen would definitely suffer a fatal blow. During the battle, Zichen's perfect body was operating on its own, absorbing Heavenly God's energy. In the process of absorbing this energy, Zichen discovered that there was also energy from the outside world being absorbed by his body. However, in this place, it was impossible for there to be any energy from the outside world. After all, there were only the two of them. Zichen suddenly looked at Erikman. The only explanation was that Erikman's energy was flowing away. This discovery made Zichen even more excited, and his confidence grew even more. Clearly, if they continued fighting like this, Erikman's energy would be exhausted sooner or later. At the same time, Zichen also split some of his energy to sense the heart. Of course, he could hear the sound coming from the heart. That was the sound of unwillingness and even despair. Zichen could not help but guess that Erikman would not be able to create another Erikman. After all, the formation was specifically designed to deal with it. Once the strange rhythm continued without interruption, it would gradually become dull and boring. This was the case in the space at the moment. Zichen, who was unable to accurately sense the flow of time, naturally did not know how long he had been fighting. However, he guessed that it had been 3 or 4 days. Continuously using close combat for 3 or 4 days had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, the support of the 6 drops of Heavenly God's blood essence allowed Zichen to persist until now and not collapse first. However, after fighting for so long, Zichen was also exhausted. Erikman's previous roars and vibrations had become very sluggish. He did not even make a sound. The two seemed to be waiting for the other to reach his limit. At this moment, they were both persevering to see who could last longer. Time passed. After who knew how many attacks, Erikman's body finally dissipated, turning into a ball of blood energy that floated in the air. As for Zichen, after this attack, he was slightly startled and then sat down on the ground. Clearly, he was also exhausted. At this moment, Zichen urgently needed to rest, or even have a good sleep. Zichen, who did not need to sleep for a long time, felt the urge to sleep. It could be seen how exhausted he was and how much energy he had consumed. Zichen shook his head and bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up. At this moment, it seemed like he could not rest. If he cultivated at this time, it would undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. He had once shattered his bones to forcefully increase the energy in his body, but that energy had not perfectly fused with his body. At this moment, he needed to refine it. This time, with the help of the Heavenly God's energy, Zichen's benefits were very obvious. At the very least, his body had truly crossed the final step, becoming an existence comparable to a heavenly soldier. Of course, the heavenly soldiers here were not ordinary heavenly soldiers, but heaven-defying weapons. When the time came, Zichen could stand there without moving. Ordinary heaven-defying experts might not be able to kill him. Even some saints might not be able to reach such a level of physical strength. After collecting the ball of blood above his head, Zichen sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to refine the remaining energy in his body. This energy would be completely refined and then enter Zichen's body, fusing with his blood and bones, becoming Zichen's power. Zichen cultivated as if there was no one around him. The face that had reappeared in his heart could only watch helplessly. Its expression would sometimes change from despair to malevolence. It had persisted for far too many years, but in a short period of time, it had consumed the most energy. It seemed like Zichen had obtained a huge opportunity, but in truth, more than 90% of the energy had been absorbed by the formation to strengthen it. Coupled with the fact that it had previously sealed the formation, the only thing that awaited him now was death. In a daze, it seemed to recall the scene from back then. Those fellows simply did not have the strength to kill it. They could only seal it. With our combined strength, we condensed this certain death seal. You probably won't be able to leave this place for the rest of your life. However, that's not absolute. Perhaps in a few million years, a descendant will come here with a fragment of the shield and completely refine you. It was unknown how many years had passed. During that time, not a single heavenly realm expert had been able to reach this place. As for saints, they did not dare to set foot here. Every time they came, they would hastily leave after sensing the abnormality. After many years, it finally had an opportunity. However, it did not expect that it would get the scabbard and not the shield. If it wanted to break this formation, there were two ways. One was the fragment of the shield, and the other was the scabbard. Of the two, the scabbard's corresponding broken saber mainly attacked and was considered a support. However, the true core of the formation was that sphere. The sphere was the core of the formation and had a high chance of killing it. However, the scabbard was slightly weaker. This was also why when it saw the scabbard, it decided to consume some of its divine energy to forcibly seal the formation. It wanted to find a way out from the scabbard. Once the scabbard and the broken saber became one, the broken saber would no longer be a threat. As long as it paid a price, it would be able to smoothly escape. Unfortunately, all its calculations had ended because it had misjudged Zichen's strength and gave him 6 drops of essence blood. If it had been more ruthless at the start, and did not hesitate to consume energy, there would not have been a battle. Now it was regretful, but it was clearly too late. As time passed, the golden light on Zichen's body became brighter and brighter. The remaining energy in his body was being refined. As the remaining energy in his body was being refined, Zichen began to refine the energy in the 2 blood balls. This could be considered as another rebirth, changing the meridians and washing the marrow. Being in this strange space, the first thing Zichen had to do was strengthen his physical body and let it completely transform and adapt to this place. The face could only stay in the formation and watch as Zichen became stronger and stronger. However, there was nothing it could do. Now, it could only wait for Zichen to grow. When it was time to break the formation, it could give Zichen the final fatal blow. There was only one chance. The remaining energy in the 6 drops of essence blood and the 2 blood balls were all used by Zichen to temper his physical body. After an unknown amount of time, all the energy in Zichen's body was exhausted. His physical body also became stronger. After exhausting all the heavenly god energy, Zichen opened his eyes. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, but there was also some unwillingness. There was too little heavenly god energy. If there was enough of it, he could continue to break through until he reached the peak of the heaven realm. As for the origin sea in his body, it would also condense into heaven-defying energy. Zichen looked at the heart and the face. He was unwilling. If he attacked rashly like this, it would be very dangerous. However, right at that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the scabbard that was emitting light. That beam of light soared into the sky and forcibly broke through this space. An endless amount of magma poured down from above. Chapter 2026. Under Yan Wei's lead, the 6 of them went around the magma where Zichen had sunk into and headed deeper. While moving forward, Yan Wei's expression was calm, but his heart was always vigilant, guarding against the people beside him. Lei Dong stood beside Yan Wei, and when his gaze landed on Qing Feng, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was still brooding over Zichen's death. He hated that damn Zichen. If he died, then he died. Why did he have to take the heavenly lightning wings with him? He did not have the guts to challenge a saint, and the heavenly thunder wings would never see the light of day again. He had already concluded that Zichen was dead, and his heart was filled with regret. On the other side of Yan Wei was Wu Xing. For some reason, he was not in a good mood, and he was even a little worried. This worry was naturally because of Zichen. He also had a deep understanding of Zichen, and he even knew more details than Yan Wei. Zichen had faced many life and death crises along the way, and every time when everyone thought that Zichen would definitely die, he would not die. This time, It was reasonable to say that Zichen would not be able to survive if a saint swallowed Zichen, but Wu Xing still felt uneasy. Of course, the one who was in the worst mood was Qing Feng. This time, he had messed up his plan. Not only did he not save Zichen, but the shield might also fall into Yan Wei's hands. Hei Long and Enpeng had not made a move from the beginning, but at this moment, they were also worried. The 6 of them had their own thoughts, but on the way, the atmosphere was naturally a little gloomy. No one deliberately spoke, and only Yan Wei's voice would be heard from time to time. "Everyone, we are almost there. Be careful," Yan Wei said again. Every time he spoke, it was more of a reminder. Occasionally, he would make a few jokes. "That's right," Yan Wei said. With the previous scene of a saint hiding in the magma, they were very careful when they moved forward again. They would avoid the magma when they saw it, and purposely walked on flat ground. Even when they saw some towering mounds, they would subconsciously avoid them. However, despite being so careful along the way, not the slightest unforeseen event had occurred, and they had not encountered any danger. Even though they clearly hadn't encountered any danger, the 6 of them didn't relax. Instead, they grew more and more nervous. Ji Wei even frowned several times. It was unknown what he was thinking. In this tense atmosphere, the group walked for an unknown amount of time before they suddenly saw a building. That was a large hall that stood alone in front of him. Its surface was covered in grit and dust. It looked like it had been here for quite a few years, and it carried an aura of decay. The moment they saw the building, everyone's expression became tense. But in Qi Wei's eyes, there was a flash of light. He was quite surprised to be able to make it here safely. However, just as he thought that there would be no danger, the ground suddenly trembled. Then, the hall in front of him began to shake. Buzz! Buzz! Looking at the trembling hall, the nervous crowd's aura began to surge around their bodies, forming a substantial energy light shield as they vigilantly looked ahead. How could this be? Qi Wei looked ahead and muttered in a low voice. He didn't understand. The hall before them was trembling violently. In fact, it was even causing the entire world to tremble. The grit that covered the surface of the hall fell to the ground with rustling sounds. The trembling stopped. After the grit settled, a pitch-black, dust-free hall appeared before the crowd's eyes. The crowd looked to one another in dismay. They didn't know what had happened. Qi Wei seemed to have guessed what was going on. A faint smile appeared on his face. With a smile, he said, "It would appear that this abnormal change is to welcome us." Hearing that, the crowd laughed dryly. They didn't think that this joke was funny. "Let's go. There shouldn't be any danger." After taking a deep breath and withdrawing his spirit sense, Qi Wei indicated for the crowd to proceed forward. At the same time, he recalled the information regarding this place. That information was incomplete. It was unknown how many years it had been passed down. It was recorded on an ancient jade slip. The restrictions on that jade slip had been damaged by the passage of time. There was a huge opportunity recorded in the jade slip. The opportunity was located in a hall like this. Apart from the opportunity, there was also a simple record of the method to control the fragment. According to the jade slip, after entering this hall, one would be able to obtain the other fragments. After obtaining the fragment, one would also be able to gain control over a sort of spirit formation. From there, one would be able to obtain the final opportunity. Due to the fact that the jade slip was too ancient and damaged, the information recorded on it was not very detailed. Thus, Qi Wei didn't know much about this place. However, for the sake of obtaining the fragment, the power that he belonged to had spent a great deal of effort. His clan had discovered some clues during the previous invasion. However, at that time, the foreign races had already been defeated. Thus, they had no choice but to withdraw from this place. However, when they withdrew from this place, Qi Wei's clan had arranged for some of their disciples to infiltrate this continent and live in seclusion. During this period of time, they had been investigating this matter non-stop. This continued until Qi Wei arrived with his people and forcibly eliminated 2 hidden aristocratic families to obtain the jade slip and the fragment. As they advanced, Black Dragon and the others appeared to be very careful. However, Qi Wei appeared to be very relaxed. There was a faint trace of excitement in his eyes. As long as he could obtain the complete shield, this trip would not have been in vain. Killing Zichen was just a side trip. What he was looking forward to, the next great opportunity, was what he was most looking forward to. Everything matched what was recorded on the jade slip. There would not be any danger in this hall. Thus, Qi Wei took the initiative to step forward. Under the nervous gazes of the others, he pushed open the door to the hall that had been closed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Ka. As the door to the hall opened, a simple and ancient aura rushed out. Everyone was on guard. Energy surged around their bodies. Swoosh! Qi Wei took the lead and rushed into the hall. Seeing Qi Wei move, Black Dragon and the others followed him. Their speed was not slow at all. After entering the hall, everyone seemed to have entered a different space-time. In this space-time, rays of materialized energy intersected above, forming a strange pattern that emitted a bright light. In this pattern, there were several rays of black light. They were constantly moving according to a certain trajectory. It was as if they were trapped in it and could not escape. The hall was spacious and empty. There was only this strange pattern above their heads. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the pattern. Then, they looked at the black lights. The black lights were of different sizes. They were constantly flying above without any pattern. They intersected with each other and seemed to be moving according to a certain trajectory. It was very eye-catching. That's. As everyone's gaze fell on the black lights, their expressions immediately changed. It's fragments. Fragments of the shield. And Peng exclaimed. His face was filled with disbelief. The others' expressions were not much different from Peng's. Those black lights of different sizes were actually fragments of the shield. There were at least 20 of them. Swoosh! 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 Seeing those fragments, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Light flashed in their eyes. Without hesitation, they soared into the sky. As everyone soared into the sky, a gust of wind suddenly blew in this space. A gust of green wind brushed past their faces. This gust of green wind did not attract anyone's attention. However, after sensing this gust of green wind, Yowei's expression slightly changed. He immediately turned around. Swoosh! A gust of green wind landed on his body. The seemingly gentle wind instantly turned into sharp blades. Like a storm of blades, it cut through Yowei's defense and made clanging sounds. Qing Feng, what are you doing? Yowei looked at Qing Feng through the storm of blades. This shield belongs to the Jianwu continent. It does not belong to a foreign race like you. Qing Feng's expression was cold. A green heavenly blade appeared in his hand. Endless winds surged in the hall. At this moment, Qing Feng was determined. Even if he had to die, he would stop Yowei from getting the shield. Qing Feng's sudden attack surprised the other 4 people. However, they did not stop. Instead, they increased their speed. Lei Dong turned around and glanced at the 2 people below. He smiled coldly and soared into the sky, rushing into the pattern. At this moment, the so-called alliance was useless. Only one's own interests mattered. They were naturally happy that Qing Feng had stopped Yowei. Qing Feng, you don't know what's good for you. Seeing everyone rushing forward, Yowei's face showed a hint of anger. As the energy vibrated, a black demonic aura spread out, instantly destroying the storm of blades. Cut! As soon as the storm was destroyed, Qing Feng's powerful blades slashed down. The moment the storm dissipated, it was already in front of Yowei. Yowei pointed a finger forward. A black fingerprint appeared and went straight for Qing Feng. At the same time, light flashed under his feet and he retreated. Puff! This fingerprint was not as powerful as the one used to deal with Zichen. Qing Feng slashed with his blade and rushed toward Yowei. Boom! The energy vibrated. A terrifying palm print appeared and blocked Qing Feng's blade. Yowei had already self-destructed his heavenly weapon. His combat strength was also damaged. At this moment, he could only use techniques to fight Qing Feng. The palm print exploded and the blade was blocked. Qing Feng's body retreated in midair. A green hurricane surrounded him and dissolved the impact of the energy. Qing Feng took a few steps back and went forward again with his blade. He had seen the battle between Yue and Zichen. He knew that he could not kill Yue with his own strength. However, he did not ask to kill. He only asked to stop Yue. Just as Qing Feng stopped Yue, Black Dragon and the others had already rushed into the sky. They reached the pattern and grabbed the moving fragment. Buzz. As soon as the fragment was in their hands, there was a huge force that shook them away. The resistance was not very strong. Black Dragon, who was bounced away, had a flash in his eyes. He roared in his hand, which was covered with black light, tried to grab the fragment. The fragment kept vibrating, but it could not escape from Black Dragon's hand. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Each of them tried to grab a fragment. However, this fragment was not under their control at all. It kept vibrating and trying to escape from their hands. Everyone, this fragment has a master. Right at the moment when the four of them were confused, a shaky voice sounded from below. Suddenly, a violent aura appeared in the hall. Under this violent aura, Qing Feng coughed up blood and was sent flying. Chapter 2027. Hearing Yue's voice, the people holding the fragments subconsciously lowered their heads to look at Yue. They happened to see Qing Feng being defeated and sent flying out of the palace hall. The crowd was not surprised to see Qing Feng being sent flying. Yue was in existence on par with Zichen. No matter how strong Qing Feng was, no matter how special he was still inferior to Yue, a heaven-defying existence. After sending Qing Feng flying, Yue raised his head to glance at the four people. He formed hand seals with his hands and the 5 fragments slowly floated beside him. Lowering his head to look at the fragments again, the hand seals in Yue's hands changed. The floating fragments followed the hand seals and began to rotate in front of him. A mysterious energy ripple spread out in all directions as the 5 fragments rotated. Whoosh! 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 As the mysterious energy ripple spread out, the other fragments that Hei Long and the others had been unable to control earlier seemed to be attracted by the energy. One by one, they left the light pattern and flew toward Yue. Ka! 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 The fragments flew to Yue's side and began to rotate on their own according to the trajectory of the 5 fragments. As they rotated, they naturally joined together and began to emit ka-ka sounds. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Hei Long and the others turned extremely ugly. If Yue was able to obtain the fragments, then they would have come in vain. They would not be able to obtain anything at all. Thus, each and every one of them increased the strength in their hands and tightly held on to the fragments to prevent them from leaving their hands. Die! A furious shout sounded from outside the palace hall. It was Qing Feng, who had just been sent flying, and he rushed in again. A berserk hurricane instantly engulfed the palace hall. The light pattern above became unstable due to the hurricane and began to tremble slightly. The robes of Hei Long and the others fluttered in the wind. The hurricane was filled with cold-killing intent and a bone-chilling coldness. A cyan blade ray rushed out from the boundless hurricane and slashed toward Yue. Energy surged around Shaky's body. A materialized light shield blocked the ravaging hurricane. Wherever the hurricane passed, it was as if a sharp blade was slashing on it, producing a series of sounds. A cold light flashed in Yue's eyes as he looked at Qing Feng, who was rushing towards him. The seals in his hands changed again. The 2 fragments suddenly left his control and transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that shot towards Qing Feng. Clang! Clang! The speed of the fragments caused Qing Feng's countenance to change. He had no choice but to use his long saber to block the 2 fragments. However, in the next moment, several more fragments flew over and hit Qing Feng's body. Pooh! Qing Feng's defense was instantly broken, and a huge force landed on his body, causing him to once again cough up blood and fly backwards. Ka! Ka! Seeing Qing Feng flying backwards, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Yan Wei's mouth. The speed of the hand seals in his hand increased, causing the other fragments to completely fuse with the original 5 fragments. These nearly 20 fragments were pieced together to form half a round shield. After being pieced together, it seemed to have fused together perfectly. There was no sign of it being broken at all. However, there were 4 black holes on the half-shield. It was obvious that this half-shield still lacked 4 fragments to be perfectly pieced together. Without a doubt, the last 4 fragments were in the hands of Hei Long and the others. At this moment, the 4 of them were surging with energy, firmly suppressing the 4 fragments that could break free at any time. Why is there only half? Gao Wei was clearly very surprised by this scene. The excitement and passion in his heart had been forcefully extinguished by half at this moment. The shield was known as the strongest in the world. Once obtained, it would be the strongest defensive saint weapon. The world clan he belonged to had been searching for it for hundreds of thousands of years. Who would have thought that they would only obtain half of it? Yan Wei was slightly disappointed, but he quickly sorted out his emotions. Although there was only half of it, its defense was enough to block the attack of a saint. It was enough for him to use now. Moreover, he had obtained half of this shield and the method to control it. One day, he would obtain the other fragments. Moreover, there was an even greater opportunity waiting for him here. Putting away his disappointment, Yan Wei raised his head and looked at the 4 people who were firmly suppressing the fragments. He said indifferently, "The 4 of you, what is the meaning of this?" Meeting Yan Wei's gaze, Lei Dong remained silent. However, his face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he could naturally see that the reason why Yan Wei had given him a spot was purely to let him deal with Ziqin. If he had really killed Ziqin and obtained the heavenly Thunderwings, he would have accepted it even if he had been used. However, now that Ziqin was dead, the heavenly Thunderwings were gone, and he could not even obtain the fragments. Naturally, he felt some resentment in his heart. Wu Xing was the same. He had completely offended Ziqin, but he was not sure whether Ziqin was dead or not. Now that he had obtained a fragment with great difficulty, it could be lost at any time and become someone else's possession. At this moment, Hei Long and Enping also clearly understood Yan Wei's plan. The reason why he had called the 2 of them here was because he had calculated that the 2 of them would remain neutral. It was also because of this that Ziqin dared to come here and risk his life for the shield. It could be said that the 4 of them had all been used. What finding a shield? That was all nonsense. It was purely to contain Ziqin. The true shield could only be obtained by Yan Wei, and Yan Wei had long been aware of this. Holding the fragment tightly in his right hand, a small energy dragon coiled around Hei Long's palm, firmly suppressing the fragment. He looked at Yan Wei and said, "We need an explanation." Explanation? Yan Wei looked at Hei Long. "That's right, we need an explanation." Wu Xing took a step forward and looked at Yan Wei. His eyes were filled with anger. "If you don't give us a reasonable explanation for this matter, we will not be finished." Lei Dong also stepped forward. Although he had seen Yan Wei's strength, he was not afraid of Yan Wei, just like how he was not afraid of Ziqin. Qing Feng walked in through the door. There were a few bloody holes on his chest. Cyan energy surrounded his body and stopped the bleeding. After he came in, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he held his cyan blade tightly and coldly looked at Yan Wei. At this moment, the 5 of them seemed to have formed an alliance. This caused Yan Wei's expression to change. He was not Ziqin, who only knew how to fight based on courage. He had always been meticulous, and would not put himself in such a dangerous situation. His gaze swept across the 5 of them. Yan Wei said indifferently, "Originally, you all did not have the chance to obtain the shield." A green wind blew, and a chill surged. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped. Waves of cold chi circulated in the hall. The space began to distort, and the pattern above became unstable. The 5 of them looked at Yan Wei coldly. "Because I have the method to control the shield. All the fragments of the shield are mine. Even if you all obtained them, it would be useless. The reason why I asked you all to come here was not to find the shield. As for plotting against Ziqin, it was just a side effect. It was not my ultimate goal. Wad Wei's gaze once again swept past the few people. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. My ultimate goal is to obtain the key that was formed after the fragments fused together. The key. A few people with cold expressions looked at Yan Wei with puzzlement on their faces. That's right. Although these fragments are treasures, they are actually just keys. Looking at the half-shield in his hand that was missing 4 notches, Wavering Wei said, Why don't you think about it? Who would put such a good shield here? Could it be that it's just a test? But have you ever encountered any danger on your way here? Furthermore, this shield is a priceless treasure in the world. Everyone covets it. Who would be so foolish as to leave it here and leave it as a test for future generations? Yan Wei's words stunned everyone. Other than the lava, they didn't encounter any other dangers until they reached this place. Even though Slaughter Heaven Grotto was capable of isolating all the heavenly realms from the outside world, but it was impossible for Slaughter Heaven Grotto to stop saints. There had been saints who had passed through during this period of time. Could it be that they hadn't noticed the hall? Why hadn't they taken the fragment? There were too many suspicious points. Even if it was only half a shield, it was still very attractive to saints. Everyone was silent, not saying a word. Obviously, they were waiting for Yan Wei's next words. This half-shield is just a key. The real opportunity is in the depths of this world. Of course, you don't have to ask me where it is because I don't know either. Only by fusing this half-shield can I know where the opportunity is. Hearing Yan Wei's words, everyone was still silent. Their expressions changed. There are 5 of you and I only have this half-shield. Even if I fuse all of it, its power will not increase by much, Yan Wei said. This place was strange. After thinking about it, Hei Long and the other 3 decided to believe Yan Wei for once. What opportunity? Wu Xing asked as he handed over the fragments. I will only know the details after the half-shield is restored. However, according to the records on the ancient jade slip, it might be able to let one enter the Saint Realm in one go, Yan Wei said after taking the fragments. What? Enter the Saint Realm in one go? Everyone was shocked. Maybe, but I don't know the details. Yue Wei did not continue to say anything. The reason for that was because the 4 fragments had completely fused together. After fusing together, a ray of light was emitted from the half-shield. After the light appeared, it directly entered Yan Wei's sea of consciousness. Hei Long and the others looked at Yan Wei nervously. At the same time, they were on guard against him. As the light entered his sea of consciousness, Yan Wei's expression kept changing. There was shock, excitement, and excitement. In the end, it became more and more interesting. To be able to make Yan Wei's expression change so much, it was obvious that there was something good in the light. Qing Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill, but Lei Dong and Wu Xing were already in front of Qing Feng. Hei Long and Peng also came in front of Qing Feng and said, Qing Feng, don't act rashly. At this time, Yan Wei opened his eyes and looked at everyone's performance with satisfaction. He nodded and said indifferently, Injure Qing Feng first. Remember, don't kill him. What do you think? Hei Long looked at Yan Wei and did not move. This is a great opportunity. I can go at any time. Yan Wei smiled faintly. He looked up at the sky and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. P.S. The first group is full. I apologize to those who can't join. Now, I will announce the second group. 398770240. Added the first group. 8,000? Don't add the second group. The first group originally had 240 people. Now that the group is full of 500 people, 260 people are added. Today, I will add an extra chapter for the 240 people who joined the group. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2028. In the light from before, there was a detailed explanation of the formation of this place. At the same time, it also indicated the location of the opportunity. It was very detailed. At that moment, Yue appeared to be calm. However, His heart was thumping rapidly. That was because the opportunity was simply too great. It was so great that it was boundless. Although such a great opportunity could be shared, it would be greatly reduced. It would be best if one could enjoy it alone. Of course, it could only belong to one person. It could only belong to me. I'll kill whoever tries to snatch it from me. That was what Yue thought in his heart. A cold glint flashed through Yue's eyes. With a slightly cold voice, Yue said, "It was Qingfeng's fault for attacking me earlier. Seriously injuring him can be considered a lesson for him." Hearing those words, Lei Dong and Wu Xing did not continue to speak nonsense. They instantly attacked. Lightning energy and 5 elements energy began to surge violently. Bang! Qi Feng, who was already injured, was sent flying once again. Wu Xing and Lei Dong rushed out one after another. Following that, a series of energy explosions sounded. Although Qi Feng was in the wrong, there was no need to injure him. Black Dragon looked at Yue, whose back was facing him, and said, "I'm already being merciful by not killing him. Black Dragon, I'm disappointed that you're so protective of him. However, for you to do such a thing, you must have guessed which power Qi Feng came from." Yue placed his hands behind his back and said without turning his head around, "I'm not sure." Black Dragon's expression did not change. He shook his head and said, "I've never seen Qi Feng before, so I don't know where he came from. I've also investigated him before, but I didn't find anything." Yue turned his head and looked at Black Dragon with a faint smile. He said, "Is that so?" Black Dragon nodded and said, "Yes, I'm not sure." Yue lightly smiled. He looked at Dark Ping and asked, "Do you know where Qi Feng came from?" Dark Ping shook his head, indicating that he did not know. "Since the two of you don't know, then perhaps I know which power he came from." Hearing Yue's words, Dark Ping and Black Dragon both had a surprised expression on their faces. The sounds outside were still ringing. During that time, they could even hear Qingfeng's cold and furious curses. Without a doubt, he was cursing the two of them for choosing to cooperate with a foreign race. Lei Dong's mocking voice, and the sound of tyrannical Thunder's explosion, followed. After listening to the voices from the outside world for a while, Aoi said, "Bring him in." The energy vibrations outside stopped. Lei Dong and Wu Xing dragged Qi Feng, who was covered in blood, and walked in. He threw Qi Feng on the ground. The two of them raised their heads and looked at Yang Wei eagerly, as if they were waiting for him to announce the great opportunity. He looked at Qi Feng, who was covered in blood but still had a cold gaze, and said, "You would rather let the people who want to harm you get the shield than let me get it. Qi Feng, you have a strong will and are full of hatred for the other races. It seems that Dark Rock and Black Dragon were right. A person with such backbone like you can only come from the warrior clan. TSK, I never thought that the martial war clan, which had disappeared for so many years, would still exist. Furthermore, they were able to nurture someone like you. The martial war clan truly lives up to its name." Yan Wei clicked his tongue in admiration, a faint smile on his face. Qi Feng turned around and looked at Hei Long and Ping. His cold eyes were filled with coldness. The two of them were startled at first. Then, when they saw Qi Feng's cold gaze, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Yan Wei had calculated that the two of them would not explain in front of such a great opportunity. "Martial war clan? What kind of clan is that?" Lei Dong was startled when he heard this. He was very puzzled. "That is the core clan of the Martial War Alliance. It was once an extremely large and terrifying clan. It had the title of the Guardian Clan of the Martial War Continent. However, it was rumored that it had been destroyed a long time ago. In the last Great War, the Martial War Clan did not appear. All the forces thought that the Martial War Clan had been destroyed." Wu Xing explained. His expression was as cold as before. When he looked at Qi Feng again, his expression was very complicated. Because of the existence of the Martial War Clan, there was the Martial War Alliance in this world. Once the Martial War Order of the Martial War Clan was issued, all the forces in the Martial War Continent had to listen to the orders of the Martial War Clan. It was also because of the existence of the Martial War Clan and the Martial War Alliance that they were able to repel the invasion of the other races time and time again. This was a clan with a long history. Compared to the self-proclaimed indigenous Luo family, the difference was like heaven and earth. Hei Long and Hei Peng's expressions were also very complicated. They did not expect to encounter someone from the Martial War Clan. This clan was known as the Guardian of the Martial War Continent, and was absolutely loyal to the Martial War Continent. Qing Feng had looked down on them for not attacking the other races. Unable to bear Qing Feng's gaze, Hei Long shook his head and said, "Now, can you take us to find the opportunity?" Glancing at the heavily injured Qing Feng, Ji Wei nodded and said, "Of course." As he spoke, Ji Wei elegantly stretched out his hand. Light flashed in his hand and he gently pressed it toward the void above his head. At the same time, he shouted, "Open!" Buzz! Energy gushed out, and the void trembled. The pattern above his head began to distort. Rays of light shot out in all directions. Behind Ji Wei, the others also widened their eyes and looked ahead. They were curious and nervous about the great opportunity that Ji Wei spoke of. The distorted pattern returned to normal in the next moment. The rays of light disappeared and the vibrating void also returned to normal. Ji Wei's hand was still pressing in front of him. His action was very cool before, but now it looked a little silly. "What's going on?" Seeing that there was no change in front of them, they were startled and looked at Ji Wei with suspicion. "Maybe the force was too weak." Ji Wei's words were still calm. He raised his hand again and pressed toward the void. Then, an even more powerful energy surged out. The previous change happened again. This time, the power was even stronger, but it was still useless. After the energy dissipated, the surroundings returned to normal. "You're playing with us." Lei Dong glared at Yen Wei with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The other few people also had unfriendly expressions on their faces. "Shut up!" Ji Wei turned around and shouted at Lei Dong. His expression was instantly filled with rage. He turned his head again and pressed down on the void twice. Terrifying energy surged in the hall, even causing the hall to shake. But as the violent energy dissipated, there was still no change in the surroundings. "Haha, you miscalculated!" Seeing this, Qing Feng's loud laughter rang out. "He's too noisy. Kill him!" A cold voice came from the front. It seemed that Yen Wei was really anxious and angry. Unfortunately, no one carried out his orders this time. Without benefits, no one would be foolish enough to listen to Ji Wei's orders. At this moment, Ji Wei's heart was filled with the opportunity. He was too lazy to care about these people. But after trying many methods, he still couldn't open the other space recorded in the shield. How could this be? How could this be? Ji Wei was flustered and exasperated. Everything was developing according to the Jade Slip. There was no negligence at all. But how could this be? Suddenly, Ji Wei thought of the strange situation that had happened earlier. The only strange thing here was that saint. That's right. It must be Zichin. He thought of Zichin and Eric entering the magma. There was no danger here, so why was there a saint hiding in the magma? Damn it! It must be Zichin. The people behind saw that Ji Wei didn't seem to be acting, so they didn't disturb him. Then, they heard Ji Wei's curses. Their faces changed instantly. What do you mean? Is Zichin not dead? Lei Dong asked. His eyes lit up again. As long as Zichin wasn't dead, the heavenly thunder wings would still be there. He would get it sooner or later. Five Element's heart trembled, and his face turned pale. If Zichin wasn't dead, then he would be in trouble. Hei Long and Enping were surprised, but they didn't look happy or angry. Qing Feng, on the other hand, laughed. I knew Zichin wouldn't die. Ji Wei turned around and glanced at Qing Feng coldly. That guy died long ago. But because of his death, we couldn't get the opportunity. Now everyone, let's leave. As he spoke, Ji Wei was about to leave the hall, but he was stopped by the others. They didn't get anything, so how could they leave so easily? Ji Wei looked a little anxious at the moment. He looked at the four people with a trace of anger, but he suppressed his anger and said, let's leave now. As for your losses, I will give each of you a piece of Saint Crystal when we go back. Leave now, or you won't be able to leave even if you want to. What do you mean? Everyone could accept Ji Wei's compensation. They weren't heaven-defying cultivators. After getting the Saint Crystal, there was still hope for them to enter the Saint Realm. That face from before should be our opportunity, and I don't know why it was able to appear there. Zichen and Eric have already been devoured by it. I don't know if it activated any restrictions during this period of time. With the restriction of the formation, I can deal with it. But now that the entrance is sealed, if it comes out from somewhere else, we'll all die here. Is that face really that strong? Wu Xing asked. He just wanted to confirm whether Zichen was really dead. It's much stronger than you think. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used so many shield fragments to seal this place. These fragments are supreme treasures that even saints would covet. But the predecessor was willing to leave these supreme treasures here. You can imagine how strong that existence was. Hearing Ji Wei's words, everyone's expression changed. Lei Dong still looked unwilling, Wu Xing let out a sigh of relief, and the seriously injured Qing Feng looked regretful. Walking out of the hall, everyone went back. Lei Dong carried the seriously injured Qing Feng along the way. The magma seems to be trembling. When they passed by a small area of magma, everyone saw ripples on the surface of the magma. Damn it, let's go. After seeing this, Ji Wei's expression changed greatly. Without saying a word, he led everyone to speed up. While moving forward, they really did see the magma trembling. Moreover, all the magma was trembling. So, everyone took to the air and flew into the distance. When they passed by the pool of magma where Zichen had fallen, they saw that at the center of the magma, where the face had appeared, there was a whirlpool. Endless magma flowed into the whirlpool and entered the ground. This was caused by a streak of sword chi from the scabbard piercing through space. However, Yan Wei mistakenly believed that the powerful existence had begun to retrieve this energy. He was so frightened that he did not say anything and immediately turned back. Then, he controlled the half-shield and brought everyone out of the slaughtering heaven grotto. Chapter 2029. Because he had obtained half a shield, Yue knew some of the secrets of this place. He knew that the great opportunity was the existence of the array seal. This existence was much stronger than the strongest existence he knew. While Yue was excited, he was also wary of this existence. This array had existed for too long. Perhaps some uncontrollable things would happen. For example, the face that had suddenly rushed out of the magma was an unforeseen event. Although Zichen's fighting power was not weak, Yue did not think that a mere Zichen could deal with that powerful existence. It turned out that as long as he entered through the entrance, Yue could use the half-shield to forcefully activate the array. He could use the array to forcefully kill that existence and obtain his great opportunity. However, the entrance had mysteriously closed, causing Yan Wei to feel gloomy. He was also very worried, especially when he saw the magma whirlpool. He mistakenly thought that the powerful existence was about to break out of the formation, so he decisively left. Of course, he also guessed that this might be the entrance. However, he did not dare to jump in. Zichen did not know about Yue's matters. He also did not know that the heart had completely sealed the array for some reason, causing him and Yue to miss the opportunity to meet again. After refining the celestial god's blood essence, Zichen's physical body had undoubtedly become stronger. However, it seemed that Zichen still didn't dare to provoke his heart. He still wanted to make himself stronger. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the scabbard above shot out a blade light. It directly pierced through the space. Then boundless magma poured down from above, instantly drowning Zichen. This magma was formed from the heaven god's pure energy. Although it had been diluted many times, as long as it was refined again, it could still be refined into the heaven god's energy. An endless stream of magma poured down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Zichen was very happy and surprised. He raised his head and looked at the space that did not seem to show any signs of recovering. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the magma. In the space in front of him, seeing the energy that should have belonged to him being refined by Zichen, the face once again let out an unwilling roar. "Boy, let's make a deal again." The face spoke again, but Zichen did not respond. "Even if your strength has skyrocketed, you won't be able to leave this place. This formation is already sealed. Why don't you let me out? We can work together to break this formation." Zichen, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at his face. "Okay, give me a few drops of essence blood first. Otherwise, I can't trust you." "You!" The face glared at Zichen. Naturally, it would not foolishly give Zichen more blood essence. Not to mention whether or not Zichen would really release it after obtaining the blood essence. Once it gave the blood essence, its power would no longer be able to control this array formation. Sooner or later, Broken Saber would come down and destroy it. Zichen closed his eyes again. Golden light surged around his body as he began to refine the energy magma. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole. The lava that poured down swirled around Zichen before finally entering his body. As for Zichen, he was like a bottomless pit. He constantly devoured the magma, but it was never filled. The magma entered his body and meridians. It was condensed by the powerful perfect body, forcefully fusing more than 99% of the magma into pure energy. After that, the energy reached Zichen's abdomen, and from abdomen, it entered Zichen's world. After this pure energy arrived in Zichen's world, it rushed straight to Zichen's origin sea and fused with it, condensing into a new heaven-defying energy. Sensing that it wasn't slow at all compared to the previous condensation speed, Zichen finally relaxed. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. When he arrived previously, he saw magma everywhere on the ground. If the magma was formed by the energy of a celestial, then the magma energy was enough for Zichen to condense all the energy in the entire Origins Sea into heaven-defying energy, allowing him to reach the peak of the heaven realm. The magma vortex constantly entered Zichen's body, but after it was completely condensed, the energy that had been recondensed and compressed was less than 1/10,000th of what it was before. Inside the array formation, the face watched Zichen refine the energy. It was very angry, but there was nothing it could do. He had persisted for many years, but he never expected that he would exhaust himself to the limit because of a miscalculation. Back then, so many experts had failed to kill him, but today, he was about to be killed by a mere heaven realm. With the magma, it was equivalent to having an endless supply of celestial energy. Zichen condensed the heaven-defying energy at an extremely fast speed. This speed was probably thousands of times faster than when he didn't have celestial energy. This celestial energy was indeed very magical. In fact, Zichen didn't know that this wasn't just celestial energy, but also celestial blood essence. With the integration of celestial energy, the grade of Zichen's heaven-defying energy naturally increased again. Inside the array formation, the face could only watch as Zichen continued to grow stronger. There was nothing he could do about it. Now, he could only constantly regret and hope that Zichen's strength wouldn't increase too much when he was at his peak. As long as he could kill Zichen with the final blow, he could still leave. As Zichen absorbed the energy, the magma on the ground began to flow away. After an unknown amount of time, many places that had been filled with magma revealed rocks that hadn't been melted by the magma. Many pools that had been filled with magma had already dried up. More than half of Zichen's origin sea had been transformed into heaven-defying energy. This heaven-defying energy was enough for Zichen to squander as much as he wanted. It seemed that because the amount of heaven-defying energy in his body had exceeded the amount of Origin's energy, the rate of condensation of the heaven-defying energy, which was already very fast, actually increased again. The heaven-defying energy that Zichen had once estimated would take tens of thousands of years to condense was completely condensed in a relatively short amount of time here. The space that the scabbard had broken open hadn't healed yet. Magma continued to pour in. During this time, the heart was still beating naturally. The energy that escaped was devoured by Zichen before it could turn into magma. Damn it! The face raised its head and looked at the scabbard next to the broken blade. Its eyes were full of resentment. This guy's arrival had completely disrupted its plan. After miscalculating, it was about to lose everything. His spiritual senses sank into the world and turned into Zichen's appearance. He stood above the sea of energy. At this moment, more than half of the sea of energy had turned golden. Golden energy had always been Zichen's main energy. This was because the perfect series was golden in nature. The remaining energy was a variety of origin laws that hadn't changed yet. Standing above the sea of energy, Zichen beckoned with one hand. A ball of golden heaven-defying energy fell into Zichen's palm. Feeling this heaven-defying energy that was much stronger than before, Zichen smiled faintly. There shouldn't be any heaven-defying person who has heavenly god energy in their body. The heavenly god energy had been completely integrated into Zichen's heaven-defying energy, and was also analyzed by this world. When this world had the ability to create heaven-defying energy, then the new heaven-defying energy that appeared would contain heavenly god energy. This was the peculiarity of the perfect world. Using his right hand, Zichen gently tossed the ball of heaven-defying energy into the air. The ball of energy split into two halves in midair. One of the halves emitted a dazzling golden light and became extremely hot and violent. This was the extreme yang energy. On the other side, the golden energy suddenly turned silver. It became cold and violent. This was extreme yin. Zichen could feel the berserk feeling contained within the two energies. At the same time, he could also feel the destructive force produced after the two energies rejected each other. It was a pity that the current him did not have the ability to fuse these two energies. Once they were perfectly fused, Zichen believed that his combat strength would definitely be able to destroy the world. Under the control of Zichen's mind, the two energies forcibly came into contact with each other. The two energies constantly twisted and intertwined, and a destructive aura spread out. Boom! The small amount of energy produced a huge destructive force. Violent ripples spread in all directions. This was the result of the force fusion. Seeing this scene, Zichen shook his head. As his realm and strength increased, his extreme yin and yang energies also became more powerful. Both of these energies were extremely terrifying. Now, Zichen felt that he couldn't control them very well. As for the origin energy below, Zichen could easily turn it into either extreme yin or extreme yang, but it was impossible to turn the extreme yin and extreme yang into heaven-defying energy. It could be said that Zichen used pure heaven-defying energies most of the time. He didn't change their attributes. Once he changed their attributes, he would need to use all of these transformed energies. This was because Zichen currently didn't have the ability to take back these energies that had already become extreme yang or extreme yin. At present, it seemed that Zichen had two types of extreme energies. In fact, he could only use one type to fight. Of course, after obtaining a clone, Zichen could use this type of energy together with his clone. Visible to the naked eye, the energy in the entire origin sea was changing. Like a wave, it moved in one direction and finally turned pure gold. The moment the various origin laws turned golden, there was only one type of origin law energy left. That was the law-breaking, heaven-defying energy. The moment the heaven-defying energy took shape, Zichen's world shook slightly and underwent obvious changes. At this moment, the grade of the entire world was raised by a level due to the advancement of the energy. With the advancement of the world, Zichen also gained a lot of benefits. Among them, the most obvious was Zichen's spiritual thoughts. Zichen, who was formed by his spiritual thoughts, was originally flashing with golden light. However, as the world changed, the golden light on Zichen's spiritual thoughts became more and more dazzling. His spiritual thoughts became stronger and purer. This was a change in both quality and quantity. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.